I'm going to cover the following. Aries Energy 101. Like, what is Aries Energy all about? Aries through the 12th houses. So everyone can really see how this energy plays out in your life based on where it shows up in your own chart. How to use Aries energy for good, the body parts that are ruled by Aries, self care practices to help cool and ground Aries. Herbal medicine, I'm going to share two blends that you could take. One to like spark, jumpstart the Aries energy if you're someone who doesn't have planets in Aries, or to cool it down and ground you. Some planetary transits to pay attention to in 2020. And we'll wrap it up with some Aries season intentions, affirmations. If you have any questions, feel free to pop them in the chat. I'll try to answer them as I go, or I'll just answer them at the end. So if you're an Aries sun, let us know in the chat. Let us know your birthday, and we can send you happy birthday wishes. But Aries is really in all of us. It's in every single one of us. I know a lot of the astrology apps kind of only emphasize the signs that have planets, which can make it seem like, if you don't have a planet in that particular sign, that you don't have it. But you do. This isn't the case. I have all 12 signs, all 10 planets, and everything else that's swirling in the sky. And this is just a sample chart that you can see. This person's Aries is right here in the 8th house. My Aries is in the 4th house. You may have Aries in the 1st house. We all have it. And so Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. It's affiliated with the spring equinox, just like you see spring, in spring, when the weather warms, the sprouting from the plants, the fresh buds on the trees. Aries is the energy of bam, I'm here. While in the natural chart, Aries is associated with the first house. No matter what house it shows up in your chart, Aries represents where the personality of the person begins. It's like where it manifests itself first. Aries is the I am energy. It's where you establish your individuality from others and from your environment. It's like how you know you're you and you're not another person, not a wall, not a flower, not a tiger. And with that said, Aries is also our survival center. As the place where we establish our identities first, it's also one of the places in our charts where we feel the most vulnerable. Think about it. If you're just learning you, then you want to protect who you think you are. And that's going to be a very instinctual expression for this sign. When Aries is balanced, it's vital, it's energetic, it's commanding and willful, courageous, active, adventurous, initiating, self-assertive, secure, decisive, self-directed, driven, even pioneering, self-centered, not in as in like I'm just central to me kind of self-centeredness. But when Aries is imbalanced, it's impatient, it's blunt, selfish, competitive, destructive, forceful, defensive, hurtful, dominating, could be even to the point of violent, but it's really coming from this place of like ultimately feeling vulnerable and insecure. So what throws Aries off balance? Let me know some of your best guesses in the chat on what you think throws Aries off balance, especially if you are an Aries. Share with us what throws you off balance. I like to think it's because Aries likes to be number one. It's ruled by Mars, which is the god of war. Mars is the warrior planet, always ready for battle. Mars also rules Scorpio. And that battlefield with Scorpio, though, is all about the ego versus the soul. But with Aries, the battlefield is like self versus others. At least that's the perception with Aries. It's win or lose. That's kind of why I put like competition as an imbalanced quality of Aries, because if like we're all operating under spiritual laws of abundance, no such thing as there being lack, where there is plenty for all, there's really no need for competition. It's not really real. But because Aries is where you establish your I am, your individuality, where you learn to protect your selfhood, if it doesn't come out on top or number one, it's kind of game over. Being ruled by Mars, the warrior, think about like military training. And the underlying premise of military training is that if you're not alert, if you're not ready for battle, you're dead, right? That's kind of the underlying energy of Aries, win or lose, do or die. But when Aries is really secure and really grounded in itself, it's amazing. It's got energy for days, is super physically active and forever inspired to do stuff, to start all the projects. And that's that fiery quality of Aries. A hiccup with Aries, though, is that because it's a cardinal sign, it might overextend itself, burn out quickly. Think of the cardinal signs. These are Aries, Cancer, Libra, and Capricorn. Like if you guys remember the Roadrunner, that cartoon from back in the day, the Roadrunner would go full speed ahead and not stop until it basically dropped over a cliff or ran into a wall. It's so single-minded that it missed the signs that said, hey, slow down. There's a dead end up ahead. Aries has this quality too with the other cardinal signs where it just goes and goes and goes, and doesn't necessarily stop or change directions until it's forced to. So now we're going to look at Aries through the 12 houses. And I want you to keep these things in mind, as I'm going around the chart and where Aries shows up for you in your natal chart, if you know what house it's in. And you can always look up your chart if you have your birth time on astro.com and see where it shows up for you. And take notes on where it shows up for you, but also start to pay attention to the Aries people that you know in your life and the similarities and the patterns and the personalities that you see. So Aries, this is where you first establish your identity. And this is likely where you grow from vulnerability to security inside of your identity, where you desire to be number one, where you're active and energetic, possibly doing too much, where you could burn yourself out. Aries has to learn to pace itself. And we'll talk more about that when we get to the self-care and the two herbal blends. So here are the astrological houses. I'm going to go around the wheel and talk about what each house represents in terms of the area of life and personality that it represents, and then discuss what it means to have Aries in that house. So everyone gets to see how Aries shows up in them. All right, this is the first house. The first house is the place of it's the action of our identities. It's the framework of who we are, our outlook on the world, how we naturally demonstrate our identity. It also represents our appearance, our disposition, our manner, our body's constitution. Someone with Aries in the first house would likely have a Pitta constitution in Ayurvedic doshas. It's our natural form of initiative and leadership and how we naturally express ourselves. So Aries on the first house is very extroverted, forceful, not in a bad way, physically active, has energy for days. They can keep going when the people around them tire out. The personality is pretty dominant, perhaps to the point of aggression. Aries on the first house people, they spend their lives learning cooperation with others and restraint and like conservation of your energy so that they can complete the tasks, the projects, the endeavors that they embark on. It's that I'll do it energy. This is someone who takes initiative almost in everything with the expectation that they'll be good, if not great at it. And remember, because Aries likes to be number one. So it can be a bit impulsive in that regard. When the outcome also isn't that they're on top, they're not number one, there can be this inner or outer tantruming. And because the first house is where the ascendant shows up, like this is our rising sign, this is the energy that really for an Aries first house person that is infused into every area of their life. It follows them all around the whole wheel, all of their life experiences. Aries in the second house. Now the second house is the house of material security. It's how we feel secure and stable, like while being in these physical bodies, living on planet Earth in this lifetime. It's the tangible things that matter with this house that really help us to feel secure. It's our resources. A lot of people just refer to this house as the house of money. It's money, it's possessions, it's the things that we value and we own. It's our spending and even our earning capacity and our desire to control the things and the people within our reach, because if we can't control them and those things, that helps us to feel secure when we can. It's also part of your giftedness, the second house, and like how you can draw from your own innate personality and skills to create the things, create the abundance, create that material security. So think about your gifts in this area too. So what comes up for me in Aries in the second house is I'm going to get my money. That's the motto of Aries on the second house. This person is not going to wait around for the universe to just bestow its riches. It's going to force. It's going to use force, initiative, ambition. It's go-getter energy. and like it's going to make sure that it is secure and stable. There could be some restlessness and like trying to find different endeavors and trying new things. There's also a competitive edge to this energy placement as well, where I could see a person who has Aries on the second house, you know, could be could have the attitude of like, hey, by any means necessary. There's probably a little satisfaction in how, in terms of their resources. Oh, there's probably little, sorry, satisfaction with how they have their resources in terms of like what they have, because the desire for more is very strong. Money comes in through this person's direct action, even physical action, like, and like physical strength. So their physical body could be used as a resource. Think of like personal trainers. Um, and that could be a way that this energy could earn. Here, to a person may also spend their money just as quickly as earning it, because remember, Aries is a little bit impulsive. Here's Aries on the third house. The third house is all about how we think based on the people that we were associated with in our early environment. In this house is how our assumptions and our perceptions of our world were first created, and how we exchanged and like assimilated information in that early environment. It's our early education. It's not so much whether or not someone is intelligent, it's more like how you formed your unique intelligence. This house also signifies, yeah, your early learning environment, perhaps your siblings, your attitudes towards them, short journeys and trips, memory, perception, speech, how you express yourself through writing and speaking and other forms of communication, and your taken for granted skills, because we often, you know, take for granted the things that are closest to us. So Aries in the third house is mentally pioneering and forward thinking and verbose. This person has strong opinions and convictions and shares them. He or she is mentally sharp, alert, hungry for more knowledge, and almost to be like the intellectual in the room. So there can be a variety of topics that this person dives into in an effort to almost be like mentally prepared, to show and prove and to be a dominant participant in conversations. Like, remember, Aries likes to be on top. So I've seen people with this energy, they can either try to argue you down, or if they're really not like versed in a topic, and they know they can like win, they'll completely bow out and just not engage because they can't win. Aries in the fourth house. This house is the home and all domestic affairs, both the home of your early childhood, but it can also be the quality of the home that you create when you're an adult. So it's the types of environment that you like to create for yourself as an adult, perhaps, or it could be the exact opposite depending on what your childhood experience was. It's our family, our upbringing, our needs for privacy and peace. Real estate is also affiliated with this house, ancestry, lineage, the subconscious programming really that we learn from our family lives in this house too. How do we feel about what we experience with our families, and what action do we take to perpetuate or release ourselves from those records? Is like, those are questions and themes that come up with the fourth house. Home is very important to Aries in the fourth house. This is my placement, and this type of placement is conducive for a person to be successful at real estate. There's a fiery dynamic in the home, meaning someone was hot-headed in the childhood home. And that person, you know, the individual may or may not perpetuate that dynamic as an adult. That is not me in my current adult household. This person wants to be in charge of the home, but really needs to learn that in order to do that, the person needs to learn not to be so reactionary or impatient or highly irritable. Like, the person probably gets restless in the home too, maybe had an upbringing of moving frequently, or wanting to escape frequently. Just Aries likes to move and get about. But this person could definitely find peace in their home and their adult life through activity around the home. Fifth house, this is our house of creativity, self-expression. So another way of thinking of this house is, what do you do to leave your mark on the world? It's your, I was here and here's proof of my existence. So it's your self-expression and the things that bear your name and your personal stamp. For some, that's children. For others, I think of Ava DuVernay, like, she calls her children her films. Her films are her children. So it's also the house of, represents love affairs, play, recreation, theater, drama, amusement. And in some ways, there's this underlying quality about our self-worth in this house because we tend to associate our worth with what we can do, what we can make, what we can create. It's also the house of hidden karma because what you put out in the world will likely return to you through that which you create. Aries on the fifth house has an incredible zest for life and adventure. This person wants to have fun, super independent, loves to play, um, probably loves to be the star of the theater production, likely enjoys sports, maybe being a spectator, the spectator sports, perhaps a little gambling. Creative expression through movement and being physically active would be important for this person too. They're passionate about what they create. Could have a hard time being patient with children. Like Aries is fiercely independent, and it may look at young children like, why are you, why aren't you doing things for yourself yet? I would say that energy, it probably extends to other things that the person bears its name. Until that thing that it's created reaches maturity, Aries might feel a little frustrated in the beginning stages. And the sixth house, this is my favorite house. This is the house of health, self-care, our capacity to handle the mundane, day-to-day work. How do we adjust and resist or become overwhelmed by the demands of daily life? Like, think of all the changes that COVID has caused. This is where kind of the energy where this house lives. Like, we have had to adjust so much every single day since the pandemic began. And that's totally sixth house territory. Everything in this house, though, because it's about you, is really under your control. It's your work, your health, your food, your clothing, the comforts in your life, your pets, the quality of your employer or your employees and your dependents and your working conditions. So they are things that are under your control in terms of how you respond. And that's what this house is about, is our response to our daily responsibilities. What happens here basically determines how and if we are able to serve others from a place of fullness, not emptiness. Like, everything in this house contributes to our capacity to work, to serve, and to be healthy. Aries on the sixth house is driven, hardworking, can go for a long time without knowing that it's tired. Aries likes recognition for being the champion, the hero who was able to, get the thing done. And it has this like get it done kind of energy. Aries brings strength and follow through on responsibilities. I would say the challenge for Aries here are one, like not getting recognition when it feels like it deserves it. But this is like mundane life. Not many people, will say like, hey, you did such a great job with those dishes. Like, this is the mundane, everyday life activities. And the other challenge would be not realizing when he, she, they is approaching burnout. Seventh house, this is how we behave in one-to-one relationships. It's our closest relationships, those with spouses, business partners, our known enemies, because these are people that, we burn bridges with. It's our marriages, our partners, our partnerships, our business relationships, our other close relationships, like not necessarily family, that's fourth house. Unless you work with them, it could be family as well. And not necessarily friends or acquaintances. That's the 11th house. So this house represents really our cooperation with others who are close to us, or our lack of cooperation. It's our we consciousness as opposed to the I am. So this is the polar opposite of Aries energy. This is Libra typically, but this is our I, our we consciousness. You are in partnership in this house. It also rules lower courts. Like, think about small claim courts, or like you're being sued by someone typically close to you. This house is all about how you learn about yourself through your closest relationships. And Aries on the 7th is no easy placement because this is the house of compromise and true harmony and cooperation and like sharing energetic space with others. And Aries has to learn balance in its identity and independence, while also considering other people's needs, desires, their strengths and limitations and perspectives. Aries here may have a tendency of making things all about them to the detriment of the relationship, where the other person might feel like they don't have a place in their world. One of the expressions that came to my mind when I was writing this was like, oh, Aries, like it's your world and I'm just living in it. That could be how other people feel when Aries is imbalanced. 8th house, this is This is about how people save themselves spiritually on a soul level. Think about the Christian expression, Jesus saves, but here, you save you. This house is where people seek inner stability and emotional and soul security through spiritual, magical, material means. It's very different. It's the opposite of the second house, which is like material security. I need to feel safe in my body and on this planet. This is, I need to feel safe and secure in my soul. Some people turn to religion, some people turn to sex, some people turn to the occult, some people turn to money, like joint finances, loans, inheritances. Taxes are ruled by this house. Where do you turn to when you need to feel emotionally and spiritually secure? It's also the house of our deeply felt transformative personal experiences, our rebirths, and our inner deaths, because when you realize that the means or the path that you've been on isn't working, in order to feel emotionally secure again, you have to let those old patterns die off and a new you is reborn. Aries on the 8th house has to go through the fire to be reborn and evolve. With 8th house, there's also 3 levels of transformation that a person can go through, hopefully, to evolve in their lifetimes. This house is is underlying, like, the first layer of it. This house is the battleground between the soul and the personality. And which part of you is going to win? Hopefully the soul, right? But everyone, that's not the case, and that's okay. So Aries on the 8th house is really about evolving from using the self and the identity, that courage and that individuality and warrior-like mentality just for the self and selfish gain, to using your courage and your initiative and yourself for help towards others. It's learning that survival isn't just about you. Like you are not going to be the only one that survives. It's about everyone. When you survive, we all survive. When we're all in this together, and that's what Aries is learning here. 9th house. This house is all about how we choose to learn about ourselves. It's the superconscious mind and education that we choose, as opposed to the 3rd house, which was your early education. You didn't say, hey, I want to go to this elementary school or this pre-K program. This is your higher education that you choose. It's how you choose to go beyond your horizons for self-discovery and identification, moving from the 8th house of regeneration and death. Like, this, a part of you has died, a new you is being reborn. You're coming into the 9th house and you're saying, like, ooh, how do I learn about this new me? And what do I need to do in order to establish this new identity for myself? So this house is also associated with our religious and philosophical attitudes, foreign travel, long journeys, educational experiences you choose, like higher education and apprenticeships, intuition, spiritual visions, publication. It's the house of self-understanding and those experiences that take you out of what you think you know about you. Aries on the 9th forages a path all on its own. Like, it really has no reservations about going out into the world to explore, going into new mental and spiritual realms to form new ideas and beliefs, and trying new and unfamiliar practices. Aries is a trailblazer, and it's like the person with this placement goes out ahead of the crowd and returns with new insights and new knowledge that benefits, yes, the individual, but also the masses. Now, the 10th house, this house is about what you do in the world. It's your house of career, your vocation. It's the work you get paid to do and the work you say. Like, almost like when you introduce yourself at a networking event. Think about that. Hi, I'm Selima. I'm an herbalist, astrologer, spiritual teacher. Like, how do you fill in those blanks? The 10th house is what that blank is. It's your reputation. It's your position in the world. It's how the public views you and your calling to contribute to society. Because it's so forward facing, it's also the house of approval and whose approval you seek. Aries here pursues recognition and prestige ceaselessly. Since Aries is number 1, this is the perfect placement for it to feel validated in that self-perception. With this position, you'll find a person who pursues a career path early in life. It may not be that those first choice may not be the most fulfilling choice, but you'll see this person will get out and go and try to make a name for themselves really early on. Now the 11th house, this is that house of friendships and how we are in group settings and acquaintances. Do we feel secure and stable when we're around friends, acquaintances, or in other group settings? Are we only secure, when we're like with like-minded people? It's the house of how we learn about who we are when we're in this collective situation. It's associated with our group involvement, friendships, social relationships, creative group expression, like group projects, humanitarian ideals and global awareness. It's also our hopes, our wishes, our projects and ambitions for the collective, and where we feel really satisfied in this house when we're doing things that we feel like we're benefiting and changing the whole world. It like holds that energy of like, I want to change the world. That's the 11th house. And you can't do that by yourself. You do that with others. Aries on the 11th is friendly, outgoing, the leader within the group. It can be the life of the party and find itself flowing easily in different types of people. Aries here can bring the ideas and the solutions that help the masses and even begin the projects, but may have difficulty in seeing them through to completion or working cooperatively within the group to make sure really that all voices are heard, all perspectives and ideas are honored and are considered. And then the 12th house. This house is all about what lies in our subconscious that needs to be awakened so we can journey on to the next life, the next soul cycle in our evolution. So remember, I always envision, like, if you envision a big body of water, a pond or a lake, not an ocean with waves, but you see this ripple on the surface of the water, and you kind of wonder, well, where did that ripple come from? That's what this house is like. It's finding out what's at the depths of this body of water that has made it ripple on top. And so it's this subconscious quality to it. And tends to be things that are of an unknown source. We really have to do our own like emotional and spiritual digging to find out what's the source of those ripples. So it's the things that are really ingrained in us. We barely notice they're unfolding, but they show up in bothersome ways in our lives, calling for our attention. Just because it's underneath the surface doesn't mean it's unreachable. So this house is affiliated with the subconscious mind, our spirituality. This is the house of our spirituality, our psychic abilities, our unconscious habits, also like the house of our confinement. Hospitals, prisons are represented in this house. And it's that house of self-undoing. It's like, it's those things that you can almost tell when you're down the path of putting yourself in your own like cage, but you don't yet have the awareness to figure out why you're doing it, but you can figure it out. The influences of this house aren't particularly under our control yet. They require our transcendence, if all that makes sense. The 12th house, Aries in the 12th house, because this energy is hidden, and the Aries personality, like it might be difficult for others to get a full grasp on this type of person, like what they're all about. The identity has a hard time showing itself and being seen. And this is probably the Aries placement that struggles the most with insecurity or like questions who they are, lacks that confidence, maybe is easily angered, again, that self-undoing, but perhaps unlikely to show it. That repression of the personality is the self-undoing and the prison that Aries lives in until it finds the keys. And again, the key here with the 12th house is this is our house of spirituality. It's always to go within. You want to find the source of that ripple. So how do we use all of this energy for good? And for your highest good, you like to remember that Aries energy is trying to evolve. You have to keep remembering how it's trying to evolve in this lifetime. It's trying to feel secure in its own identity while learning to cooperate with others, learning to see things to completion, learning compromise, not like a win-lose perspective, which is often how we view compromise, but from the perspective that you just don't always have to be the one in charge. It's a natural tendency for Aries to be dominant, especially if you have planets in Aries in your chart, or you have a really strong Mars in your chart. And it's okay to be dominant, but remember that dominant doesn't mean domination over others. Use this fiery energy of Aries to be bold, be courageous, be active, be inspired, like don't be afraid to take charge. But because we're always like interacting with others, you know, our relationships with others, no matter the context, be it friends, family, coworkers, partners, spouses, those are always the breeding ground of our deepest lessons, and our most profound experiences. So people need to see the Aries in you come out, but it should just not be, you know, at their own expense or to their own harm. We all need that person who's going to step forward, volunteer to take on a task that many others will not. You being number one, though, just doesn't mean that others need to feel small in your presence. So remember to be the hero of your own story, your own journey. The battlefield with the warrior Aries is really not with others, even though that can kind of feel like that. There's no one really fighting against you but yourself. So be your own hero and overcome the 3 I's: insecurity, impulsiveness, and impatience. Now for the medical astrology. So here's what it feels like physically, you know, when Aries is out of balance. So in medical astrology, like all of the signs have rulerships over body parts, and the planets, which we're not going into detail here, those rule like the physiology and the pathology. The planets alter the functions of those body parts in different ways. But I'm just going to keep focusing on the sign. And here are some of the physical ailments for the sign of Aries that can show up. So Aries energy, well, Aries rules the head, the cerebral hemispheres of the brain, the upper jaw, the eyes, and the face, and also has some influence over the adrenal glands. There are other signs that have correspondences with the head as well, but we're not going to get that granular. And Aries energy being ruled by the planet Mars, it's hot, it's dry, it's feverish, inflammatory. So when Aries is out of balance, you know, it can produce frequent headaches, neuralgia, really, really high fevers, infections in the body, but the body throws them off easily with Aries, whereas like fevers and Pisces might be prolonged. So the body's able to throw off toxins really quickly with Aries. And in its extreme, we could look at comas and like trance-like conditions, diseases of the brain, cerebral hemorrhages, migraines, eye problems, depression when the energy is suppressed or blocked. So that would be like that would be a good, just like a ding ding for people who have Aries in the 12th house. Accidents to the head, adrenal function problems, including adrenal exhaustion, stress-related immune system problems, maybe even conditions requiring surgery. One of the reasons why Aries gets out of balance, like I mentioned, is because it doesn't know when to stop. Aries dominant people, meaning that like there's a planet in the sign of Aries or more than one planet in your Aries, or maybe you're an Aries rising, they'll often keep going and keep pushing themselves beyond their own limits to the point where they only stop because they have to stop and their body is given out in some way. So be mindful of this. You know, when you look at your own chart and look at your Aries placement, be mindful of how you may, in that area of your life, go too far. And it takes this kind of mechanical restraint to pull the energy back in and say, no, I need to honor my needs. Remember, the 6th house is our house of self-care and our house of health. I need to honor my needs, and I need to slow down, and I need to not add this new thing to my plate right now. But that kind of restraint is a part of the evolution of Aries, but it's also one of the most difficult things to learn. And now the self-care practices and the herbs for Aries. What balances Aries energy? You know, Aries people love to run, do vigorous exercise like CrossFit, marathons, triathlons. I know some who love hot yoga, and these are all fine because it helps the Aries burn off that excess energy and stay strong, which I feel like, again, that warrior-like energy, they're like, I need to be ready for the battle. I need to be ready for the apocalypse. This is you guys, it's time to shine. Aries energy also needs to balance that very vigorous movement with calming movement. Sleep is very important. Rest for the mind and the body. Peaceful and harmonious surroundings. Fresh air, daily walks, like worry, upset, overstrain of the brain, because again, Aries rules the head. That upsets the general health, and like overexcitement of all kinds can throw this individual off balance. Not overdoing things, both physically and mentally. You know, the Aries person has to be mindful of when they're reaching their limits, like I said, and to really honor their needs for recuperation. I also know Aries people who like they overpack their days and they just put everything on their plate and they're always on the go, attempting to do it all, but then also complain about being busy and tired. And it's like realize that that might be a little bit of your self undoing, and to like be deliberate in saying no, and having boundaries around your routine and your days and your plate, your capacity. That's sixth house again. This type of like Aries person needs to practice regular work hours, establish routines that they can be disciplined with. A diet consisting of small amounts of animal food is probably appropriate for this person. It's a Pitta constitution, but avoiding stimulants like caffeine and energy drinks. You guys already got energy for days. We don't need to add. We don't need to add to it. So herbal blends. I was trying to choose herbal blends that are relatively safe for all. So if you're looking to like jumpstart your Aries energy, like everyone has Aries, like I said, but I don't have any planets in Aries. So this would be for that person who knows they don't have any planets in Aries, but like really want to use the energy and like jumpstart it, get that fire going. And a simple blend, you know, it's mostly safe for everyone, will be stinging nettle, calendula, and cinnamon. And you can combine all three of these plants, and you can use your intuition based on how you want to combine the plants into one tea blend. And just a little bit about this blend, both nettle and cinnamon are ruled by Mars, the ruler of Aries, and calendula is a sun herb. So this is a very warming blend. It's a lymphatic cleanser. It's antimicrobial for that Aries tendency to be prone to infections. And an herbal blend to cool Aries down, perhaps provide some structure and perspective and grounding. That would be skullcap, plantain, and stinging nettle. Skullcap is a nervous system ally. It helps to repair, to calm the nerves. It's also very grounding to the individual. I love the name skullcap. It's like I'm putting a boundary on the energy that goes out of the head. So it's perfect. It's a Saturnian plant, which is the perfect balance to Aries energy. And it's bringing the energy downward, back into like out of the head and downward and towards the feet. Plantain is a Venus plant. It's soothing, it's cooling, another anti-inflammatory, also can help the body throw off toxins. And I've included nettle in both blends because it is a Mars plant, also rules Aries, but it provides almost total body nourishment. It strengthens the kidneys, the liver, the lungs, builds the blood, and adds essential vitamins and nutrients like chlorophyll, calcium, iron, magnesium, zinc, vitamin C, E, and a few of the B's. So nettle's a really, really good plant that's supportive in both of these blends. So you just think about what you need, especially with the transits that are coming up, how you want to use and channel the energy of Aries inside of you. So here are the transits to pay attention to in 2020. We actually just had Aries full moon, but we're coming up on a full moon in Libra. This is the opposite sign to Aries. Remember, Libras are we consciousness. So if you're an Aries dominant person, you have planets in Aries, you might feel the call to, or the pull or the draw is to be more available to others in your relationships. But because Aries is so independent, like it's opposite, the energies are opposite, and oppositions always feel like push and pull. They just always feel like this internal tug of war. So be mindful of that coming up in April 8th. April 11th, Mercury enters Aries. Mercury is the planet of the mind. It's the communication from the gods. It's like the messenger of the gods. So it's always a really good time to see what messages need to come to you and through you, through your like connection with source. Ideas, inspiration, like how you feel inspired, projects that you're wanting to start. It's intellectual energy, but I really like to think of Mercury. It's that communication between self and self. It rules the nervous system also. So be mindful of that and be mindful of your nervous system when Mercury is entering Aries. Mercury's entering Aries. And so that would be a really good time to use the blend that has skullcap in it to nourish your nervous system. And then in June, and this is the one I'm excited about, where Mars enters Aries, because I don't have planets in Aries, and Aries is in my 4th house. So I think of like Mars is the ruler of Aries. And so this will aid that courage, that boldness, is just remembering like not to go too far into the dominance and being domineering, but it's like, ooh, how can you use this very compatible energy to get things done wherever Aries shows up, to be very active and to like be very grounded, but like in that, just be very secure in who you are, because this is the most compatible energy that Aries can possibly have, because it's Mars is in its sign of rulership. So yeah, definitely mark June 27th as like, oh, I need to pay attention to where Aries is in my chart and what can I do to help me progress in this area of my life, whatever house that is. And then Mars retrogrades in Aries in September 9th through November 13th. So that's like an opportunity to think about, you're going to use this June energy, you're going to use it productively, use Aries for your highest good. And then when the retrograde happens, that gives you an opportunity to think about, what did you do in June? And did you make wise decisions, basically? That's that opportunity to review and to assess, like, oh, retrogrades are always a good time to just do internal assessment of like, of the self and of our behaviors. So think about, mark that retrograde period and pay attention to those two times, and use the T blend like based on who you know you are, like you know you best. If you are Aries to the degree where you're like super dominant, then use the skull cap. If you're like, I need more courage, I need to be more like standing in my power, I need to be more dominant, then use the blend that has cinnamon. Just an example, I use cinnamon when I need to get through yoga. It's one of those things where it's like, I need the energy to get through this workout. Like, I'm not an Aries dominant person, so I bring in the plants that help me stay the course. So I'm more prone to use the first blend than I am to use the second blend. I'll put them back on the screen. And I can feel the energy inside of me build up so that I can like I can keep going. Where lots of Aries dominant people, if you have planets in Aries, you have no problem just like go, 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 go. That's not me. I'm Pisces. I want to sleep. And then intentions and affirmations. I can't set intentions for anybody, but I did write down some affirmations and just some things to consider. Like, I can maintain my individuality while interacting with others. When I'm meant to lead, I will do so with courage and true harmony. Remember, harmony is that true give and take. It's a flow. It's giving and it's receiving. It's not an imbalance of one or the other. To be in true balance, that's what harmony is equal giving, equal receiving. Not necessarily at the same time, but it's knowing which one you're supposed to do when. If that makes sense. I can forge a path that's all my own, and I am safe and secure inside of myself. So those are some of the intentions or just the affirmations that I thought of for Aries energy that you can use during these transits, or just use or create and write your own, of course. And then lastly, if you want to learn more, enrollment inside Herbal Medicine from Soul is open. It's always open. Herbal medicine, you get 55 plants. There's so much more than what's on the slide. Medical astrology, anatomy and physiology, emotional alchemy, spiritual alignment. Write down my phone number, text me. We can have a call about the program, and you can decide if it's a good fit for what you want to learn. And I'll put my video back on. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, guys. Thanks for coming. Let me see if there's any questions. Lack of control, oh, can throw me off balance. I saw that. I'm not a fan of cinnamon. Is there anything alternative? Yeah, how about ginger? Ginger is another warming plant. That would probably be the most better, yeah. That would probably be better tasting. I'm thinking of warming cayenne pepper would be a good one too. That's very stimulating. Just add a pinch if you like the heat. And that's a really good heart tonic plant. And what else? Conflict. Someone said conflict throws them off balance. Happy birthday, April 1st, April 27th, April 2nd, happy birthday. No Aries, yeah. Hey guys, any other comments or questions? Yes, ginger, cayenne, and water is fun with some lemons. Hey, Lenona. Any questions, guys? I can actually, you can unmute yourself. Well, that unmuted all, but
yeah, skipping.
if you have anything you want to share, feel free, or you have a question that you want to ask, feel free. Do the herbal blends help with anxiety as well? The second one, the skull cap. Let me share my screen again. Here we go. The second blend will help with anxiety. Skull cap is a very grounding nervous system plant, nervous system restorative. It particularly helps to restore the nervous system when we've had prolonged anxiety. So yes, absolutely the skull cap. The plantain, think of plantain as, like, it's very soothing. And then nettle is your all-around nourishment, but the skull cap in there, and this is where you can use your intuition too. So that's a really good question. So you can make the skull cap plantain and nettle blend, and you can make the skull cap the primary herb. So you can make skull cap, like I'm gonna drink, if you're gonna use like a tablespoon, like I'm gonna make skull cap 2 teaspoons, and plantain 1 teaspoon, and like a pinch of, it's hard to do it. The way I'm doing it is harder. And like a pinch of stinging nettle or a pinch of plantain. Like think about having 3 different proportions for each herb, not equal parts, and making skull cap the number 1, the most dominant in the formula. And that'll be the most grounding for anxiety and nervous system repairing.
Are these blends good for children?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's why I didn't include too many, because I wanted them to be generally safe for everyone. The only contraindication would be pregnancy with skull cap. Yeah, that would be the only, actually, yeah, no, contraindicated with pregnancy for both blends.
Okay.
Skull cap and calendula, but both good for children.
Okay, awesome.
And like play around with them in different proportions. You can see how you like, even you can make cinnamon. Someone can make cinnamon the dominant in their blend if you really love cinnamon. So you can play around with the proportions to see which blend you really like. Where you can get the purest forms of these herbs? Your local herb shop. A lot of the, because of COVID, a lot of the like online apothecaries or online herbal retailers are completely overloaded. But places that I do like, Pen Herb, I'll put them also in the chat. Star West Botanicals, Mountain Rose Herbs, they're on the pricier side. What state do you live in, Talisha? New Jersey. I don't know any apothecaries in New Jersey. If you're close to New York, Flower Power in East Village. Karen's Botanical, not Karen, that's not what it's called, but Karen Rose's Botanica and Sacred Vibes Apothecary in Brooklyn. The only thing about, I mean, of course you can go to Amazon. Oh, Etsy. You know what? I would go to Etsy because there are a lot of herb suppliers on Etsy, and you can get them in smaller quantities. The problem with Penn Herb and Star West and Mountain Rose Herbs, like those are herbal retailers and like bulk herb. You're getting them by the pound, and you just don't need that much. That's a lot of herb. So go to Etsy because you can get an ounce, you can get 2 ounces, you can get 3 ounces. So yeah, I would turn to Etsy first, and there are tons and tons of people who sell herbs on Etsy, and I've purchased from Etsy many times. I've always been happy with the quality. Read the reviews. You guys can probably hear the dog in the background. Sorry about that. I love it all, good info. Feedback for Aries in my life. So very new to astrology, have a basic understanding of herbal remedies. Awesome. Yes, astrology is amazing, and it complements herbal medicine very well. The two, in addition to medicine, used to be all in one. Our astrologers were doctors and were physicians, and then the medical industry decided to banish the herbalists and astrologers from medicine. But all three systems complement each other. You can't really practice one well without the other. You need to know the body, you need to know herbs, you need to know how the planets influence the body as well. That's beautiful. And if you want to learn more, come on to Herbal Medicine for the Soul. I might make the astrology house blends for myself. 12th house Aries. Oh, no, you have 12th house Aries. Ooh. We'll have to talk about that. Is golden tea also good for Aries energy? By golden tea, are you talking about the turmeric? The turmeric milk? I mean, yeah, turmeric's heating. I would see how you feel with it. See how you feel with it. If you like it, then continue consuming it. I didn't look at turmeric as one of, it's warming, it's a stimulant, it's an emmenagogue, so it's going to support reducing inflammation, but also support the cycle. It has cinnamon in it. Yeah. Try it, see if you like it. I mean, all of the herbs are really gonna influence you in different ways. So I was just giving two basic blends that are mostly safe for everyone. But when it comes to the plants, because there's so many and our constitutions are also varying and so different, really with plants, tune into you and see how you feel. 12th house Aries. What do you mean by, I talked about some of the 12th house Aries. That might be a place where Aries, well, in addition to the 7th house, that might be a place where Aries struggles a little bit more. It would also look at your where your Mars and how your Saturn are in your chart, because like Aries wants to be dominant and wants to be forward facing, but the 12th house is the house of drawn shades. It's the house of like everything is like, I think of like the sun behind the clouds. So that personality kind of develops in a hidden space, and there's that pull to like want to be out. I want to be out, but I don't know how to be out and to be seen safely in my personality, in my identity. 12th house Aries, Leo Mars, and a Scorpio sun. Yes, I will pray for you indeed. That's amazing. I want to see the rest of your chart, Lenona. We have to do your chart reading. Lenona's an herbal medicine for the soul. Say something good about it, Lenona. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good, where's your Leo and Mars? I know someone else with Leo and Mars in the 8th house, and that's another fiery, really, really fiery battleground between the soul and the personality, always going through the fire. And Scorpio sun, yeah. That's intense. But everyone is prepared for their own chart. That's the thing. Like, you are prepared for your life. I'm prepared for mine. I'm not prepared for yours. You're not prepared for mine. So everything that you have in your chart, it's perfectly aligned for you and for where your soul wants to go and grow and how you want to live out this life. It's totally fine. So yeah, that kind of energy is intense for me because I only have like 2 planets in a fire sign. But I'm not meant to live without that chart. You are, and so you're perfectly equipped. I love what one of the students said. She said, well, I said to her that she was equipped, and she just said, yes, and I'm trying to find the equipment. And the equipment is in the chart. It really, really is. Hey, Monica wants a consultation refresh. Absolutely. Oh, Lenona, yay, thanks. Let me screenshot that real quick. It's amazing, and she's learning so much, and it feels like I'm knowledgeable and loving auntie. Oh, my knowledgeable and loving auntie is teaching me the secrets of the universe. Thank you, Lenona. Mars in the 7th house, with Aries in the 2nd house. So you're gonna get your money, that's for sure, Dale. And Mars in the 7th, if Aries is in the 2nd, that means you're Pisces rising. 7th is, what's your 7th house? I can't do it manually that quickly. Libra? Libra and Mars? No, that's not right. Tell me what your 7th house is. Monica, so much to unpack. Lenona, I feel like God was like, how do I make this child chaotically calm? And then did that. Well, see, and that's another thing to think about is that, you know, and this might be controversial for some to think about, but we have free will and we have free choice always, not just when we're in these physical bodies. So God wasn't like, how do I make this child chaotically calm? You were like, how do I make myself chaotically calm? You chose the time of your birth. Real Passeter, I'm not saying that right. This is fantastic. I'm so open and curious about this all. Thank you. With Aries in the 2nd house, how does it affect you when you're off balance in terms of self-worth? Oh, Virgo, Pisces rising, Virgo in the 7th. You're probably going to be thrown off most balance when it comes to, like, if you feel secure, like your money, like your money, but you have that courage and that boldness to go out and make it. It's super resourceful when you're off balance in terms of self-worth. In terms of self-worth is deep. We would have to look at the whole chart, but self-worth, it does have implications in like the 2nd house and in, it's like all of our creative houses, the 2nd, the 5th, and we put some of our self-worth in the 10th, like what we do in our career and how people, like we're seeking people's improvement in the 10th house. The worth is in the 2nd, like, am I making enough? It's in some ways it's like stewardship of our resources. And the 5th house is like, am I creating? It's all this good enough energy. Am I good enough for people to see me? Am I good enough to like feel like I'm not earning enough. So there's that good enough in the 2nd house. And then there's that, am I good enough in terms of what I'm making and creating in the 5th house? So there's a lot more to look at. But worth is deep. And then Pisces is the server suffer sign. So Pisces, you know, one of the things to really think about with Pisces is what is the spirituality? Because Pisces is the spiritual sign. What is the spirituality that helps you extend unconditional love and compassion to all? Like Pisces always has to find the pathway towards compassion and towards unconditional love wherever it shows up. And that's your rising. So that colors your whole life experience. And when Pisces doesn't anchor into that, that's, you know, Pisces is 2 fish and they're tied together. And one fish is the personality and the other fish is the soul. And it's hard to know which one is in control, which one is like spinning them around. So with Pisces, if you want that soul fish to be in control, which you do, you want to make sure that you're finding the pathway towards unconditional love that you can extend to everyone. Oh, thank you, Auntie Sherry. I'm so glad you're here. Lenona, my Leo Mars in the 4th house of family. Ooh, 9th house Capricorn keeps me together. It sure does. You're welcome. Thank you, Gray. Is all this information on your page? Your ascendant is in Gemini. Gemini is like the mental ping pong competition. Have you guys seen those like YouTube videos before with the ping pong match and it's just going back and forth, back and forth? It's so brilliant, and just so mental. Um, One of the big lessons with Gemini is to let the chips fall as they may. Make the decision, let the chips fall as they may, and find peace in that. Because Gemini can go, wait, Gemini, Moon in Taurus. I might have understood that. I know my sun is Gemini, Moon is in Taurus. Let me know if I misread that. If you don't have your birth time, what can I use for my natal chart? You can still plug it into astro.com and you can put time unknown. You can still get a lot of information on the planets. You just don't know, you won't know your exact rising, but there are ways to figure it out. Some people use a pendulum. You can use a pendulum if you've ever worked with one, to figure out your rising. And you can also, when you learn, like here I have this pendulum. And sometimes clients and I will figure out what's the rising based on using the pendulum. But you can also learn a lot just on where the planets are in which signs. Talisha, Moon is in Aries. Ooh, emotionally reactive is that Moon in Aries. Rising in Sag, Sun in Virgo. Oh, it's interesting combo. I have some research to do. I just found out my house is in. This is all interesting and informative. Thank you. Moon and Taurus. Comfort. That's what that makes me think of. Taurus loves comfort. It loves luxury, to sit and relax and like go totally lean into like just being at ease in a very beautiful way. But sometimes it takes that, it's like that emotional quality with the moon. It's like it's kind of like that. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like doing the thing energy. I like that. All right, guys. I'm gonna post this up on YouTube so you can come back to it if you like or share it. And I'm gonna head out because we're gonna go to the landfill and get some compost today for our garden. Thank you so much for coming. And I'm gonna do these monthly. Like I wanna highlight each sign and the self-care practices and the medical astrology, because I think it's fun and I think it helps everybody understand themselves and also understand the people around you. Like when we understand how everyone is, we can extend more compassion to them and their journey and where they are on it. And that's probably been the biggest lesson that I've learned with astrology is like, oh, we are all out here doing our best. And so I can lay off of the judgment, lay off of the judgment, just be like, you're doing your best with what you know about yourself, with your awareness and with where you are in your path. And one of the expressions that's been coming up lately is there's no wrong way to live a life. And astrology shows that too. That's one of the reasons why I love it. Give me a hashtag Taurus in the chat if you're with me. And if this is your birthday season, in this live, I'm going to cover the following. So basically Taurus energy 101, Taurus through the 12 houses, using Taurus energy for good, the medical astrology of Taurus, self-care practices for Taurus, herbal medicine that can help balance Taurus energy, and some 2020 planetary transits to just like keep on your radar, as well as Taurus intentions. Taurus is in all of us. Happy birthday, folks. Team Taurus. Hi from the Bahamas. If you're a Taurus sun, yes, keep letting us know. Hi in Montreal, birthday season. Let us know your birthday date in the chat. Everyone can send you some birthday love. Taurus is in you. It's in all of us. I know a lot of the astrology apps really only show like the signs that have planets, which makes it seem like, if you don't have a planet in a particular sign, like you don't have that energy. And this is not the case at all. We have, you have, I have, we all have all 12 signs, all 10 planets, and really everything that's swirling in the sky in the cosmos affects us. So just in this particular sample chart, Taurus is in the 9th house, but for you, it might be in a different place, but we all have it. So Taurus energy 101. Okay, so Taurus is the second sign of the zodiac. It's ruled by the planet Venus, and it's typically in like the natural chart, it's associated with the second house. Seasonally, this would be the middle of spring. So coming, just to give context, coming right off of Aries, which is a sign of establishing identity, it's survival, initiation, action. You know, Aries is the beginning of all things. Then as we move into Taurus, we're moving to find stability and security. If you were in the last workshop on Aries, then you know that Aries is really the place where the personality and the identity first begins. And one of the instinctual responses of Aries is to be dominant. And that's more from a place of survival. But in Taurus, you know, this is the first place in the chart where the personality tries to find grounding and stability. So like imagine as an adult, like being beamed to another planet, which is kind of like incarnating here anyway, which is the process of reincarnation. Like Aries is the energy of realizing that you are different and distinguishable from others, right? But Taurus is the energy of like finding your security around you. Aries is I am energy. Taurus is the sign of I have and I value. It's a very physically, materially, like tangible, matrix-oriented earth sign. If you were just coming here, like let's just say you're beamed on earth, you're naked, you realize that you're different from the trees, you're different from the birds, other people. Like Aries energy doesn't necessarily know that everything around it isn't an enemy. That's why Aries is so competitive and dominating. But Taurus is focused on like, okay, I'm here, I see I'm different. Now I need to make myself comfortable, secure, and stable. And it does that through material means. And by material, I mean like the things that you can touch, possessions. Taurus is a sign of money. Taurus is learning what it needs in its environment, in its world to feel secure. What are the tangible things that can be used that are valuable and that can help it feel more stable is really what Taurus thinks about. Taurus cares about that which it can touch, see, feel, exchange. Taurus likes its possessions, feels secure with money in the bank. Whether or not it has it is a totally different story. All things and possessions that really make life more comfortable fall under the rulership of Taurus. Taurus loves comfort, luxury, having money, likes a slow pace and good food. Being ruled by Venus, it's the first place in one's chart where you're learning about your relationship with your environment and how do you improve it. Venus is all about learning love through relationship, harmony, sensuality. Again, think of like just being like a new adult human. Everything you see, touch, taste, feel, hear, you know, it's gonna bring this like sensational experience. Taurus wants to bring all of the good feelings into its realm. The good feeling things, be it food, money, possessions, it will want a lot of it and to keep it close. And this is kind of the trap and the cautionary tale for Taurus, knowing when its desires for comfort are being fulfilled like superficially, knowing when it's being overly possessive of items or people, knowing when it's settling for like surface level connection and comfort because it feels good in the moment, temporarily, even when deep down it knows it's not long lasting, it's not soul penetrating, it's not fulfilling. Taurus is a fixed sign, which means that it has this sustaining and concentrating power. People with dominant fixed sign energies in their charts, which means like people that have planets in Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, or Aquarius, they're conservative, slow to change, very reliable, which can be good or to their detriment. The image that I like to think about when thinking of fixed energy is like the monk, the person who can sit and meditate for hours upon hours upon hours. While meditation might not be the activity, you know, the level of concentration on something that is what fixed dominant people have in common. They can work out big problems because they have the sustaining power to think about it until they reach the solution. With that said, fixed energy can be rigid too, unyielding. Even when it's reached conclusions that, you know, said action or decision or whatever isn't good or beneficial, it can have a hard time moving out of the pattern. Think of like if you were walking the same path in the dirt, like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Eventually your footsteps will create a path in the dirt, and that path will get deeper and deeper and deeper. Taurus and other fixed signs can find themselves in ruts of their own creation where the path that they've been walking has now created walls around them, and they can no longer see their way out. Being the bull, the only way for Taurus to get out of its own ruts would be to charge. When Taurus is balanced, it is stable, realistic, calm for the most part, patient, likes a slow and steady pace. It takes time to adjust to new ideas. There's slow assimilation, but it's deliberate. It's warm, it's kind, very practically organized and physically strong. And it expresses its natural artistic ability, ruled by Venus. It definitely likes art of some form. Taurus likes a sense of belonging. Taurus is also rules the throat. It's musical and talkative. And Taurus in the chart can also give insight into where you can make money. When Taurus energy is imbalanced, it's overpossessive, jealous, greedy, easily angered. When that sense of belonging, which is like true Venus, is, and it's loving and unconditionally loving and like has this flow of exchange of giving and receiving, when that's warped in some way, it turns into, for Taurus, wanting to be owned, either by ideals or by people, and wanting to own. Taurus is the most possessive sign of its children, and the most commonly used term to describe Taurus is stubborn. I know that if I was a Taurus sun or had an emphasis in Taurus, I would be tired of hearing that feedback. So what's the deal with Taurus stubbornness? Well, here's my perspective. And, it is an earth sign. So visualize grass and dirt and imagine just trying to put your couch, no wheels, through said dirt and grass, and you can't lift it up. That would be cheating in this visualization game. You have to push it. That would be really hard to do, right? There's so much friction. It's hard surface against hard surface. That's what it's like trying to get Taurus energy to adopt a new idea, a belief, or to take action. It feels an incredible amount of resistance, but the resistance isn't just for the sake of being difficult. Anytime Taurus is being asked to change in some way, and it doesn't really matter, it could be something as simple as or beneficial as like the suggestion to go get your oil changed from the spot that is on your way to work instead of going to the spot that's 30 minutes out of your way because you've been going to that same place for the past 2 years. People who don't have an emphasis in Taurus in their charts will be like, yeah, that makes total sense. But that change could rattle Taurus's sense of stability. The car is a possession that it values. It's familiar with this particular oil change business. Like maybe it knows the owner and it really appreciates that sense of belonging there. It doesn't know if this new spot is going to feel good. It might be better. The rest of us know it's definitely more convenient. We'll save in gas and time. But since Taurus doesn't know that for sure, it's a risky move. It's going to take some time for Taurus to think about it. So every time Taurus is being asked to change in some way, it's hard to do. It's a slow process because change for Taurus means that there will be a disruption in its comfort, its security, and its stability. Even if the change will ultimately be better and lead to feeling more abundantly secure, we can take health as an example where we know that eating less emotionally would be beneficial. Taurus is going to take a long time to integrate to that idea. When we change, and this is really for all people, it's not just a change, it's really a dying away of a belief that no longer serves us. We have to make room for it. So in order for someone to know that eating regular meals, reasonable portions, whole foods, not processed, is healthy, is beneficial, they first have to discard the belief that the junk food, the emotional eating, the overeating is detrimental. And often that's going to take that's going to come through a lot of experience of feeling the detriment and then feeling what the opposite feels like. So it's kind of this learning through experience that can be to the extreme of learning through suffering. But we can't adopt one idea without letting go of another. And that's true for everybody. So, oopsie. What really throws Taurus off balance are its choices in the moment to maintain comfort. And it's really like toleration of superficial love. All of this comes from an emotional fear of loss. When Taurus is too comfortable in comfort, it doesn't move forward with its ideas, its ambitions, its purpose, its pursuits. Taurus, when Taurus is too satisfied with superficial, it doesn't feel that the people step up to the plate for them. Like, remember what I said about a belief needing to be let go of in order for a new one to take root. And balanced Taurus blocks its blessings in love by not letting go and welcoming in the new. It can keep itself in a holding pattern for so long until that discomfort is like unbearable. And then the bull has no choice but to charge. And when the bull charges, watch out. You know, the bull is charging not so much raging against others, even though it can seem like that. It's really a response to being stuck for so long and being frustrated in that stuckness. Think of one of the lessons for Taurus to learn is to hear and to heed the messages that come in the form of feedback from others in its circle, people you trust. When you hear someone say, "Damn, you're so stubborn," think about it, reflect on it, receive it for a minute, because maybe it's a message from spirit informing you that the time is coming for you to grow out of whatever this pattern is, and be mindful of when your feet are like becoming cemented in values and in actions and behaviors and habits and responses that aren't beneficial. But with that said, you know, life is the biggest teacher. A lot of times people don't heed advice from others because we need to experience it ourselves. But we can hear the whispers from source and not let it get to this resounding like catastrophe telling us that we have to change directions. So now we're going to look at Taurus through the houses, and just keep everything in mind as I go through the chart, and like where Taurus shows up for you in your natal chart. Where you see Taurus in your chart is where you have that energy of accumulation, building up, maintaining security and stability, regularity of your flow of resources. And it's where you feel the need to have steady streams of money and be mindful of the ruts and the tolerations. So these are the astrological houses. I'm going to go around the wheel and talk about what each house represents a little bit in terms of this area of life and personality that it represents. And then we'll talk about what it means to have Taurus in that house. So this is the first house. The first house is the first place of action in our identities. It's the framework of who we are, our outlook on the world, how we naturally demonstrate our identities. It also represents our appearance, our disposition, our manner, body constitution, and our natural forms of like initiative and leadership and how we naturally express ourselves. Keep in mind that if you have planets anywhere, it alters almost everything that I'm about to say. So this is just like foundation of Taurus in each house. So Taurus on the ascendant as the rising sign, it's very pleasing and agreeable qualities of Venus. The rising sign really colors how a person experiences the world and colors the rest of the chart. So with Taurus here, there's likely more steadfastness, possibly to the point of like inertia, than with any other placement. We'll also talk about the 12th house being that too. It's slow paced, built like a bull, and talkative. You know how some people wear rose colored glasses? Taurus's glasses say, "Is this experience of value to me?" While some people can read a room, Taurus needs to feel the experience of a person or a situation in order to determine if there's something of value in it or in that person. This is the placement where the individual spends, you know, the lifetime defining and refining his, her, they, or theirs values. The second house is the house of material security. It's how we all feel secure and stable while being in these physical bodies, living on planet Earth in this lifetime. Like, it's the tangible things that matter with this house. And I lost my place. Possession, it helps us to feel secure. It's the tangible things that matter with this house that helps us to feel secure. It's our resources, our money, our possessions, the things we own and value, our spending and earning capacity, and our desire to control the things and the people within our reach. Because if we can control them, then that helps us to feel secure. It's also, though, like your giftedness and how you can draw from your own innate personality and skills to create the things that help you feel materially secure. So for Taurus on the second house, The attention is on possessions, is on money, is on material items, and it's strong. The Taurus will have a practical understanding and use of its resources. And because it will typically feel like insecure if the bank account is low, it will work hard to make sure it doesn't reach said uncomfortable levels. Taurus spends freely on things that make its life more enjoyable and comfortable, won't skimp. It's not a frugal sign placement, rather one that understands, it does understand that abundance is about ebb and flow. It won't overspend, but it will definitely keep tabs on spending. I have a good a good Taurus friend who texted me and said she knew exactly how much money she had sent me through Cash App on medicine. And I was like, there's Taurus right there. Third house is all about how we think based on the people we associate with in our early environment. In this house is how our assumptions and our perceptions of the world are first created, and how we exchanged and assimilated information in that early environment. It's not so much whether or not someone is intelligent, it's more how you formed your unique intelligence. This house also signifies your early education and early learning environment, your siblings and your attitudes towards them, short journeys and trips, memory, perception, speech, like how you express yourself through writing, speaking, or other forms of communication, and your taken for granted skills, because we often take for granted the things that are closest to us. The ideas and perceptions that Taurus form in its early environment are likely to be held on to for dear life well until this person is in adulthood. Mentally rigid is the trap of this placement. And again, like the Taurus stubbornness is not just for the sake of it. In this house, this is how people first understand the world around them. So it's going to take a great deal of exposure to other people, places, and things for this Taurus placement to open its mind, to change its mind and its perceptions of the world. Even when they don't see things match up, like that creates, cognitive dissonance. They don't see things matched up the way that they first learned or concluded or were taught that this is how it's supposed to be. So it's going to take time for that mind to open up and to allow new conclusions, new beliefs, new ideas. This placement also is really good for artistic and musical talents. The fourth house is the house of home and all domestic affairs, both the childhood homes that we grow up in and the homes, like the environment of the home that we're likely to create or recreate as adults. It's our family, our upbringing, our needs for privacy and peace, real estate, ancestry, lineage, the subconscious programming that we learn from our family. Also represents the mother in many charts. How do we feel about what we experienced with our families, and what action do we take to perpetuate or release ourselves from those records? So family and legacy, incredibly important and valuable to Taurus on the fourth. This person likely holds onto possessions from childhood, will do the same in the home that he, she, they creates in their adult life. There's an appreciation of beautiful things and artwork. That's a part of how the Taurus enjoys its home. Taurus is materialistic, again, from that place of needing to feel secure in the environment. So if this quality is imbalanced in some way, like if there was too much of an emphasis on possessions and materialism, then that can cause trouble in the home, because it's really not the material items that bring the security. The security comes in understanding that you can maintain yourself, your security, even as the items come and go. The family unit has the values, and you have the power to decide that those values that were ingrained in you as a child, that they can change. The real value comes through the relationship of the family dynamic and what's come through the lineage. It's our experiences, our time spent together, our memories created. It's a good placement for Taurus to diversify its resources into real estate. Here's the fifth house. This is the house of creativity. Another way to think of this house is like, what do you do that leaves your mark on the world? It's your, I was here and here's proof of my existence. It's your self-expression and the things that bear your name and your personal stamp. For some, that's children. For others, like Ava DuVernay, the director, it's her films. She says her films are her babies. It also represents love affairs, play, recreation, theater, drama, amusement. And in some ways, there's an underlying quality about our self-worth with this house, because we tend to associate worth with what we can do, make, create. It's also the house of hidden karma, because what you put out will likely return to you through that which you create. Taurus here has beautiful creations, be they children if desired or something artistic. Yeah, expressing through art is an outlet. This energy can get coiled up in love affairs that might have longer than anticipated lasting results. Because Taurus is possessive, this placement has to remember that what you put out into the world, just because it came from you doesn't mean that it is yours. Everything, our children, our creative projects, they have lives and paths of their own. And especially as it relates to children, Taurus will have to contend with its children not necessarily holding the same values as it did. Sixth house is the house of health, self-care. It's our capacity to handle the mundane, day-to-day work. How do we adjust, resist, become overwhelmed by the demands of daily life? Everything in this house is under your control. It's your work, it's your health, it's your food, your clothing, your comforts of life, pets, your employer, employees, dependents, your working conditions. What happens here basically determines how and if we're able to be of service to others from a place of fullness and not emptiness. Everything in this house contributes to our capacity to work, to serve, and to be healthy. Taurus on the 6th likes an easygoing schedule, probably likes to sleep in late before, starting the day. This placement must do work it loves, and that's in service to others. It's a good placement for a person to be their own boss, as this placement dislikes being told what to do. However, the experience of working for others is likely what brings that self-employment desire to the surface. Because this placement likes to dictate its own time, schedule, and it'll have very clear ideas and opinions on how things should be done. Routine, time management, and a proper diet, because Taurus can indulge in sweets, treats, and comfort foods, super important for good health in this placement. And remember that everything in this house that we do that is imbalanced will show up in our health. The 7th house is all about how we behave in one-to-one relationships. It's our closest relationships, those with spouses, business partners, and known enemies. It's our marriages, our partnerships, business relationships, and those other really close relationships. It's not family unless you also work with them, and it's not friends or acquaintances unless you also work with them. This house represents our cooperation with others who are close to us, or a lack of cooperation. It's our we consciousness as opposed to the I am consciousness of the 1st house. Like, you are in partnership. It's the we, it's the us. It rules the lower courts. Think about small claims court. You're suing or being sued by someone that's close to you. This house is also about how you learn about yourself through your closest relationships. So it's warm. Taurus is warm and loving in relationships and partnerships. Be wary of falling victim to relationships that aren't truly mutually loving. I think Taurus here could, settle for less than it deserves, and will learn the value of loving self and having that reflected back to them and demonstrated through intimate partnerships. This could, this sign could stay in partnerships long after their expiration date, after they've gone sour because of maybe attachment to the idea of marriage, and thinking that it's a value, but it could be one of those values that you assume you're supposed to think it's value, like this is how you do partnership because it came from your childhood programming. This placement also has to learn to yield and to lift those cement blocks when in partnership. Like, everything it can't be done your way. 8th house, this is the house, this is so interesting house. Probably one of the harder ones to figure out. This is how people save themselves. So think about the Christian expression, Jesus saves. Here, you save yourself. In this house is where people seek inner stability, like emotional and soul security, by spiritual, magical, and material means. So some people turn to religion, some people turn to sex, some people turn to the occult, some people turn to money, even in the form of like joint finances, loans, or inheritances. Where you turn to when you need to feel emotionally and spiritually secure is the question of this house. It's also the house of our deeply felt personal experiences. Because of that, it's our rebirths, our inner deaths, because when you realize that whatever path you've chosen, that you've been turning to feel emotionally secure, it's not serving you, it's not working for you, that's a big dying off, because you thought it was the thing that was going to save you. and you're realizing it's not. So that piece of you is dying and a new self is going to be reborn. Because Taurus is so materially focused, it likely with this placement tries to save itself through money and may be overly concerned with making sure that there's a nest egg, that either one, maybe even one that is created or comes through the partnership from the seventh house. Like, think of like, yo, I'm gonna marry rich, that kind of energy. The deeply felt experiences could come through losing it all. To remind Taurus here that money can't save you. The loss of money and possessions, and I'm not saying that this has to come through like traumatic experiences. Deeply felt doesn't mean trauma, but it is going to teach Taurus to not be so locked up in the material world. Tia Lynn has Taurus on the 8th house. Ooh, I want to hear your story about that, how that feels. 9th house. The 9th house is all about how we choose to learn about ourselves. It's the super conscious mind and the education that we choose. So it's going beyond our horizons for self-discovery and identification. So moving from the 8th house of regeneration, death, rebirth, this is the house where we say, okay, I'm reborn. Now, what does this new me have to do? You need to learn about this new self, this new identity. So this house is associated with our religious and philosophical attitudes, with foreign travel, long journeys, educational experiences that you choose, like higher education, apprenticeships, your intuition also, spiritual visions and publication. It's the things that broaden your horizons that then help you learn about you. It's the house of self-understanding and those experiences that take you outside of what you think you know. So very practical, higher learning experiences for the Taurus here. This isn't like a wander the world kind of energy, though there may be curiosity. A person with this placement will more likely stay grounded in like religious, philosophical, and educational practices and experiences that it perceives to be tried and true. 10th house is all about what you do out in the world. It's your house of career and vocation. It's the work you get paid to do and the work that you say, like when you introduce yourself to others, like at a networking event, like, hi, I'm Selima, I'm an herbalist, astrologer, spiritual teacher. Like, how do you fill in those blanks? The 10th house is our reputation, our position in the world, how the public views us. It's our calling also to contribute to society. It's that place of like, here's how I want to be known. It's very forward facing. And it's also the house of approval. So it has some ties to our worth there too, because we seek approval from in being the house of like a reputation. There's that implication that's like, oh, I'm kind of seeking approval from the masses here. So, you know, that manager or supervisor who does all the work and has a hard time delegating, that's Taurus on the 10th. And not necessarily in a bad way. Like, this person isn't intentionally trying to block others, but again, coming from that energy around loss and having difficulty in letting go, because Taurus does a good job. It can focus. The person can just keep doing the work, and it likes to be known as the person who gets the work done. Taurus has a hard time passing the baton. Like, I've done my part of the project, now it needs to go on to someone else, because it just has a hard time letting go. And because this, you know, placement is about value and how others perceive you, you know, Taurus wants to get the recognition for doing all the things. But they're a great person to work for. Outside of that, it's just like understanding. It's such a great way to understand the people who are around you. You should ask your bosses for their charts. And then here's the 11th house. This house is all about who we are in group settings. Do we feel secure and stable when we're around friends, acquaintances, or in other group settings? Are we only secure when we're around like-minded people? It's the house of how we learn about who we are when we're in the us collective situation, outside of the 7th house, which is the intimate we. It's associated with our group involvement, our friendships and social relationships, creative group expression and humanitarian ideals and global awareness. It's our hopes, our wishes, our projects and ambitions for the collective, and like where we feel we're most satisfied, because it's kind of like that save the world energy, where we all innately want to do something good that will change the world. Because Taurus likes to feel as if it belongs, in the context of the collective, Taurus may lean on community a little bit too much. Very agreeable energy though, like gets along with a lot of different people. Not it might lean on, but not from the perspective that like people can't be there for them. Rather that when people within the collective have other obligations, Taurus here might feel jealous, might retreat. Might have a hard time trusting. That person said that, Monica, Taurus has a hard time delegating because it's difficult to trust that the job will be done correctly. Hi, Monica. Happy birthday, Monica. Yeah, but the trust, I'm going to challenge that, because the trust is about your own sense of lack of security in you. Like, it's not about the other people. It's about learning to let go. And the job being done is about, it doesn't have to be done your way. It will get done. Like there's becomes like you have to see the experience of like, okay, this isn't how I would do it, but the person can do it in their own way and it's still going to turn out fine. And there's also the element of trust, which is also rooted in learning to let go, where it's like, even if it doesn't get done, that too is fine. Like sometimes like Taurus has to see that the consequences aren't as dire as it believes they're going to be. Everything's still going to turn out fine. Lost my place. All right, Taurus in the 11th house. Because Taurus likes to feel as if it belongs, in the context of the collective, Taurus may lean on community too much. Again, not from the perspective that the people can't be there for you, but yeah, there might be that tendency towards jealousy or retreating if people have other things to do. So it might discount too its contribution to the collective effort. Like whatever one is working on within the group context, Taurus is going to be that beautiful energy that's concerned about, how do we fund this? And it will have a gift for figuring that out. And I think one of the ways that Taurus can really stretch itself when it's in the 11th is because Aquarius is here, and Aquarius has this like funky energy to it and this like radical thought energy to it. I think it would be really good for Taurus to start to think outside of the box in terms of securing funding for projects that it's a part of in terms of the collective. And 12th house, this is all about what lies underneath the surface, what lies in our subconscious that needs to be awakened so that we can journey on to the next life, the next soul cycle in our evolution. So I like to use an analogy of if you were to visualize a large body of water. It's not the ocean. It's a lake. And there's a ripple. You see the ripple of the water on the surface, but you don't know what the source of that ripple is. That's kind of what the 12th house is, trying to figure out what's the source of this ripple, because I don't see any animals. There's no high winds. It's the things that are so ingrained in us that we barely notice they're unfolding, but they show up likely in bothersome ways in our lives, and they're calling for our attention. So just because it's beneath the surface doesn't mean it's unreachable. This house is affiliated with the subconscious mind. It's the most spiritual house. It also holds our psychic abilities, our unconscious habits. It's the house of our confinement, hospitals, prisons, our self-undoing, and its influences are not necessarily under our control, yet they do require our transcendence. So resistance to change is the undoing of Taurus on the 12th. And I talked about some of this. And it's because like this house is the home of the subconscious, and it can be difficult here for Taurus to fully understand what it's resisting. Fears around money are likely heightened. And whether they're expressed in words or not, there's probably just this subconscious fear around it. And it's usually something that plagues Taurus on the 12th. Yeah. How do we use Taurus energy for good? Remember that Taurus has staying power. Like, use that energy to be steadfast in reaching your goals. Remember that Taurus has a knack for making money. Like, this is the gift, you know, like Taurus doesn't, because it's so oriented toward the material, it's really not something that you have to worry about. It's just something you have to do. It's you have to get out and do. Explore ways that you can develop multiple streams of income, and then use that concentrating energy. Taurus can focus, like use that energy of focus to develop those passive income streams so that they're actually going and flowing. So many people say like, oh, I want multiple streams of income, but they don't realize that, you know, each one is like a business that you have to build up. Each one is going to require a dedicated amount of your time, your attention, your effort before it really becomes passive. So we have to like let go of the idea that passive means quick or that passive means without effort. But Taurus has the ability to be like, okay, here's the idea that I have. I'm going to see it through. Where a lot of other energies, Aries is a good example. We're like, yeah, here's the idea I have. I'm going to stop, and then I'm going to start, and then I'm going to abandon it. Start and stop, start and stop. Taurus can take that idea and see it through, build one stream of income, take the time and energy to build another one, and then another one, and another one. So sticking to building that one stream until it starts flowing, and then you add on the others. Taurus can do that. It just needs to do it. It's really a long game, and Taurus does. It totally has the stamina and it has the patience to see it through. Medical astrology for Taurus. So here's what it looks like physically when Taurus is out of balance. In medical astrology, you know, all of the signs have rulership over body parts, and the planets, which we're not going into detail here, they rule the physiology and the pathology. So they affect the body parts in different ways. So the planets, they all alter the functions of these body parts in different ways, but we're just going to talk about the sign and what are some of the common physical ailments are for the sign of Taurus. So Taurus rules the throat, the nape of the neck, the voice, the thyroid, the medulla oblongata, the brain, the middle ear, and the lower jaw. This is the overarching. Medical astrology gets really, really granular. So this is just generally speaking. Taurus imbalances can manifest as throat, ear, tonsil problems, neck problems, thyroid issues, heart conditions, goiter, diphtheria, croup, internal bleeding. We're going to extremes. Gout, rheumatism, problems also associated with overconsumption of rich foods. This sign can indulge in the comforts and the pleasures. Each sign, too, also has reactions upon its yeah, you had three. Jalen said I had 3 nodules on my thyroid, and I can get sore throats all the time without a cold. Yeah, Taurus. Each sign always reacts upon the opposite. So afflictions in Taurus, and this is something called reflex action in medical astrology. It can show up in the opposite sign, but some of them can also show up in the signs that are like 30 degrees, 60 degrees, or 90 degrees. And it can produce, if the strong emotions aren't processed and like the health conditions worsen, sometimes you're not even looking for the health issue in the sign of Taurus. It might be showing up in Scorpio or in another sign. So if it's showing up in Scorpio, we could be looking at venereal diseases, constipation, irregular menstruation, and these are all under the rulership of Scorpio. Self-care practices for Taurus. What balances Taurus energy? Routine and regular habits. Vigorous physical exercise is really good for this sign because there is such a tendency to lean a little bit into the lazy and get really too comfortable with comfort. With that said, Taurus also likes to feel strong, and that's a feeling that needs to be honored. Fattening, rich foods are enjoyed a lot, and sweets are enjoyed a lot, but they are to be avoided, or at least like done with balance. Like Taurus needs balanced dietary habits. And because it really enjoys a slow pace, Taurus should honor that and avoid hurried and hasty movements. They don't like to rush. So it's really helpful to be more regimented and in our routine and in our time management, so that we can avoid the discomfort and the raging bull that accompanies rushing. Taurus moods are uplifted by good company, pleasurable activities, and music. A feel-good playlist is perfect for Taurus. Also practicing deliberate letting go. Like make it a monthly practice to discard old and unused items. Be generous with money, especially when you feel yourself getting fearful around money. That's the perfect, more than perfect time to give some away. We block the flow. When we block the flow of abundance, you know, in our giving, remember that we're also blocking it in our receiving. You've got to let it go if you want it to come in. And you have to like train yourself to deliberately let go, because there's that fear of loss. There's that fear of loss of security. And you have to be really deliberate. Taurus energy has to be deliberate about letting go. And then remember that when that raging bull comes out, you're really raging against yourself. All right. Herbal medicine. So I wanted to come up with one blend and give some others that would be supportive. So heart stimulants, herbs that are supportive to the liver and the kidneys, elimination because of the love of rich food. Nutritive plants are really supportive for Taurus energy. Here's a blend that I think that is mostly safe for most people. It's hard with plants to know what's going to work without knowing more about your particular constitution. So I was thinking dandelion leaf, hibiscus, and lavender. Dandelion leaf it's a nutritive, it's full of vitamins and minerals, and it's a kidney and a liver tonic. It helps with metabolism, elimination, blood filtration. Hibiscus supports the circulatory, reproductive, and immune systems, and it also helps remove toxins from the blood. And lavender I'm including in this blend to help with sight and vision. And like Taurus needs to be able to see beyond the pleasures of the moment and be forward thinking and forward visioning so that it doesn't stay stagnant and stuck. This blend, it's light. It will help Taurus energy be more pliable, be more nimble, be more flexible. And then if there's like already emotional blockages, stuck emotions, dandelion root really helps, and stuck voice, like if the throat chakra is blocked, dandelion root helps bust through the blockages of the throat chakra. It's very, it can be eruptive. So all the things that you have wanted to say and haven't said, but need to say, dandelion root will help you get it out. And people need to, people will just hear it as they hear it. You can write it, you can express it, you can record it. You don't necessarily have to say it to other people, but it is one of those plants that really assists with voice work. And this is helpful if you have I'll talk a little bit about it when I show a chart. If you have Chiron or maybe even Saturn in your Taurus, because that constricts, both of those constrict the energy flow. And then stuck emotions, burdock root, it's so penetrating into the deep, brooding emotions that usually are held in the liver. And we're looking at anger and rage and why it's present. And it can help you penetrate to the root of it, like getting beyond the superficial layers, but really getting to the root of what's hurt you. So those are really good plants to work with. And hawthorn as a heart tonic, contraindicated with high blood pressure medications, but hawthorn will nourish the heart. It strengthens the heart muscle. And it also, if you are going to work with dandelion and burdock, hawthorn can help soften the energy of these two. So maybe that the words that come out aren't so harsh, and that the responses to, the stuck emotions that are within, you're able to flow through them with a little bit more grace. And you can make this blend however your intuition guides you to make it. It can be equal parts. Like if you're making 24 ounces, it could be like a teaspoon, a teaspoon, a teaspoon. Or you could do mostly dandelion, a little bit of hibiscus, even less of lavender. Any way that your intuition guides you to do that. And it's generally safe for most people. Yeah. I'm thinking of contraindications. Might be contraindications with dandelion in terms of if you have bile obstruction already, but drinking a cup here or there is not going to do as much harm. But if you decided that I'm going to drink this every day for 3 months, then email me and I'll tell you what all the contraindications are. And then just some transits to be mindful of. And I'm including Taurus and Scorpio transits because Scorpio is the opposite sign, and the energy you might feel it more in the Scorpio side of you than in the Taurus side of you. So in May, we have the full moon in Scorpio. And remember that Scorpio is the sign that typically rules the 8th house. It is the sign of personal transformation. It is a sign where we're basically trying to grow or evolve. There's 3 levels of our being. We have the Scorpion, which bites back, and it bites itself. That's the vindictive side of Scorpio. We have the Eagle, which rises above circumstances and tries to like see broader perspective. And then we have the Phoenix, which is completely reborn. And like, that's the energy of the 8th house. And Scorpio rules the reproductive system, generally speaking, the root chakra and the 2nd chakra. And be mindful of like the throat and the womb the throat chakra and the reproductive chakra are really closely tied. So be mindful of when you're not using your voice and how that energy might be shooting downward into your sacral chakra. That's where we start to see that accumulating that can happen with Taurus showing up in the physical body in the forms of like cysts, and like, what does accumulation look like in the body? Cysts and fibroids and tumors. That's where you start to see some of the expression of that, although there's lots of other aspects when it comes to medical astrology. And don't take that as like, oh my goodness, every time I think or don't use my voice, I'm gonna give myself fibroids. It's not like that. Don't become fearful of what I'm saying. That's not my intention in any way. But it is about being mindful of our emotions and being mindful of how we express ourselves, especially with Taurus is about expression, and being mindful of how do we let go? Like, Scorpio also rules. It's one of the signs that suffers the most from constipation because it also has a very hard time letting go. Scorpio is a warrior sign, a power sign. And yeah, be mindful, of these dates. There's kind of a lot of them. I'm not going to go through each of them. And then we'll be back in Mars and Taurus is really good. I wanted to put that for January because Mars is a mover. Mars is the warrior sign, but it's initiating, it's heating. It'll get you going. So if there's like something in particular that is like, I really want to work on this, it's that it's not time right now. Think about starting it in January. Yeah. And then intentions, I can't necessarily give people intentions, but these are just words that I thought would be supportive for Taurus energy. I can be nimble and flexible. It's safe for me to change. It's freeing to let go of the things and people that aren't good for me. Money comes and goes, and I always have more than enough. And then that's the bulk of it. I'm going to stop my share for a minute. That's a little bit on herbal medicine for the soul. I turned that off quickly. Hey guys, we got 47 people in the building. What's up? Oh, I don't have my video on. Hold on. Trying to find the button. Here we go. Hi. Hey everybody. I'm going to share my screen again because I want to. Hi Kalila. I'm going to show your chart next. I want to show just a couple of the charts. And hi Inga. And I'm just going to talk through things that I see. It's not like a full, chart reading because that takes me hours, days actually, because I like to go deep. Let me find my share screen again. So I have 2 monitors. All right. Dun, 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 dun. You guys see Kalila's chart? Let me know. And Kalila, what is your preferred pronoun? Because I'm about to talk about you. She is fine. Okay. So just a couple of things that I noticed in her chart that are just fun and can help your own like analysis when it comes to astrology. So she's an Aries sun, but something that I wanted to point out is that she has a stellium in both Taurus and in Sagittarius. So anytime we have a stellium, that's 3 or more planets in any sign, that's as significant and as equivalent to the sun. It's like she's got 3 suns. So that's something, and people might pick up depending on, just different settings. People might pick up on different pieces of her personality. Like, people have a hard time understanding that I am a Pisces. I have a Pisces sun, but I have a stellium in Libra and I have 2 planets in Capricorn. So depending on the setting, people like can't figure me out, which is kind of cool. But with Chiron in Taurus, you got Venus in Taurus, Mercury in Taurus, and Mars in Taurus. And then this Taurus is the 7th house of intimate relationships. And so there's a lot of energy in your love. And Chiron, I wanted to talk about Chiron because Chiron is the wounded healer. Chiron, anywhere in the chart, typically, well, yeah, I hate to say this, but it's like, it's a painful experience. But it is one that we are able to overcome and then likely provide insight and support to others. This is what the Chiron looks like. So, Kalila, can you confirm in the chart if there's been wounds in your house of intimate relationships, if you want to? Know that with Chiron, there's always a transformation. There's always a turning of the corner because you're learning the wisdom of whatever the lesson is about. So this could be about cooperation. Venus is really, it's mostly childhood things showing up, okay? Venus, I think Venus, this is its home in Taurus. So that's really supportive energy for the house of love. But sometimes Venus, and I'm not saying this is you, this is just me generally speaking now. Sometimes Venus in the 12th can really show up as like superficial love, where like that's the imbalance of Venus, where it's like it's superficial and it's not like love is harmony. Love is exchange, equal giving and receiving, not necessarily at the same time, but equal giving and receiving. And Venus here sometimes, let me see, is it poorly aspected? You've got a good Venus. It can settle for the superficial and like almost that energy of like, it's better to just be in a relationship and not necessarily thinking about what's the quality of that relationship. You know, some people who just want to be with people who are like, I just want to be in a relationship. And so the imbalance of Venus is just wanting to be in a relationship without giving thought to if that relationship truly serves. It is mutually loving, is harmony. Mercury here, that's the mind, that's some of the nervous system. Mars, I think that Mars probably helps you maybe without it. I'll say it in this way. If Mars wasn't here, I would think and would want to hear more about like, oh, do you find yourself getting stuck in relationships past their expiration date? But with Mars here, I feel like it's supportive to you seeing the signs early and bouncing and being like, I'm good, I'm out. You can let me know if that's true. Scorpio rising with Saturn retrograde. I'll just point out other planetary energies like Saturn, anywhere it shows up. And this is stuff that you guys, that's really helpful to know for your own chart. Saturn, wherever it shows up, it's usually one of the health hotspots because Saturn constricts the flow of tissue and of blood and our fluids. So physically, it tends to make the body colder in that area. And that coldness can also lead to calcifications. So it's like being mindful of Saturn's energy. It usually creates health problems when we don't know how it's showing up in us emotionally. So in the same way that it's constricting in our blood and our flow, it kind of has that same energy in how we think and how we move through the world. Saturn is rigid. Rigid is one of the imbalanced extremes of it, but Saturn is very structured and ordered, practical, very materially focused. think like Saturn, if we didn't have Saturn energy or people who, we didn't have Capricorns, we wouldn't have like streets and roads. Like Saturn's the builder. Saturn is the energy of being able to take an idea and make it happen, basically. So we need it, but in that regard, the imbalance of Saturn is that thinking is being very rigid in it, and that it has to be done this way. Yeah, what did she say? I was just thinking the other day how my experiences have been for me to help others, and I'm a social worker. I like that. I think of Virgo when I think of social worker. She says, yep, I see that in relationships, friendships, work, etc. I always feel cold. So the first house, it's not always true with every chart, but the first house does show like our body's constitution. So Saturn constricting blood flow, and then that's the reproductive system, Scorpio on the ascendant. Go in and out of mild anemia. Also look at Pluto and the kidneys could be contributing to that too. All right, who is next? Ermela. All right. I'm looking for the share button again. Here we go. This is Ermela. Ermela, what's your preferred pronoun? If you're there, are you still there? You're there. Can you type it in the chat? She, okay. Oh, yeah, I wanted to talk about your chart because I wanted to talk about something completely different, which is the elements. This is a really good place to look at in your chart. There's a point system that I use, but you can figure it out. Sometimes you can figure it out visually too. And when there isn't an emphasis on an element. So that's a really good indicator for like life lessons and like soul trajectory. Like here's where your personality is trying to grow in this lifetime, because we have to bring in that which is missing. You still have it, right? Because here are the signs, so, and they're in different areas of your life. So you still have all of the energy, but you have to bring it in a more mechanical and like deliberate and practiced way. So the air element, that's how we perceive the world. It's how we adjust to new people and new ideas. Like air signs are all relational and dealing with people, because like this is how truly how we're exposed to new ideas, new perceptions. This is how we start to see the world in a new way, is when we see it through somebody else's eyes and we talk to them and we exchange and like connect with them. So where there isn't an emphasis on air, there might be difficulty in someone like how someone perceives themselves. Like we get feedback on who we are through basically what people tell us about us. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense, guys? Yeah, we get that feedback from life. I'll explain that too. That feedback from life within our relationships of how we are. So this person might have a difficult time, you can confirm whether you do or not, Ermela, perceiving itself. So self-reflection will be a really important practice, and almost like finding a program or a book or a teacher that teaches you how to self-reflect and how to like analyze self. That would be a way to bring it in materially. Another practice would be like just practicing brainstorming, just practicing letting ideas flow and come out of you. Let me see, what else did I write down? There might be distrust of people who are too mentally oriented or who you deem like too intellectual. And then the air element rules the nervous system. So may or may not, I don't really like to, I don't know, say these kind of things. Like I don't want to predict anyone's health because that's not fruitful, but there could be a weakening of the nervous system when there's a lack of air. And there might be a really strong response, like a physical strong response to when you're met up with someone who completely just kind of like rattles your mind. Like like when you really are up against, here's what you've learned about the world and learned about yourself, and you meet up with someone who just completely disrupts that, there might be like a visceral physical response in that regard. So good practices would be, I wonder how socially outgoing you are. Would it be to hang around more people? Hang around more people. She said, yes, I go very warm internally. Yeah, practice brainstorming and practice, just to get ideas flowing and finding a practice that helps you self-analyze and self-reflect. Because then you also, like, you want to be able to determine your own assessments and then see about yourself and see, does that match up with what my relationships tell me about myself too, if that makes sense. And then there was one more. The person asked, let me put it, well, I'll share the next one and then I'll answer that question. This was May. Is May here? Let me know in the chat. Hey, what is your preferred pronoun? Wait, did I share it? I did not share it. Wait, can you guys see May's chart? Hold on. Try again. Okay. Jalen, it's just huge. Is that better? Oh yeah, something else I wanted to point out. Again, unrelated to Taurus, but it's just fun. Chiron, again. Well, I'll talk about Taurus energy. Taurus and Chiron, the sun and Chiron in the second house. Money, 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 money. How are you with your money, May? Money is definitely emphasized with this placement. It's the natural placement of Taurus. So there's an attunement to the physical, attunement to money and being able to, she says, very thrifty. You have Chiron here. Chiron is, again, the wounded healer. Chiron will, I wonder, well, you could tell us if there's been money losses. And yes, via family. Yeah, money losses. So like the teacher with Chiron, we have to figure out the lessons for ourselves, but like remember that Chiron is a teacher. So it's like, how do we manage the flow of our resources in ways that, it's what's that? It's like, what's that balance of being able, well, I need more context. What's that balance of like, I am using my resources to be in support of others, or others are in control of my resources? Chiron's an interesting placement here. You'd have to, well, yeah, you might not want to share all your business, but it would be interesting to hear more of the story behind that. And then the other piece I wanted to talk about was the North Node. I love the North Node because the North Node is a really good place to start in your chart if you want to know, like, basically, if you want to know how to win at your life. I love the North Node. Read Astrology of the Soul by, what is her name? By Jan Spiller, I think is a really good book about the North Node. And the North Node always has an opposite, that is the South Node. So the South Node, it's not shown on the chart, but it would be in Capricorn because her North Node right here is in Cancer. The South Node is basically saying, like, you know what, in a lot of lifetimes or past experiences, you were oriented in this particular way. And so in this lifetime, you've really come to grow in a new way. But it's challenging because your default is going to be that old pattern. So I'll bring it into this example. Cancer is the North Node. That's the pattern. This is the patterns to adopt. Cancer is about home and vulnerability and family. And it's that nurturing quality, being emotionally available and vulnerable to others, sensitivity to others, like being able to relate on an emotional level with others. But Capricorn is all about the business. Would so much rather keep it cold, keep it cold, and not get into the feelings. Be really like, I just want to make my money. I just want to build the things that I want to build. I just want to be focused on my projects and my endeavors. But Cancer, so that's kind of like the leaning that's just like, there's the like almost like the emotional work almost like feels like a path of peril for this placement. And I know it well because I have it too. But how this North Node placement really wins is leaning into emotional vulnerability, sharing your story with people, not putting yourself in other people's emotional shoes, but really like taking the time to deliberately think about how is someone else feeling. That's the orientation and the way that whoever has this place, and that's how we're leaning, like that's where we're supposed to be going. And anytime we try to default to the cold Capricornian ways, it doesn't turn out well. It doesn't turn out well at all. And that's the same wherever your North Node is, North Node and South Node, it's like, this is where you want to go, is the North Node, and the patterns that you're trying to leave behind is what the South Node is. But it takes a lot of effort until you have to see and feel that it's working for you, and then you kind of like build some momentum with it, and you're like, okay, I can feel safe in operating in the world in this new way. And it's really like being mindful of when you're falling into the old pattern and deliberately trying to say, nope, I'm going to be emotionally sensitive. I'm going to be in tune. I'm going to share what I feel. I'm not going to be silent in that. Cancer ascendant here. Yeah, like another good way to describe the North and South Node, it's like where the North Node is, you're trying to embody the highest balanced qualities of that sign, and you still have the gifts of the other. So Capricorn is very goal oriented and can build, can make things happen. But we're trying to leave behind the imbalanced of the South Node. Does that make sense, guys? So I definitely recommend reading that book. That's the one that's been the most in detail and in depth about the North Node, and it's beautiful. Really good place to start at on your own chart. And someone asked about C, F, and M in the grid down here. This is the modes. This is like how the energy moves. Cardinal, I'll use analogies. Cardinal is like roadrunner energy. That is, if you've seen those Roadrunner, I might be dating myself, I don't know, Roadrunner cartoons where the Roadrunner just goes, and doesn't stop until it hits a dead end, goes off a cliff. Like that's cardinal energy. It's very action oriented and kind of single-minded in that way. That's like, I've got a goal, I've got to go and pursue it. I'm not going to change directions until I'm absolutely forced to. Fixed, Taurus is fixed, Scorpio is fixed, Leo is fixed, Aquarius is fixed. That's again, that concentrating energy, the people who can really focus. Like you can think of researchers or monks where it's like you can kind of do the same thing day in and day out. And just the trap, not the trap. Yeah, because there's a trap with cardinal. The trap or what to be mindful and careful of is when you're in a rut, when you are stagnant and when you're being rigid and when you've like gotten so comfortable again that you don't even know how to move in a different direction. Cardinal's trap is not heeding the warning signs of like, yo, this is a dead end. This is a dead end. You're going to hit a cliff. You're going to hit a block and it's going to hurt. Cardinal, I have a lot of cardinal. It doesn't stop until, usually, it doesn't stop until it goes over the cliff. And it's like, oh, why not stop? So that it's learning how to see the warning signs early. And then mutable is changeable. Mutable, think of the shift in seasons. It's the end of the season and the beginning of a new one. And you know how the season, like it feels like, are we in spring? Are we in summer? Are we in spring? Are we in summer? Like, what's it going to be? Mutable is like that. It's flexible. It's a little bit restless. It's changeable. This is like people who like to bounce around. People like to bounce around, can do many things, like multi-talented for sure. So the trap might be a little bit in the abandonment of pursuits before they've really had a chance to blossom. Yeah, so there's another point system. You can see your emphasis sometimes visually, but there's a point system that I use to see how a person is really oriented. And again, if you're completely missing something, then the call to action is to try to really bring that in mechanically into your personality. And then someone asked about Lilith and Chiron. I haven't studied Lilith much. Yeah, so I don't know, but that's a great question. I'm trying to find the button to share my video. Nope. That was it, guys. Here we go. Howdy. Everyone's unmuted now. How's everybody's Saturday?
Fantastic.
Oh, yeah, that.
Taurus on the 12th. Let me go back. Tell me about you on the 12th. Who's that? You're welcome. The person, I don't want to pronounce your name. Giamari Sanchez. Where are you? Can you tell me more about you on the 12th? You're right there. You're welcome. Thanks, guys. I can't find you. Hey, you're unmuted. Can you tell me about you on the 12th? Hey, Car. Hey, Mom.
Hi. Somebody asked it earlier, but for me, I'm a Gemini rising, and I have my Taurus in the 12th as well, but I don't have any planets in it. And I was more so curious because, like, I don't know if I didn't really get it, but I wanted to know, like, how you went through each one, what particularly was a characteristic of a Taurus in the 12th, of having Taurus in the 12th.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, I'm glad you clarified too and said that so remember that the rising sign colors the whole experience of the person. So we went through to talk about Taurus everywhere, but as it shifts on the chart, we're also changing the rising sign. So I'm gonna talk about it in the context of Gemini. Gemini is, it's the ping pong energy of the mind, where Gemini is really mental and intellectually stimulated and heightened. And it's brilliant because it has the ability to see every time you're considering, like, here's a decision that I need to make. Gemini can see many different decisions, like many different like ways to approach this decision, and can also see the outcome going down like many layers, can see the outcome of that decision. So that's one of the things that makes Gemini kind of just like mentally exhausted and a little bit anxious, because it can see how a decision is going to play out. It can see how a choice is going to play out. Think of ping pong match, like a ping pong competition inside of infinity mirrors. It's very brilliant in that regard, where it can see so many different ways that a decision can play out. And one of the lessons with Gemini is to make a decision and then let the chips fall as they may. And so we're taking that as the orientation for someone with Taurus on the 12th. Like, you begin with Gemini on the 1st and you're ending with Taurus on the 12th. And so Taurus on the 12th, again, with the emphasis on money, with the emphasis on possessions and values, it can be hard for Taurus energy there to spend. It can be hard for Taurus energy there to, like, fears around money are going to be pronounced because of that ping pong mind. If Taurus is where you spend, and this is your house of undoing and kind of like self-confinement and entrapment, Gemini, because that's what's coloring it, is going to make it very hard for that Taurus in the 12th to make a decision on how to make money, what is valuable. It's like, is this valuable? It's a constant, is this valuable? It's a constant like assessment and analysis. Is this valuable to me? Is this person valuable to me? How much money do I need to feel stable and secure? Are these possessions valuable to me? And that's your current life stress. So it's really using the power, because Taurus, it's knowing what the confinement is all about. And so for you, what's underneath that surface is that monkey mind around it, that mind that goes on and on and on and can play out all the decisions. And so the spirituality of the Taurus on the 12th is like, how can I just be at peace with the decision that I've made? And I am deliberately going to use my mind, because that's how it's oriented with the rising. I'm going to use my mind to bring myself peace and to stop that ripple that's happening underneath the surface. Remember, we were using the analogy of the body of water. There's a ripple, and I don't know the source of it. The source of that ripple, some of that can be seen in the first house and just how you're oriented. And for Gemini, it's that ping pong infinity mirrors mind. And it's likely, because it's Taurus and it has to deal with our possessions and our values and our money, it's going to be around that issue. So it's thinking, wait, like, how can you make yourself feel comfortable in this physical world? How can you make yourself feel and still have the balance of like, I'm going to take the risks to pursue my dreams or to pursue a new path. Taurus can get caught up in, Taurus in the 12th with Gemini and the rising can get caught up in thinking about all of the potential bad outcomes of making a decision. And the 12th house is always about spirituality. It's about spirituality. And at the core of spirituality is trusting life and trusting that you're supported here, trusting source. Yeah, I hope that helps. All right, guys. Thanks for coming. This was fun. I hope it was fun for you. Let me know. Who else is on? Hi, Angelica, Brandy, Brittany, Christy, Coach, Nefreja, D, Ermela, Geomary. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I did not pronounce your name incorrectly again. Golden, Gray, Ingra, Isabella, Jalen, Jenya, Geraldine, Jessica, Jania, Kalila, Lee, Lovely, Manna, Mona, Odessa, Pearl, Tamika, Tia Lynn, Vanessa. Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming. Doing these every month, next sign in the next season. So this is fun. I hope it was fun for you. I hope it was insightful. I hope it helps you like understand yourself in more ways. The more we understand ourselves, the more we are, we're in our power, truly. And realize, like, with astrology, it's never that the planets are controlling you. You always have the agency, you always have the power, you always have the control. It's about knowing, oh, what's the spectrum of this energy and where do I fall on it? And now I can make the choice so that I want to move myself along it. Yeah. All right, guys. There will be a recording. I'm going to pop it up probably as is right on YouTube, and I'm going to do that like today. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I do natal chart readings. Yes, I do. Yeah, I read, what I pull in the chart, I do whole signs, some Placidus, depending on it, do the medical, do the spiritual. I really focus on like your spiritual growth so that we can have lives that are more joyful and less out of pain. I don't predict if there's a medical situation or condition that's already presented itself, we can explain it. But I don't do predictions in that regard, so I don't think that's beneficial to plant seeds. And yeah, it's really the emphasis is really on how can you spiritually grow in this lifetime? Have more peace, find more joy, And it tends to be like oriented around like, here are the things you need to stop doing. And that would be my Mars and Saturn in Libra, like balance, relationships, collective. And it's like Mars is that go-getter, like just do it attitude. Saturn is like, okay, and here's a structure for being able to do that thing. I also have Pluto there. Somebody else did too. I also have Pluto there, which is like, let's go deep, let's penetrate, let's get to the core of this issue. So those are the ways that I look at the chart, because I want people to experience more joy. Yeah, like truly. Like we were supposed to have really good lives. And I think it helps people resolve, it helped me too, resolve childhood traumas. When you can kind of see the thread of your chart with your guardians or whoever was in your early environment, and you can extend more compassion, but not from this place of like, I feel obligated to extend compassion and forgiveness, but because you now understand like, oh, you know what, everyone is really doing the best they can. They really are doing the best they can with what they have. And then also there's no, and I said this in the last one too, there's no wrong way to live a life. And if our souls are infinite. So it's like, think of a lifetime as an adventure. Like, I'm here for an adventure. And this is it's significant in the embodiment of it now, but it's also as insignificant as a grain of sand when you think of it in the context of the entire ocean, you know? So it's like, it helps you let go of some of the wounds and move forward. Yeah. Christine said, it came privately. I need a private session. My older sister and I are both Taurus, and I cannot figure her out. Yeah, April, May. And then it's also looking at, unless you're twins, I mean, the planets are likely in completely different places between you and your sister. So you have a similar sun, but everything else can be different. And then when you add in the planets, it's like, oh, all of the generalizations kind of go out the window, because all the planets will color the sign in really different ways. But then that makes sense too, because Taurus and Taurus, like, you both have really strong ideas. And knowing that a lot of, our programming comes from our childhoods, this is something that I learned about my sister and I. We have very different experiences of our parents. Same house, very different experiences. If you moved, like, that could be a factor. If like you grew up in one house, but your sister grew up in another, your early environment, that third house, completely different. How you perceive the world, completely different. And Taurus is like, that stability is, this is how I know the world. Y'all are butting heads because you know the world in very different ways. And it's okay, because there's no wrong way to live a life, and there's no wrong way to see the world. Like, there's no wrong way to grow. People cannot grow. We see that all the time. It's totally cool. There's no source putting down a hammer saying you didn't do your life right. That is a false belief. There's no one doing that. We are the judges of our own lives, and we tend to teach judgment, but judgment's not actually coming from source. You're free. You're free to do what you want, good or bad, because we're the only ones saying this is good, this is bad. It would be boring if we all did the same things. Think about it like that too. That was something that my mother told me. I was like, why can't everybody, I think I was like a teenager, why can't everybody just think this way? And she's like, because the world would be boring, and it would be. So all of the people in everyone's lives that irritate you, just think about them like, you just add spice to life. Thank you. Yes, my email is, I'll put it in the chat. Oops, nope, everyone. That's my email address in the chat if you want it. And if I could give us a takeaway to continue exploring our charts, what would it be? I would really start with the North Node. I really, really would. I cannot emphasize that enough. It's so eye-opening. And then you can start to study the planets. Study the planets probably more than the signs. Like, this is fun, but study the planets more than signs, and then really start to see notice the people in your life and see how does the planet energy show up? What's the pattern and what's the spectrum look like? Like, oh, that's what Saturn looks like. Like, that's what Mars looks like in action. And that helps you understand the energies better. But I would definitely start with the North Node. And additional books. They're all so different. It depends, medical astrology or just like general astrology. Let me know, Lee, what kind of book? Yeah, and you can unmute themselves if you want to ask that way. General astrology, mainly spiritual. I really like this one. Kind of. This is Astrology, a Cosmic Science by Isabel Hickey. I like it. I do like it. There's some things that I don't like, but I do like it. But that's also a part of it too, is like, as you get into it, you're going to receive your own insights about it. So to some degree, it's like, understand the energy of the planets and then see how they play out in people. Like, I think that's the best study, is to like start collecting your friends' charts because you know them well. Your friends, your family, of course, study your own. Sometimes that's a little harder because you're like it's me. Whenever you can study your friends and your family and like really focus, like, okay, I'm just gonna focus on Saturn. I love Saturn's energy. So I'm gonna study Saturn for a little bit, and then I'm gonna move on to Mars and study that one a little bit, and just see how it plays out. Ask people questions about their life. That's gonna give you the most information about how they are falling on the spectrum of the energy. And then keep in mind too, like, everything is in evolution. So has anyone read Chani Nicholas's book? I haven't read it. Yeah, that's a very good book. Yeah, I have that book. I think it's downstairs though. That's a very good book. It's a good spiritual book. It's not just focused on astrology. Maybe she has a section on astrology. I don't know. How's Chani's book? Like, some of the older astrologers, it's also about like where people are in their evolutionary process and like what they see in the cosmos, and then our outer planets like Uranus and Neptune and Pluto. Those bring generational waves. So like, go to some of the old astrologers and like you'll see the tone really changes. And then some of the new ones too. Like, I haven't read Chinese book, but I've heard that it's really good. But it's really like, see what shows up in you, like through you as you observe people. That's the best teacher. And trust your own insights and your own instincts. Yeah. But for now, all the Gemini sons, give me a hashtag. Give us the hashtag in the chat, #Gemini, if this is your birthday season. And in this workshop, what we're going to cover is Gemini Energy 101, what the energy is all about, Gemini through the 12th houses. So everyone can really see how this energy plays out. Look at all the birthday people. Happy birthday. How this energy plays out in your life based on your chart placement. It's not just being a Gemini sun. We all have all the energies. Body parts that are ruled by Gemini, self-care practices that help to balance Gemini energy, herbal medicine for Gemini, an herbal blend I include, and we'll talk about a couple of the planetary transits and Gemini intentions. That I can't set intentions for you, but I can give you a starting point to set your own Gemini intentions. Gemini is in all of us. It's in you, it's in me, it's in everyone. I know a lot of the astrology apps really only show the signs that have planets in them, which makes it seem like if you don't have a planet in that particular sign, that you don't have its energy. This is not the case. You have, I have, we all have all of the signs, all of the energies, all of the planets. Take notes. It's going to be kind of fast paced, but again, I will post the replay on YouTube and let you guys know when it's up. So Gemini is the third sign of the zodiac, ruled by the planet Mercury and associated with the third house. Seasonally, this would be the end of spring, beginning of summer, that transitional period in between seasons, where the weather is kind of harder to predict. And coming right after Taurus, which is the sign of possessions and like finding material security, Gemini is the first place in the chart where the development of the conscious mind takes place. Gemini is where our intellect is formed. It's not so much like intellectual capabilities. We're all intellectual, but the house position of Gemini in one's chart tells us how the intellect is colored. It tells us the lens through which a person forms ideas and perceptions about the world. The symbol of Gemini is the twins. Gemini is all about duality. Some people like to think of this energy as like light and shadow sides of us, the dark and the light. I prefer to think of it as our spiritual self and our physical self. We are all from source energy and extensions of source energy. So if you were to envision for a moment like a bubble, and this bubble represents source energy. Now we know that source energy, God, universal energy, whatever you want to call it, it's infinite, can't be contained in a bubble. But for the sake of this analogy, we need a container. So we're a part of source energy and we live in the bubble. Our ancestors, every living thing is also in the bubble, all a part of source. We are indistinguishable from source when we are in spirit. Now, when you incarnate into a physical body, you leave the bubble, and so does some of your consciousness. Not all of it, though, because it can't be contained inside of a physical body. But while some of you is in physical form, the larger part of who you are is still in source and always connected to source. So imagine from your physical body, there's a tube like an umbilical cord that's attached to you and also to source. This connection remains constant throughout your lifetime. So think of Gemini twin energy as one twin is the part of you that's still in source, in the bubble, and the other twin is the part of you and your consciousness that's here in the physical body. Gemini is the I think energy, ruled by the planet Mercury. Gemini is logical, and where we begin to understand how things around us are in relationship together. Mercury is the messenger of the gods. It is the messenger between you, a lowercase y, and you, an uppercase y. So when people talk about, Gemini suns being two-faced, maybe it's in a deceitful way, but I like to give everyone the benefit of the doubt and try to understand the underlying energy better. Gemini is the first place in the chart where we all begin to understand that there's more to the world than what we see with our five senses. If the twins represent you in the physical body and you still connected to source, Gemini has two levels of perspectives to contend with, reconcile, and try to understand their world through. The Gemini mind is like a ping pong match inside of infinity mirrors. Like if you've ever seen a ping pong competition video clip, like the ball is going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth so rapidly you can hardly keep up. Now imagine that rapid fire mental movement happening inside of one of those mirror illusion rooms. It's a ping pong match that goes on forever. So this is what it's like inside of the Gemini thought process. The ping pong represents the thoughts. The Gemini mind has the incredible ability to see like how a decision will play out many, many steps ahead. And it can see that outcome for almost like every possible option within said decision. So to give an example, it's probably not a great one, but to give an example, like say a college student is trying to pick a major and there are 5 that the person is considering. The Gemini mind for that person, it's going to take every one of those options and think about how it will play out all the way to their grave. Like if the person chooses psychology, then what's the grad school I'm going to attend? What kind of clients am I going to see? How much am I going to charge? Where am I going to get my PhD? What school will I attend for that? Will I have a family? How will I navigate family and work and having a practice? They're going to go all the way through this timeline. Do I need a nanny? What are the books I'm going to publish? And keep in mind, in this example, the person is a freshman in college, but they've gone all the way to their midlife or beyond. And then being able to do that, having the mental capacity to do that for all of these possibilities and all of these decisions. And because they can see how choices can play out, it often creates this incessant second guessing when decisions finally need to be made. And should I have done this instead is a common response the next day after the Gemini mind makes a decision. But it's not a bad thing at all to be forward thinking. Gemini is mentally agile, quick, mentally restless, loves to explore various topics, and enjoys the variety that comes with being introduced to and considering different perspectives. Gemini can connect the dots very quickly. Some people are great at chess because they can see the next 3-4 moves that are going to play out. Gemini is like already on to the next 3 or 4 matches when it's still in the current one. Like, it's brilliant, brilliant energy. But here's the thing about Gemini, it gets really ahead of itself in thinking so far down the line. It's kind of the human way, the way of the personality, that twin, to eventually come to a conclusion that's unfavorable. Brene Brown calls it foreboding joy. Like, we can't help but think of the potential challenges that may arise as we play these decisions out mentally. And since Gemini naturally thinks about potential outcomes of like so many decisions, it can get paralyzed in the decision-making process. It can waver and vacillate to the point where it just drives itself crazy. Gemini is the sign that is prone the most to experience mental breakdowns. And when Gemini energy, though, is balanced, it's mentally alert, it's quick thinking, it's active, it's curious, communicative, friendly, perceptive, and embracing of change. When Gemini energy is imbalanced, it's restless with no staying power, negative, nervous, unable to form close relationships with others, and will overthink itself into overwhelmment. I don't even know if that's a word, but I like using it. Panic, and even breakdown. Gemini is gifted in writing, speaking, and with numbers. However, when it's most balanced, it's really able to express these gifts more freely and more coherently. So if we go back to remembering that one twin is you, like in the physical body, you with the lowercase y, and the other twin is the larger part of who you are, the you that's forever connected to source, the you with an uppercase y. While it's the tendency of the personality, the physical you, to think your way into something bad happening, source in you doesn't do that. The part of you that's forever connected to source and has access to universal consciousness is essentially all-knowing, doesn't think about the potential bad things that can happen. It doesn't think that challenges are bad at all, because that larger part of who you are knows that everything is working out for your highest good, no matter what decision you make. There's no judgment in that source consciousness. It's all purely, positively, unconditionally loving. And this is what needs to be remembered with Gemini energy. You have the advantage of being able to handle multiple perspectives. You can mentally juggle, but you've got to remember to allow the perspective that's streaming from source energy in too. Because when you allow your mind to only think from the human perspective, at some point, everything is going to feel overwhelming. It's going to feel like no matter what decision you make, it's going to lead to something bad. Gemini energy has to learn to stop the ping pong, at least slow it down, let go and let God. Make your decision and let the chips fall as they may. Because according to like source's perspective, there's no wrong path, there's no wrong way, there's no terrible outcome. And even with all the potential outcomes that you can think of from your human perspective, the larger part of you, the you with the uppercase Y that's connected to source, that has access to infinitely more knowledge and information. So what really throws Gemini off balance is second guessing, because, it's not just second guessing on one thing. It's second guessing on everything that leads to overwhelmment, paralysis, powerlessness. It's fine to consider many possibilities. The gift is perspective, but the trap is uncertainty in thinking that there's one right way, one right decision, one truth, or one path only. And none of that is true. Just like with math, you know, we have this new math now where kids are learning how to add differently, and they're coming to the same conclusion, yet they've taken a different route to get there. Gemini has to be intentional about choosing a path and sticking to it and not letting doubt get the best of it. Also, distraction for Gemini can be a trap. I think that everyone in life, you know, really wants to accomplish big goals. And with Gemini, it definitely has to honor its needs to explore many subjects and many topics. Gemini is naturally curious, and you never want to diminish that. However, you know, the dipping your toe into things and being informed on many different subjects is what makes Gemini so relatable. But we want to remember that while we're honoring our curious natures, we want to develop some staying power and consistency to follow through and accomplish our big goals in life too. So now we're going to go look through Gemini, through the houses. And I want you to just keep the things that I said in mind as we're going around the chart, and where Gemini shows up for you in your chart if you have it. Where you see Gemini in your chart is where you have that curiosity, that friendliness, that restlessness, that brilliant mental capacity, the gift of perspective, an urge to communicate, and a tendency to ping pong. It's definitely a place where we're all learning to let go and let God. Here are the astrological houses. I'm going to go around the wheel and talk about what each house represents in a snapshot, and also like what it represents in terms of the area of life and personality that it represents, and then discuss what it means to have Gemini in that house, so everyone gets to see how Gemini shows up in them. So this is the first house. The first house is the place of action in our identities. It's the framework of who we are, our outlook on the world, and how we naturally demonstrate our identities. It also represents our appearance, our disposition and manner, our body's constitution, our natural forms of initiative, leadership, and how we naturally express ourselves. So Gemini on the ascendant, the rising sign, is the first house. It has a very mental and rational approach to life. It's an objective placement where, you know, there's analysis and perhaps over-analysis of everything that it sees. There's not much of a personal touch with this placement because the native is trying to understand like how the puzzle pieces fit together. But the puzzle's not a puzzle that Gemini like places itself into. Gemini is viewing and trying to understand the relationships of things outside of itself to some degree. It's a logical, rational approach to life, like not feeling centered, not passion centered. What's different about Gemini energy in comparison to Taurus, you know, which we talked about earlier this month, is that Gemini kind of takes a step back from situations where Taurus is very much so attached and possessive. This placement is butterfly-like in the sense that, you know, its presence is fleeting. Like just think of how a butterfly moves. The butterfly comes and goes, it explores the moment, it's curious, it's light, it draws an instant conclusion, and then it's kind of on to the next. Like you're not gonna get a warm, fuzzy feeling from the people that have this placement. It's pretty detached. Like if you have a Gemini rising friend or loved one, I do, it would be an appropriate response to wonder, you know, if that person kind of values your friendship or your relationship. And it's not that they're uncaring, it's just like not a heart forward sign. And as an air sign, it would kind of be like asking, like bringing that, being that heart forwardness, it would kind of be like asking a leaf to long for the tree after it's fallen in the fall. I hope that makes sense. Taurus rising, I kind of do the context of what's the rising sign as we go through the houses too. So the second house is the house of material security. It's how we feel secure and stable while being in these physical bodies and living on planet Earth in this lifetime. It's the tangible things that matter with this house that helps us to feel secure, like our resources, our money, possessions, the things we own and value, our spending and earning capacity, and our desire to control the things and people within our reach. Because if we can control them, then that helps us feel secure. It's also your giftedness too, and like how you can draw from your own innate personality and skills to create the things that help you feel materially secure. Gemini here is highly concerned about its financial security. That concern could manifest as worry or just as attention and awareness enough of the fact that it needs to make money, right? You may see people with this placement having multiple jobs or multiple streams of income. It's budgeting kind of energy where Gemini knows what's coming in, knows what's going out, and just like from a very logical place, like what's that math look like and does it make sense? Because this house also has implications about using our gifts to create our material security, the Gemini here fares well to be involved in jobs that allow it to communicate. It's a chatty sign, communicate with others, like service industries, speaking, writing, being involved in numbers. The third house, this house is all about how we think based on the people we associate within our early environment. In this house is how our assumptions and perceptions of our world were first created and how we exchanged and like assimilated information in that early environment. It's not so much whether or not someone's intelligent, it's more how you formed your unique intelligence. This house also signifies your early education and early learning environment, your siblings and your attitudes toward them, short journeys and trips, memory, perception, speech, how you express yourself through writing, speaking, and other forms of communication, and your taking for granted skills, because we often take for granted the things that are closest to us. And so someone with Gemini on the third house, which is this natural placement in the natural chart, that's like the person in the neighborhood who knows everybody. This is Gemini's natural placement. So it's home here and really perceives the world through the connections made within its immediate environment. The twin energy comes out and really being able to see all sides of every situation, but may likely, the person might likely have strong opinions in one particular perspective. It can be diplomatic, insightful, outgoing. This is the house of communication. So this person will likely dominate conversations. You may have a hard time getting a word in, but understand that it's not from a place of like not wanting you to speak. It's more like the person has a better understanding of what it thinks when it expresses it. Hope that makes sense. Like expression through talking, writing brings clarity to the thoughts. They are speaking and thinking at the same time and likely realizing like, oh, I have this opinion about it or this insight about it. Because keep remembering throughout that this is ruled by Mercury, the messenger of the gods. So that source insight might be more accessible to receive when a person has Gemini in the third. Fourth house, this house is all about home and domestic affairs, both the childhood home, like the home you grew up in or that environment you grew up in, and the home environment that you're likely to create as an adult. It's our family, our upbringing, our needs for privacy and peace, real estate, ancestry, lineage, the subconscious programming really that we learn from our family, and how do we feel about what we experienced with our families and what action do we take to perpetuate or release ourselves from those family records. With Gemini here, home for this person is kind of in two places. One is in their head and two is out and about. It's rational, right? Like to live in an abode, but that's not where necessarily home for Gemini is in this placement because there's not enough stimulation in the home. It's a place to rest, to recharge, regroup, but eventually their curiosity, that restlessness, and really longing to be stimulated in new ways by connecting with other people outside of the home is going to draw them out of the confines of the home. So the home is just like, it's the structure, but Gemini needs to get out, might not spend a lot of time there. The fifth house, this is the house of creativity. Another way to think of this house is like, what do you do that leaves your mark on the world? It's your, I was here and here's proof of my existence. It's your self-expression, the things that bear your name and personal stamp. For some, that's children. For others, like Ava DuVernay, the director, that's her films. It also represents love affairs, play, recreation, theater, drama, amusement. And in some ways, there's an underlying quality about our self-worth with this house because, you know, we tend to associate worth with what we can do, make, create. It's also the house of hidden karma because what you put out will likely return to you through that which you create. So Gemini on the 5th house, you know, if this native chooses to have children, it will likely relate to them, or at least want to relate to them on an intellectual level. They need to talk things out because the mind is the comfort zone for Gemini, not the heart. This person is so mental that, you know, expressing emotions is challenging. In terms of like other creations, I could see this person writing books for fun, being in the house of play, and like things that this person considers fun or things that stimulate the mind, reading, trivia. Also being the house of love affairs, Gemini here might really dig, polyamory. Gemini can juggle, have fun, just be forthcoming about it. 6th house, this is the house of health. This is the house of self-care, our capacity to handle the mundane, like day-to-day work. How do we adjust, resist, or become overwhelmed by the demands of life? Everything in this house is totally under your control because it's your management of your life. It's your work, your health, your food, your clothing, your comforts in life, your pets, your employer or employees, dependents, working conditions. What happens here basically determines how and if we are able to be of service to others from a place of fullness and not emptiness. Everything in this house contributes to basically our capacity to work, to serve, and to be healthy. So remember that, there's a direct relationship, we know this, between mental health and physical health. This house teaches us the importance of filling our cups first, like knowing your boundaries and your capacity and honoring your needs. Work is important to the person with Gemini in this placement. They take great pride in handling their responsibilities, yet as those responsibilities mount, this person can easily become overwhelmed by the day-to-day. What can seem like a small task to another person, this person with Gemini on the 6th might think about that small task and all the other small tasks and work that it has to do incessantly. It's the thinking about it incessantly that makes the work or the task seem bigger. And they're going to think about it pretty much until it's crossed off of the list. It's important for this person to use tools to replace that overthinking. Use your to-do lists, your project plans, get things out of the head and use all of the technology that we have available to us to your advantage. This person also likes variety in their day-to-day and will experience routine fatigue. That's a way in which this kind of Gemini placement, I want to say it needs variety, because when it starts to get bored, then it's likely to fall off of its routines that keep it healthy, right? So they have to spice up their workouts, change up their diet, change up their routines if they want to keep making sure that they have the capacity to serve. Then they know that they have to keep changing it up. Yeah. 7th house. This house is all about how we behave in one-to-one relationships, what we learn about ourselves in one-to-one relationships. And it's our closest relationships, like those with spouses, partners, and business partners, and known enemies. It's our marriages, partnerships, business relationships, like other close relationships. It's not family unless you also work with them. And it's not friends or acquaintances unless you also work with them. This house represents our cooperation with others who are close to us, or lack thereof cooperation. It's our we consciousness as opposed to the I am, which is the consciousness of the 1st house. So you are in partnership in this house, and it also rules the lower courts. Like, think about small claims courts. You're suing or being sued by someone close to you. This house is all about how you learn about yourself through your closest relationships. So the person with Gemini here might experience more than one, like, marriage or long-term partner in their lifetime. Again, this being the house of like one-to-one connections, and Gemini being kind of emotionally detached sign, affection could be a point of contention if they are partnering with folks who really value affection or like words of appreciation, like if those are their love languages. It doesn't mean it can't be learned. It's just something to be mindful of if you have this placement. I do actually. I have this placement. It's something to be mindful of with this placement, that to be more heart forward. This is the house of learning, like how to cooperate with others and to give and to receive. If this house is ruled by Venus, that's harmony. That's like mutually giving and receiving of love. So we have to make concessions without compromising our values. And we have to stretch ourselves in partnerships. And the Gemini person here has to stretch with their heart. 8th house. This house is really about how people save themselves. So think about the Christian expression, Jesus saves. Here, you save yourself. It is the house where people seek inner stability and emotional, like soul security. This is like people needing to know what's happening in my afterlife, right? And what can I do in my now, in my current life to secure my afterlife? So people seek that kind of soul security and inner stability through spiritual means, through magical means, through material means, meaning money. So some people turn to religion, some people turn to sex, some people turn to the occult, some people turn to money, like in the form of joint finances or loans, even inheritances. Like, where do you turn when you need to feel emotionally and spiritually secure? And it's also the house of like our really deeply felt personal experiences, our rebirths, and our inner deaths. Because when you really realize that what you've been turning to feel emotionally secure hasn't been serving you or working for you very well, then you have to let that die away so that a new pieces of you can be reborn. This house is the stormiest and probably most mysterious of all of the houses, because the underlying energy here is that of Scorpio, which is all about death, rebirth, transformation, and really like us figuring out how to be spiritually secure. It's like a battlefield between the soul and the personality in this house. Here I see Gemini, I see those Gemini twins going at it in a battle. One twin like wants to pursue the money or the sex or the magic or the occult, whatever it is, that path towards soul security. And the other twin really wants to rise higher and to know that salvation comes from within. This is a place where Gemini needs to find like a broader perspective of the world. It's not going to find the answers to life's why questions in money, like nobody is, in money, sex, or magic. It's only going to be through like deep transformation of the self. This house is the house where we have, you know, the experiences that change us forever. You know, you can't really predict what those will be, but you can kind of speak to the quality of them. And for Gemini here, you know, that dying is going to be some type of death to a mental record, you know, that's been playing in this person's head or in this person's belief system. This house always challenges our beliefs, and the struggle happens when we resist, like letting go of something that really doesn't serve us, but we've just been so attached, so conditioned to be attached to it. Here's the 9th house. The 9th house is all about now how we choose to learn about ourselves. It's the superconscious mind, the education that we choose, versus the 3rd house is like your, you know, this is like elementary education. This is your higher education. Education that you choose. So it's like, how are we going beyond our horizons for self-discovery, self-identification? So like moving from the 8th house of regeneration, death, and rebirth, this is the house where we say, okay, I'm reborn, and now what does this new me have to do? Like you need to learn about this new self in this new identity. So this house is associated with our religious and philosophical attitudes, foreign travel, and like long journeys, educational experiences that you choose, like higher education and apprenticeships. It's also our intuition, our spiritual visions, and the house of publication. It's the house of like self-understanding and those experiences that take you out of what you think you know. So the Gemini in this placement, you know, I could see a love of travel, because it would expose the person to new people from different backgrounds and cultures. This doesn't even like have to be international travel. Like the hunger to find stability in this new identity is insatiable. So they're going to want to explore the ways in which other people view and live life. Gemini has ideas for days. So some of those ideas, you know, that maybe weren't able to be fully explored because of those old beliefs from the 8th house that were hindering them, maybe now in the 9th house, they're going to be given some more space. This is the house where you realize that, you know, everything you thought about life is completely off, and you start educating yourself because to you, you know, you've entered a new world. You're in uncharted waters. So some of the things that you may once dismiss, you're now willing to pursue. Here's the 10th house. This house is all about what you do in the world. It's your house of career and vocation. It's the work you do to get paid and the work that you do. Also, like when you introduce yourself to others, like say you're at a networking event and if like fill in the blank, hey, I'm Selima and I'm an herbalist, astrologer, spiritual teacher. Like how do you fill in those blanks? The 10th house is our reputation, our position in the world, really like how the public views you and your calling or your contribution to society. And it's not necessarily one thing, but this is a forward-facing house and a house. And in regards to that, it's kind of a house of self-approval because we're seeking we kind of want the approval of those around us if it's the house of reputation. Gemini on the 10th may have multiple careers and vocations, but the common thread through them all is service towards others. Whether the career path, like whatever the career path, this person will be in contact with lots of people. And there will be variety within the work. This is how that restlessness gets satisfied, and the curiosity too. Even though it's like the same work, it needs to feel like it's every day is a different day. Like when Gemini gets bored, they bounce. This person, again, may have, you know, multiple jobs, one or more hobbies as well. Like there's just too much mental energy for this person to do repeated tasks or even like follow the same routine every single day. One of the students in herbal medicine for the soul has Gemini on the 10th, and she has been a nurse. She's been an entertainer, like a dancer. I can't even remember, but there were like 3 other careers. She's now in her 70s, but she's had 5 different careers. Just because, yeah, she needed to. That's Gemini on the 10th. House 11, this house is all about who we are in group settings. Like, do we feel secure and stable in ourselves? Like when we're around friends, acquaintances, or in other group settings? Are we only secure when we're around like-minded people? It's the house of how we learn about who we are when we're in the us collective situation. It's associated with our group involvement, our friendships, our social relationships, and it's also like our creative group expression and humanitarian ideals and like global awareness. So it's our hopes and our wishes and our projects and ambitions for the collective, and where we feel we're most like self-satisfied, because it's kind of like that save the world energy where we all innately like want to do something good that will change the world. Gemini here, super friendly, makes friends everywhere they go. There's a carefree, like playfulness energy to this placement. The person brings the lightheartedness to the group dynamic, maybe even some comedy. And while like mentally brilliant, this person like easily makes connections faster than most within the group, like sees what the collective needs to do, and but also needs to let everyone else get there and not like steal a show. I say steal a show because Gemini on the 11th means that Leo is on the 1st and Leo is the sun. So there's a natural shining of this placement and a natural leadership in it too. The only thing is, because you get there so much faster, it's just letting people catch up before you chime in and say, this is what we need to do. because just everyone's just not there yet. They need like a couple more minutes, maybe a couple more days, maybe a couple more meetings. So I can see this person like not necessarily getting impatient, but because they've reached the conclusion so much sooner than everyone else, you might see them tune out while they wait for everyone else's mind to kind of catch up. Like they're just mentally steps ahead. 12th house. Tamika, I have this 11th house placement and my, yeah, that's a good luck charm too, part of fortune. 12th house, this house is all about what lies in our subconscious and what needs to be awakened so that we can like journey onto the next life, this next soul cycle and our evolution. Imagine with this house that there is a large body of water, but it's not an ocean. It's a pond, it's a lake, and there is a ripple that you see on the surface of the water, and you're like, where did that come from? I don't see any animals. You don't know the source of that ripple. And that's what this house is like. It's the things that are of an unknown source. They're hidden from the surface, but they're so ingrained in us, like we really barely notice they're unfolding, but they show up in bothersome ways in our lives, calling for our attention. Just because something's beneath the surface, you know, it doesn't mean that it's unreachable. This house is affiliated with the subconscious mind, our spirituality and our psychic abilities, our unconscious habits, and it's the house of like our own confinement, hospitals, prisons, our self-undoing. Its influences are not necessarily under our control, but they require our transcendence. This is where the twins, you know, that are connected, the twin that's connected to source can kind of be center stage for the Gemini. Too bad it's below the surface, right? And like Gemini placement here is very intuitive, has more access to its feelings. It can be hard for Gemini here to know the difference between thoughts that it is thinking and feelings that it's feeling. Like they seem the same, but they're not. Thoughts create emotion, which lead to sensations, to the sensations of feelings. There are steps from thoughts to feelings. In Gemini, because it's so quick, you know, it like really has to be deliberate about witnessing those steps within itself. Thought, then emotion, then feeling. This placement has to learn to kind of turn off the mind, really like pretend that the mind is a switch, visualize when it's time for rest and bed, like flipping the switch. I also feel like dream work to receive those messages from the twin, you know, that's connected to source, receive those messages, having them come through with more clarity, with more direction. That would reduce some of Gemini's like natural anxiety. All right, so how do we use Gemini energy for good? You know, as I mentioned before, you know, Gemini, the gift of Gemini is perspective. It's just recognizing the source of that perspective. The gift of perspective is knowing like, when do you zoom in? When do you zoom out? When do you need to look up close? And when do you need to get a bird's eye view of a situation? To zoom in would mean that you think about it longer, you gather opinions, you research, you look at it from different angles. To zoom out means that you don't need to be in the details. And the way that you know whether or not it's time to zoom in or zoom out is based on how you feel. Which perspective creates more of that ping pong mind, more anxiety, more overwhelmment? When you feel that happening, it's time to change the perspective. You know, the negative emotion means that you've tuned more into the personality twin and not the soul twin that's always connected to source. Like you're relying on the perspective of your humanness more than the perspective of your beingness. And here's the medical astrology for Gemini. So in medical astrology, like all of the signs have rulerships over body parts, and the planets, which we don't go into detail here, though it kind of changes a lot, rule the physiology and the pathology of what's happening in the body. The planets, like they alter the function of those body parts in different ways. But I'm just going to talk about the sign and what are some of the common ailments that can be present for Gemini. Gemini rules the shoulders, the lungs, the arms, the hands, the fingers, the central nervous system. breathing, sensory receptors for like our heat, pressure, taste, etc. The tubes and tunnels and connectors in the body, like the fallopian tubes, the urethra, blood capillaries, thymus gland, the upper ribs, and it also rules the inhaled breath, whereas Sagittarius, its opposite sign, rules the exhaled breath. Gemini imbalances can manifest as pulmonary diseases, pneumonia, pleurisy, bronchitis, asthma, and inflammation of the pericardium, lung conditions, breathing difficulties, shoulder, arm, and hand problems, blockages, kinking or spasming with those tubes like erratic menstrual flow or fallopian tube blockage, hearing problems, speech challenges, learning difficulties, blood capillary disorders, insomnia, mental breakdown. That's like the mental breakdown is just kind of like system overload. It's just completely overwhelmed. So what balances Gemini energy? What does energy need for balance? Like breathing exercises are essential for Gemini and the respiratory system. When oxygenation of the blood is impaired, a person will feel mentally dull and tired amongst other sensations. Meditation, because that excessive worrying, that like high mental activity and mental excitement is really detrimental to this person's health and nervous system. Enjoy walking because it connects you with nature. Hatha yoga would be a good practice because it connects you with your breath, and weightlifting because it connects you with your body. Anxiety produces constriction in the muscles, which leads to feeling cold because the blood, which warms the body, is being restricted. So warm clothing would be beneficial for circulation. Animal foods only when necessary, and really foods that nourish the mind and the nerves, and they're warming and they're grounding, like whole grains, root vegetables, soups and stews. Some of this also depends on the orientation of, like how many planets you have in Gemini, the orientation of your rising sign. And when you think about Gemini in your chart, ask yourself, where is it hard for me to be one thing because I overthink? And, the consideration of perspectives is important, but you don't want that ping pong match to go on, because like really once you're in that spiral of anxiety and feeling overwhelmed, it's a lot harder to slow the momentum down. So mindfulness is really, really important for Gemini energy. Herbal blends. So with our herbal medicine, Gemini being ruled by Mercury, which also has larger rulership over the nervous system, benefits from nervines, herbs that tone, strengthen the nerves. We want our nervines that are more on the relaxing and sedating end of the spectrum and not the ones that are stimulating. Also, Gemini would benefit from pulmonary tonics, or herbs that support the respiratory system, as well as our circulatory stimulants if that coldness is really present. Here's a blend that's generally safe for most. I like to keep it simple, especially if people are new to taking plants, and if you desire to take this blend like therapeutically, which would be right around 3 cups a day for 3 months or longer. This is generally safe for most people. Milky oats. This is the oatmeal plant, but this is the oat tops. And the milky oat tops, they're a nervous system restorative, really nutritive, calming without being sedating, but also like repairing to the nervous system. Moistening with Gemini energy, it's drier in terms of like if you think of our constitutions, they're hot, cold, damp, dry. Mercury is more on the drier side, and Gemini would be colder side. So it's moistening, and it helps you sleep better and helps you recover from periods of very high stress. And milky oats, it's oatmeal, but it's not the oatmeal. It's the oats. You can take this in large amounts and feel safe doing so. Mullein is a respiratory system tonic. It clears the coughs and bronchial congestion, and just overall supports the health of the respiratory system. It has other benefits. All of these plants have lots of other benefits too. I'm just kind of giving you what's relevant to our Gemini energy. It aids with nervousness and insomnia as well. And again, is a plant that can be taken safely for most long periods of time. If you're on medications, just shoot me an email and let me know. I'll do some quick research to see if your medications are contraindicated with these plants, but for the most part, you should be good to go. And then I added a pinch of rosemary leaf. Leave it out if you're pregnant. But rosemary is a circulatory stimulant, so it's warming and it's going to help bring the blood to the capillaries. Like, it also lifts mental fog. We don't really, if it's not really the same as like drug antidepressants, but for the lack of having a better term, it's antidepressant. It improves memory, digestive function, it's a nervine, and it's a full body tonic. So if you were to create a blend and you were going to make, let's say you were going to make 3 cups at once, I would do probably a tablespoon of milky oats, a tablespoon of mullein, and this is dried. It changes if you have fresh plant, and a half a teaspoon of rosemary leaf. And I would pour fresh boiled hot water over that 3 cups. Don't use the microwave, and let it steep. You can let it steep for a minimum of 20 minutes, but it can steep longer. It can steep much longer. You can let it steep overnight. Strain. You can add honey, lemon if you like, and yeah, and you can drink that for, like I said, most people for long periods of time. You can take that therapeutically and feel pretty good. And if anyone decides to make it, let me know. I want to know how you feel. 2020 transits. Venus stations and turns direct on June 25th in Gemini. I think that Venus is the planet of love and of harmony. And it turning direct, I think, helps that Gemini detachment, helps the Gemini flow better within relationships. So knowing that it's going direct in Gemini, that can ease some of the tension that we might be feeling right now with Venus in retrograde. And then the sun in Sag. I always like to include transits about the opposite sign, and Gemini and Sag are on opposite poles. So where Gemini is that twin energy, Sagittarius is the seeker, but it's also, go from the twins to the archer and think of what it's like to have your bow and arrow ready to go and hit your target. Think about yourself in that regard in terms of the Sagittarius energy, where it's more directed and it's more pointed, and Gemini is more varied and like perspective driven. So just be mindful of when the sun enters Gemini, enters Sagittarius too. And then Gemini intentions. So I can't think of intentions for you, but here were some starting points that I thought of. When I control my thinking, I have greater control of my health. I can let source speak louder than my mind. And you can replace, source, God, universe, spirit, whatever your preference is. I will let go, let God, and let the chips fall as they may. Everything is working out for my highest good anyway. I like my cheesy little rhymes. And that's it, guys. Herbal Medicine for the Soul, that's my online mentorship program. I'm probably not going to keep this slide up very long because I want to pull up the charts that I pulled. But if you, as I pull up these charts and you read what you get in the program, yeah, just shoot me an email if you're interested. Now I'm looking for the charts I pulled up. And if you have any other questions, feel free. Kelly said, it's emotionally overwhelming to hear my own body's reactions repeated back, to hear there is a reason and there is a treatment. All right, I'm gonna stop this share. And is Dion here? Dion was one of the charts. that I pulled. Let me close my PowerPoint. Dion might not be here, but I can still talk about it. The person is, you can, oh yes, you're here. Let me find you. Hey Dion, I think, oh, can I unmute you? I can't unmute you, but you can, I think you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, for a second I couldn't. I was like, I'm here.
You're here? Okay, good.
Hey.
Let's pull it up. Okay, does everyone see Dion's chart? Somebody give me a thumbs up. Okay, cool. This is you. I'm only gonna point about 3 or so things out. What's your preferred pronoun, Dion? Might not be there. Okay. What did I see on this chart? Taurus rising with Gemini on the 2nd house. Sun and Venus in Gemini, which is great. Like that makes this person less emotionally detached. Like the Venus really, and they're like, no, they're right on top of each other. The Venus really supports emotions being more free flowing, and probably making someone just relate better to people. Definitely money matters matter. And Dion, you can confirm or deny any of this. With Taurus being on the rising, you know, Taurus has the energy of accumulation, and where Taurus is anyway, it's about wherever Taurus shows up, there's concern about material like security, even when it's not in the 2nd house of material security. So there's definitely an orientation towards like money. I wonder how many jobs you have or how many streams of income that are coming in. It's going to be varied. Like there's got to be pools to pull from, several pools to pull from with this placement. And also that like just keen knowing of like what's going in and what's going out. And likely where some people, I'm kind of like this, like I spend, I can spend very freely knowing that I have the faith, the knowing that it'll be replaced. But Taurus and Gemini are gonna be like, nah, bruh, I need to know that that's in the bank account. I'm not waiting on, I'm not waiting on the invisible to appear, if that makes sense. North Node in Capricorn, that's always really intriguing to me. Oprah has a North Node in Capricorn. Ava DuVernay has a North Node in Capricorn. It's not really a stellium, but you have a couple more planets in Capricorn in the 9th house. North Node is a really great piece to look at for anybody's chart. I think I talked about this last week or last workshop. If you can do research on your North Node, do it, because it's a really good starting point where it shows you like where your soul is growing or going to in this lifetime and what patterns you're ideally trying to adopt and others that you're trying to let fall away. So and it's like the highest qualities of the North Node, which is, this is the little t, and the South Node is opposite. It's going to be in Cancer. So the South Node in Cancer, like that's more nurturing, more embracing, very absorbing of energy, and it's probably the absorbing of energy that is to fall away, but keeping that nurturing, that mothering, that's already a natural tendency, and adding the boundaries that Capricorn has. So this is like learning about boundaries, yes, in relationships, but also in how you orient your life. So this is the house of higher learning. So boundary, like you need structure in order to, like this would be kind of like I'm going to grad school energy versus I'm going to self-study, if that makes sense, with the Capricorn North Node in the 9th. Saturn's always an interesting point on everybody's chart. Know where your Saturn is. Saturn rules Capricorn and it rules Aquarius. And it is the planet of structure. We're seeing the dismantling of many of our systems. Saturn was just transiting Capricorn and is now transiting Aquarius. So we're seeing the dismantling of many of our structures and seeing where the fractures are. But in the body, Saturn always constricts the energy. So for often in many people's charts, Saturn can be one of the first places you look at for health reasons. Saturn and Mars. Saturn restricts fluid flow, so it makes the tissues colder. It slows down the functioning of the organs. And so this is Saturn in Aquarius. That's circulation. Yeah, tell me if you run cold. And then what else did I want to mention on this chart? Oh, I did have a question too. If you experience headaches, Mars in Aries often produces headaches, and Aries in the 12th house. I'd be curious to know if you experience headaches so you can verify or not. And if you don't worry about it. Okay. Wow, okay, yes to headaches, good. Or not good, but thank you for verifying. Let me think. Yeah. How's that? What's the next one? Is Maisha here? Let me look in the chat. Yeah, she's here. Oh, what's your preferred pronoun? She, her, okay. This is your chart. Oh, a couple of interesting things, lots of interesting things. Of course, your eye is like immediately drawn to this cluster of planets in the 9th and the 8th house. And I was more drawn to this Taurus, which it also made me look down here at your elements. So having like, the elements is a good place to study in your chart too. When there's less fire, we're looking at, and Saturn is not a strong placement in where it is. So if we're looking at less fire, like our fire element is like our zest for life. It's our ideas, like feeling inspired, our assertiveness and like go forwardness. Yeah, our joy. So with people who have less fire in their charts, they might almost like brainstorming would be a very good activity to help people stimulate just like excitement over life. Like excitement might be a harder emotion to access. I'll put it like that. And in some regards, maybe joy and hopefulness. But what's really powerful about, and less water too. And it's your midheaven's in Cancer, but Uranus is in, where's Uranus? Uranus is in Scorpio, but Uranus is an outer planet. So also having like less of an emphasis in water, it's harder to access emotion. It's harder to relate to people on the emotional level, and to like, I don't want to say empathize, but empathize. And what was brilliant about this chart is that what I liked about it, you can confirm or deny, was the ability, having the excess in air and in earth, that's really being able to bring ideas into the material. And like so many people, like people have an excess in earth, they're very mentally oriented, objective, ideas for days, thoughts for days. But without that earth element, it's like we're unable to ground it into the physical, right? She says, I'm the innovator. Absolutely. Being able to say, oh my goodness, I have this brilliant idea, and not just talk about it, but to actually make it happen. Like the earth element is how, like Capricorn is like why we have roads and systems and businesses. All of the earth elements help us bring things into the physical. So yeah, I thought that was really cool. That was a cool emphasis, having the earth and the air. Cancer in the midheaven. This is your midheaven. Where your midheaven is in your chart, it's usually in the 10th, sometimes it's in the 9th. Think of that place as like, if you had a vision of yourself as a young child and you were like, oh, this is the embodiment of like who I want to be. That's like the point of like self-actualization. It's like everything that I thought I could be and wanted to be, I see myself becoming. And Cancer there rules mass consciousness. Definitely see like what work do you do, Maisha, if you want to share? Because I saw public service. Work that's supporting others, but also in a big way. You can let me know. Nonprofit consultant. Cool. Yeah. What else did I see? Oh, I'd be interested to know, and you don't have to share because it's getting all up in your business, but where Chiron shows up, we always have a wound. And Chiron's the wounded healer. And sometimes we focus so much on the fact that it's a wound, it's going to be a pain point in someone, wherever you are, wherever Chiron is in your chart, it's going to be a pain point. But I really like to emphasize that it's a place from which you can almost, well, I don't know if you can guarantee everyone lives their life the way they live their life, but there is an opportunity to really learn from that wound and to be able to help and support others in the same way that you were harmed. It's not necessarily a harming by others, but in the same way that you had this painful experience, you can now illuminate a path for other people to heal from a similar wound. And so I thought that was interesting with this cluster of planets and Chiron and Taurus in the 8th house. It kind of made me think of, and I'm not predicting, but what it made me think of is like, oh, like almost someone losing all of their fortunes. That because Taurus is so accumulating and money oriented, that it's like, oh, I'm going to make sure that I get all of mine and that I'm totally financially secure. And then having Chiron there. That's what made me think of, but do not take that in. That's not a seed. I'm not planting it or plugging it in your experience. It's just what made me think of. But whatever that wound is, those are deeply felt experiences that are going to stay with you. And then, Crystal. Hold on. Crystal, Crystal, Crystal. Crystal and I go way back. Let me hear your voice. Oh, it's not unmuting.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How are
Hey,
you? Hi.
it's good to see you.
Thank you.
Long
Good to see you too. Oh my gosh. Looks like chaos.
And okay, what did I see in your chart? Oh yes, all this Gemini in the 11th. So yeah, I definitely was like, oh yeah, brilliant mind in the room. Everybody's brilliant, but Gemini in the 11th in the group dynamic. Remember, I talked about like that person comes to the conclusions the quickest. And Mercury is here. Mercury is in a home sign. So that makes, it's like just rapid fire on top of rapid fire mental movement. And what was really cool about this is that you have Saturn here. So you know how like people can get together with their friends and just like talk and brainstorm, or whatever the group collective is, you can just talk and brainstorm and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. This energy is like, okay, but what are we going to do about it? Like what is the action that we're taking, and what are the boundaries that, you know, we need? Like what's the structure that we need so that we can actually make something happen? And what I really like about the 11th house in general is that it shows you where you're needed in the group. And so with people who like almost tend to, especially if you have like a sun in hidden behind the clouds in the 12th house, sometimes people don't see how valuable they are to the group. And the 11th house is the place where the collective needs, whatever your sign energy is, the collective needs that. And so, and you have your part of fortune here, which is just like a good luck charm. So it's like every group needs a crystal. Yeah, I thought that was a really cool emphasis on your chart. And then because it's oriented where you have Leo on the rising, even if you didn't want to participate in the group, it wouldn't matter because people are going to be drawn to you and be like, what do you think? Like, it's not really a place that you can withhold and you shouldn't, because the group needs your contribution. I always like people to think about that 11th house and think about how, like, whatever you bring is exactly what the group needs. And then another North Node in Capricorn. It's amazing energy. There's this natural, like, nurturing from Cancer, this natural, like, embracing of people, a mothering quality. It doesn't have to be mothering of your own children, but I was in your YPD crew, so I know.
I was like, this is my life.
Yeah. Like, just someone who naturally embraces and cares for others. And then having Venus there, which is even more supportive of that, and Mars there, which is like almost like that. You're gonna be that first person. Like, if you see a child suffering, you'll be that first person to go to that person's aid. Because Mars is quick to act.
Yeah.
But on that pole of Capricorn and North Node, there's a learning of boundaries in relationships. And because it's in the 6th house, there's also a learning of boundaries within your day-to-day management of life. Like, you like not taking on, because everything is the pole too. Like, we have all the energies, but even within the Capricorn, we have the Cancer. Within the Cancer, we have the Capricorn, and the same for all the opposite signs. So there's also like the quality of knowing the boundaries of how to nurture yourself, knowing when almost like when to let people figure their own stuff out too.
Yeah.
And not running to their aid too quickly, because that doesn't give an individual the chance to step up and step into their own power. So that was an interesting piece about your chart. And then another Chiron and Aries. I was like, oh, there's a wound to education. Or how you learn about yourself. And maybe, do you experience headaches?
Not that often, no.
Okay, good. Yeah. That was it.
Oh, cool.
All right, guys. I'm gonna turn my video back on. Anyone have any other questions? Here we go. Hello. I don't want to unmute all, but there you go. You can now unmute yourself if you want to chime in and chat.
Hello.
Thank you, Victoria. Hey, who's chatting?
That was me, I guess. Kelly?
Hi, Kelly.
I was drawn to this because of the timing, between at the time when I saw your post on Nextdoor, there was just a pandemic. And then now with all the lovely reemergence of racism, which was never gone. We all know that. But, it's like the perfect storm right now. And you had mentioned a herbal drink with the milky oat, the millet, and the rosemary. Do you have any other suggestions? My Gemini sign is in the 8th house. So like nervousness and stuff like that, that's big for me.
Yeah, I like the blend that I created for the group because I'm really big on like knowing more about a person's constitution, your medications, your diet, like herbs are like, we've just been so conditioned to think that herbs can be used like drugs, how they match with symptoms. And especially to recommend something that you would likely want to take long term, I would need to know a little bit more about you. But definitely try the blend because it's mostly, as like I said, it's mostly safe for everyone. Like there's not too many constitutions that would be would have a bad reaction to that particular blend. And milky oats is like really nutritive for the nervous system.
Okay.
So you can do oat straw or you can do milky oats, but milky oats, the milky oat tops is more nervy, and it's not like I guess it could be depending on how long you popped it or make it, but it's not like sedative where like our skull cap or our valerian can knock you out, but it's more rejuvenative and restorative. Yeah.
Would you say this is something that you can drink about? Because you mentioned that it's calming, but it's not sedative, so you can have it throughout the day without necessarily trying to have it at night before you go to bed.
Yeah. Right.
Another one. So if anybody else has a question.
Another one that's generally safe for many is skull cap. And just energetically think of exactly what its name is, just putting a cap on the head, like stopping the momentum of the thoughts, like just stop. Contraindicated during pregnancy. Don't take it like with medications. And also like lavender on your pillow, lavender essential oil in your temples, like use the aromatherapy. You can use rosemary essential oil too. It's more stimulating, but it's like, you want to feel that burst of mental clarity, you can sip some rosemary.
Yep.
Yeah, I hope that helps. Or you can also just email me and let me know if you have medication.
Your email address was located, it's got to be in here somewhere.
I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming.
Oh, no, I was excited.
Yay. Okay, my email is in the chat. I don't sell the blend, but I can if you don't have access to it.
Hello.
Hi.
It's Kimberly.
Hi, Kimberly.
I just wanted to thank you, first of all, for doing this. This is, well, the reading of the charts is kind of new, but I didn't know if you were going to read everybody's, but I was interested in getting mine read. I sent you my information, but I didn't know.
Yeah, it was just a few because we would be here. And that's just like a snippet. To get like an in-depth reading, I typically spend about 6 hours in somebody's chart. Okay. It's really like oriented around like, what are the big, every astrologer reader is looking at the chart from a different lens. Mine is the lens of like, how do I get people out of whatever their experience of pain is, be it physical, mental, emotional pain, and into their place of power. Because we all have like just so much to do in this world, and we're seeing where we are needed, even just in the experience that we're all kind of tuned in on the news to. We know that we are needed. Everyone's not going to protest, but everyone has a contribution that helps to better society as a whole. And when we're in the cycles of pain, we can't fully serve.
Yeah, and my thing is being a Gemini, you want to do everything and heal everybody all at the same time, and then you just go and lay down in the bed for like weeks on end because it's so overwhelming because you can't figure out where to start first. So then nothing gets done. I'm a professional, perfectionated procrastinator. And that is so overwhelming. And it's like, I talk to myself, it's like, girl, get yourself together. And then you have a good day. And then it's like, ooh, you feel the decline. You feel it. And it's just like, ooh, she's done dropped off the mat. That's my thing. It's like, I know what to do. And it's just like, just start somewhere,
Yeah.
Start somewhere.
Yeah, I understand that. My Gemini is in the 7th. I don't have any planets in it, but I feel it with like the business partnerships. And one of the things that really helps that's also supportive for Gemini in the 6th, but just, I guess, all of us, is like using our technology to our advantage to get things out of the mind. And even though like the alerts and the reminders and all that stuff can be overwhelming, but it's still even if you just do paper, where's my,
Yeah, I have a notebook. I rather
having
write.
having a notebook and getting things out of the mind. And then I often rely on, and maybe this sounds kooky dukes to some, but it works for me, and it has for years. I rely on my meditation practice to let me know what my priorities are for the day. Because then as you see, things get pushed down on the to-do list. And when you return to things weeks, months later, you're like, yeah, I wasn't really feeling that. But trying to start everything now today is too much. And you want that other twin. We all have a messenger. We want that messenger to really guide us in our
Thank you for bringing that out, because I already knew. I call it my universe. I already know that I chose to come here, and yes, I chose this body, and I already know what my purpose is. But thank you for coming out and saying about that part connected to source, because I was just telling my son the other day, and it's like when I dream, sometimes I go places, and I actually go places, and I remember that I was physically there, and I try to hold on to it to see if I can decipher what its real meaning is. But yeah, thank you for saying that, because sometimes, we have thoughts and we're like, you crazy girl, ain't nobody else thinking like this. But then it's nice to know that no, you're not crazy. How can I find out which house I'm in?
You would have to plug in your birth information, like date, time, location, like city, state, country. I go to astro.com.
Okay.
And then it'll pull up, you'll be able to pull up your natal chart and see what your rising is.
Astro.com.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, Selima, thank you so much. Bless you, honey. Peace and strength to you. Love you, love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, love you too. Thank you.
All right.
I receive. Anyone else?
I have a question.
Hi, Antoinette.
Greetings. Yeah, this is Goddess Antoinette. I'm completely new to you. I really don't know much about you at all, except you followed me and I followed you back, and I thought it was an invitation. So hey, and I accepted the invitation. So could you share more about what you do and who you are? Because I kind of missed that. I know a lot of folks here know you, but I'm completely new
not really.
Your service. And then you also said something, because I'm more discovering more about myself, know thyself through stars. And so with the Gemini rising, you just said something about the twin energy, because I always get a lot of the light, the shadow, and the bipolar Gemini energy. So could you share a little bit more about how you feel Gemini energy actually is according to your values and your practice? And also just tell me more about what you do and what you offer so I can get some of your juice.
It's great to meet you. Glad you're here. No, most of the people on here don't know me.
Okay.
Now we're
Introduce
connected.
yourself.
A few, I do know a few. So regarding your latter question, I'm not sure when you signed on, but you'll be able to get my perspective on Gemini.
Okay.
In the replay.
Okay, good. I signed on after. You were in the third house.
It's a whole thing, so I'm not going to go through the whole thing yet.
Okay.
But in terms of what I do, I work as an herbalist, a clinical herbalist, medical astrologer, spiritual teacher. And within that work, I sell and make medicine, like custom herbal medicine. We have some products on our website. And do astro readings and private herbal consultations. And then I teach a mentorship program called Herbal Medicine for the Soul, which is really like a 6-month mentorship where people are learning how to break the cycles of physical pain, mental illness, pills and side effects through herbal medicine, emotional alchemy, spiritual alignment. And the spiritual alignment is actually the biggest piece of it, because all of us are we're trying to embody. It's like that midheaven point. We're trying to embody our next best version of who we want to be. Evolution is a continuum. We keep doing it throughout lifetime and lifetime and lifetime. But right now and right here in these lifetimes, I want to be fully in my power. I believe everyone has that desire. So the spiritual alignment is really the key thing that's in all of the work that I do. That is herbs, yes, absolutely going to support you. They are definitely loads better than, I'm pausing. I'm gonna have a caveat. They are loads better than taking pharmaceuticals long term, but pharmaceuticals have their place. But really, it's about like how do we do that emotional work and how do we do that spiritual work so that we can get out of pain for good. I believe that we can get out of it for good, and that's been my personal experience from like healing childhood trauma and all of the chronic pain that was in my body as a result, and now not having the experience of any of those pains anymore. So I think everybody has that power, and I believe that pain robs us. It's like it robs us of our people who have followed me a while. I have that phrase: the biggest robber of our time, our money, our attention, our motivation. And it's like get out of pain so you can pivot into your purpose.
Yeah. Feeling good is my number one value.
Yes.
Yes, I received that. So as far as the getting a astrology chart from you, which I have never had my natal chart actually read. I've always had like transits and this and that, but to actually have my natal chart read. The difference with you is that you look at it from a perspective of how can I apply medicine to this, completely remove you out of pain, put you in spiritual alignment so you can fulfill your destiny. Am I getting that?
That's really good. That's really good. That would be more like yes and no. Yes, I don't do that work. The no is I don't do that work for you. You see what I'm saying? Like I help you to understand what some of your traps are and maybe give you language for it, but you're your own healer. And so the tools that are given in the program help you really like embody you being your own healer. So that's the 6-month mentorship program. But just through the consult, whether it's herbal, astro, or a combination of the two, that consultation, that kind of like, that's illuminating the path. Now, in terms of the medicine, I'll make it for you. But, you know, it's just like that expression that what is it? You can take a horse to the water, but you can't.
Trust me, I'm a feminine alchemist. I'm a teacher. I'm a womb healer. I'm a Umu priestess. I get it. I run circles. I do all that. So I just want to be clear on exactly, I understand 100%. I'm my own healer, but we assist through our purpose. So, okay, I think I'm more so interested in having you pull up my chart and kind of go through this process. So that's on your website. I don't even know what your website is. I swear for God, I just accepted the invitation to come today.
Oh, yeah. I put my website address in the chat, iwillaRemedy.com. Yes, and you can read up about the herbal consultation and the astro reading.
Yeah, this is delightful. Thank you so much. I bless you in your service. Continue blessings on your path and your healing and showing up for the world. I love you, my sister. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I love you too. Thank you.
Selima, I have a question.
Hey, Kelly. Aww.
It's so nice to see your bright smile today. I have a question about the source of herbs and effectiveness. I've just moved out of city into a home where I can garden, which is joyful, and trying to grow as much as possible. We have lavender in the garden. We have rosemary in the garden. There's a lot we can plant, but some that's not quite practical. Like I don't think we're going to have an oat field, you know? And I don't want to, do you have any thoughts on like, I don't want to buy a packaged dried herb that's been sitting around for 10 years. That to me, I would assume that it would lose effectiveness over time. Does it matter if it's local once it's dried? Like any thoughts you have on the source and effectiveness of herbs that we can't maybe grow ourselves?
Yeah, definitely. As local as you can get, just like with our food and our produce, the fresher from the farm, the more potent, the better. Sometimes we don't always have that access to it. I would check out, and maybe you already know about it, localharvest.org. I'll put that in the chat. Localharvest.org. The website's kind of like older, can be a little harder to navigate, but you can look up where local farmers are to you and see if they have medicinal plants. For seeds, I really like Etsy sometimes. And even smaller, like our bulk herb suppliers like Penn Herb and Star West, I don't purchase from Mountain Rose Herbs. You're gonna get so much. And that's really like their storage procedures are usually pretty good and they're preserved. But because you're gonna get a pound, maybe the minimum, sometimes like a 4 ounce. It depends on what you know you're going to use, right? So if milky oats is your jam, get it from a bulk herb supplier because you know you're going to use that herb within 6 months. And you're going to keep it in airtight, preferably glass, but reuse the plastic that you have. So if you have the hard plastic, reuse it, store it in an airtight container away from the sunlight, you know that. And then I often just do, every now and then, just do Google searches of like farms in Georgia, because that's where we are now, right? And see what I can find that just pops up. And it might be several threads down, several pages into Google, but knowing that there's a local farm nearby that we can support. Nextdoor, somebody said they came from Nextdoor. That's awesome. Nextdoor is a good resource if you're on your local Nextdoor. I've even found people, if you have like local, like neighborhood Facebook groups that are doing I've even found plants on Facebook. Yeah.
Yeah. Etsy, like we, my fiance and I watched Queen Sugar and got kind of obsessed with it. So I bought sugarcane from Etsy to start our own, sugarcane patch. But yeah, I thank you. I appreciate that. I love you. I miss you.
Oh, I love you, Kelly. I miss you. Oh, thank you. Wish you health. Oh, the immunity syrup. Yay. Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Selima, do you have a herbal course?
Yeah, the herbal course. So it's not just herbs. That's the herbal medicine for the soul program, and it's herbal medicine with like practical tools for getting in alignment, like with who you are. So like spiritual self-care and a process. Tammy and I call it the Calypso healing method. It's really like a process for how do you unravel yourself from mental and emotional pain, like those programs that are instilled in us, likely from our childhood. That's that fourth house work. How that we live our lives through our pain and through our wounds, and how do we get to the place of letting it go, of moving on? So many people say, just let it go, just move on. It's like, no, that's ridiculous. Like, how do you do that? And the Calypso healing method is the how-to of doing that. So those are like, and medical astrology, which just gives you another lens of being able to view yourself and to understand your life story in the context of like your greater soul's evolution. So it's like we look at these traumas and they're so inside of us in these lifetimes, but then we're like, oh, but my soul is infinite. And I see how this was orchestrated and purposeful and maybe chosen, definitely chosen, because you all have free will often. Like you always have free will, whether you're in a physical body or just as spirit soul. So I feel like the astrology, that was the key that gave me that was the final piece in my healing journey that helped me to understand the greater reason as to why I experienced childhood trauma, and helped me be like, oh, I got it. I'm good. Yeah, I've let it go. Right.
And they make astrology seem like it's some kind of hoodoo, mysterious stuff, but it's not.
No, it's not. It has so many it's your map. It's your map. And that's why it's so incredibly powerful. Yeah, for you to know your chart. And it helps you understand the world better.
Yeah, thank you.
Even what's going on right now.
Hi, I have a question for you.
Yeah. Hi, Odessa.
Hi, this is my second time listening to your calls, and I really love the fact that you're the only person of color I know who's offering this kind of work right now. So it's it's a real pleasure to learn from you, because I've been, around and picking up a lot of different things from different people. But you did mention in this particular workshop the combination of Pisces and Gemini. I know you're a Pisces, right? And you mentioned that your partner has either a strong Gemini, that your partner is a Gemini or has a Gemini rising. And I was curious just to know about that interaction, because I've seen a lot of different information about that, about the relationship between Pisces and Gemini. Can I get your input now? I know you know.
That's a great question. So I'm a Pisces sun, but I'm on the cusp of Aquarius, and my Pisces sun is right at the line of the fourth house. My wife Tammy, she is a Cap rising. I'm a Sag rising. She's a Cap rising, but her Gemini is in the 6th house.
Okay.
So that's where I see kind of like, well, let me backtrack even more. People don't typically pick up on my Pisces energy because I have 2 planets. I have 2 planets in Capricorn and my part of fortune, and I have 3 planets in Libra. So you kind of don't pick up that I'm a Pisces until I start talking about all the spiritual stuff. And with what I've noticed that with Gemini in the 6th, that's where that day-to-day overwhelmment starts to happen. But if you're talking about like, I think that everybody can be compatible with everybody.
Right.
But when it comes to Pisces and Gemini, you're looking at 2 dual mutable energies. So it's almost like, hopefully you 2 aren't wavering, like are being unwavering at the same time. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good balance, because Pisces is so like spiritually service, compassionately oriented, and Gemini is very mental, logical. So there's a good balance of like, okay, you Pisces, you need to think about this a little bit more. And then, okay, Gemini from the Pisces, you need to think about it a little bit deeper. Does that make sense?
It does, because they have very like fleeting. They look at stuff and keep on going. You know, that's the impression that I get. I'm surrounded by my father, my brother, my sisters, all of them are in Gemini, and I'm a Pisces, and I have Gemini in the 12th house, right? Yeah, and I actually, some of my teachers are Gemini, like people in my class are Gemini, they all attract me. Like, it's just, I'm like, you guys need to leave me alone for a minute.
But I think that's really good for there to be so many in your orbit who have a more an outward Gemini, because Gemini in the 12th, again, that's hard to distinguish. Am I feeling it or am I thinking it?
Yeah.
So here you can kind of see from others and learn from others what that distinction is.
That's how it's been. I think I finally got the gist of it, you know. But I was curious, because I just remember reading in a particular book, and it was saying like, oh, it's not the best mix. I mean, we've been going for a pretty long time. We're in double digits right now, you know. But we've got some areas that need to be worked on. So I was just curious, you know, from someone who's living that. But thank you so much for your perspective and your experience. It's valid and it's valuable. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I don't do the compatibility. I don't read that stuff because I think we can all be compatible with everybody. It's like astrology for me is a tool for self-awareness and for awareness of others, like awareness of humanity and how do I move through in and out of spaces. And it's not, and I can, like, once you know the spectrum of energies, because there's the point of imbalance and there's a point of balance, you know how to bring yourself, like, you know what you need to do to bring yourself back to center. If, you know, someone's a strong Cap or Saturnian energy, you know that authoritarian and rigid and Trump-like ain't it. Like, that's not the life goal, but boundaries, like healthy boundaries and structures and being able to bring like ideas into the world. That's the embodiment of being in your centered power, but not thinking that your power is power over others.
I love how you say that, because that's been the biggest thing for me. Like I read that book because somebody sent it to me, but I don't go into that because I believe that we're more than, you know? Yeah, so definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Niles is going to come up, our son, our 5-year-old. So I'll be able to take one more question.
I ask about...
Okay, last 2. Who was that? Aaliyah?
That was me.
And Lauren. Okay, you guys are the last 2. Hi, Aaliyah.
Oh, hi. I was going to ask about Gemini 8th house, because I was thinking about that a lot when you were talking about it. And I get very lost in it and self-destructive. And I've been trying to figure out how to balance like destruction of what doesn't belong and not destroying my whole self. If that makes sense. I don't know if you have anything to say.
Right, because that's that, again, that underlying Scorpio energy where it's like it's that battle between the source of you, the personality of you, and the personality and the soul. Oh, that's really, I have to think about that. And she's in my program, so I'm gonna think about that, Aaliyah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
That's a good question. Because how do you, well, and it is like that. Like every time that we are leaving something behind, we are attached to it. Like our identity is attached to it. I don't know. Buddhist teachings might help with studying the art of detachment. That it's like, you are not the expression, like you are not also, you are just the I am energy, but you are not the expression of your beliefs. That's deep. That's a much deeper question. I like it though.
Thank you.
I like it. We'll talk about it.
Sure.
Yeah. Hi, Lauren.
Hey.
See you. Selma College in the building. What's up?
TGC for life. Okay, so I guess my question is, I feel like I'm like super Gemini. My sun, my rising, and my Mercury are all in the first house in Gemini. So I struggle a lot with being so logical about my emotions, which is weird because my moon is in Pisces and I have a lot of water in my chart. So it's just like, I feel like it's like, I am 100% constantly at a war. It's like logic or feelings. There's no like in between. I'm either thinking with my head or my heart 100%. And I'm trying to figure out how, like, I don't know, like what are some like Gemini ways that I could try to bridge that gap, because it's really it's a struggle. It's a struggle for me.
Yeah, I would want to see your chart too, because you sent it to me. I want to see the elements in it. So it sounds like a lot of air.
A lot of air, a lot of water.
Is there earth?
Barely.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. What does it say? Neptune.
Almost like doesn't count. I mean,
yeah. True node.
There it is.
And I think that's Venus.
That's supportive. Where's your what sign is your north node in?
How do I know which one is that? I'm looking at the astro.com one.
The whole chart, or the just
the whole chart with the little
the north node, it has a T and like inside of like a little horseshoe.
It looks like it is in, I'm trying to read these signs, they're so small. T with the horseshoe. I don't know which one this is. Where am I at? This is, I'm not sure what the symbol is because I am blind and I can barely see it, but it's somewhere in there.
that made what, as you were talking, it made me think about what's the earth element, because the earth is the grounding principle. And when we all have it all, but like having planets emphasizes that element more, or not having planets, there's not as much of an emphasis. So it's kind of I say it's a weakness, but it's something that you then have to learn through the course of your lifetime how to bring it in. So not having a lot of earth, like earth is our practicality, that's our boundaries in relationships, people, our boundaries within ourselves, like again, the boundary between feeling and thinking. And if you don't have a lot of earth, you have to bring it in through routine. It's probably one of the hardest things. Everyone I talk to who does not have a lot of earth is like, oh, I can't do it.
It's killing me not having a job. Tell me what I need to do at one time. I am like losing it. I'm like, I know what I want to do and I'm passionate about things and I have projects, but it is like literally impossible for me to be like, have a routine. Like I'm used to traveling. I'm used to being home like 4 days out of the month this time of year.
Yeah, we talked about that. It's the grounding principle. And so it's not a quick fix, right? Because this is the journey of a lifetime. So this is that deliberately working on being grounded in the body and having a steady routine. So I have a lot of earth, so my routine is pretty robust. But you don't start where I start, but you start like, okay, you know what? I'm going to wake up at the same time every day, and that is the start. You know what I mean? Like it really has to come. It's this slow integration. And what I was lacking, just to give other context, what I lacked in my chart was like feeling centeredness. I have a moon in Capricorn. That's a terrible placement. It's very cold. It's very like, and my North Node is in Cancer. So in this lifetime, I'm moving toward being more nurturing, being more emotionally available and vulnerable, relating to people on the emotional level. But before knowing that, I would just be like, this is ridiculous. Emotions are pointless. Why are we doing this? Why are we engaging in this thing? Like, can you just get it together?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like it's either 100% like, okay, I'm making this choice with my feelings, or I have to look at the facts and make this choice with my heart, or with my mind, you know, and my practicality. And there's like literally zero middle ground. And both of those, like and they're always completely opposite. It's just like, you know, and, you know, even though I am making it with my head, it still is the best decision for, you know, my spirit overall, you know, and I feel kind of disconnected from that sometimes.
But it's like the grounding principle will help you know which place to listen from.
Yeah.
Because both energies, the air and the earth element, they're like one is scattered and the other is just all wavy. It's just like absorbing, you know what I mean? Yeah. And so that's where the earth, think of a glass of water, like think of making tea and how the medicine goes into the water. Like that's the earth element, where it's just like your environment is just, melt into it. And then when it comes to air and all the ideas, that's just a leaf blowing in the wind. So you need that grounding principle to create boundaries for the emotions, and have a line, like almost so like the leaf becomes a kite and you can bring it down. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But it's the work of the lifetime, you know, and it's being deliberate about, I'm going to establish a routine for myself, especially during this time. So here's what you're learning today. And give a hashtag birthday season if this is your birthday season. But we're learning really what Cancer energy is all about. Cancer through the 12 houses, so that everyone can see how this energy plays out in your life based on your chart placement, how to use Cancer energy for good, body parts that are ruled by Cancer, self-care practices that really help to keep Cancer's energy grounded, practicing healthy boundaries, herbal medicine that encourages balance for Cancer, some planetary transits to pay attention to. We're in one right now with Mercury retrograde in Cancer, and like setting Cancer season intentions. And then we'll wrap up with looking at a couple of the charts with when people submitted their birth info. So if you're a Cancer sun, let us know. Let's all wish you a happy birthday. Woohoo, Cancer season. Cancer is in all of us. So I know a lot of the astrology apps kind of only show the signs that have planets, maybe in chart form. It kind of makes it seem like if you don't have a planet in a particular sign, that you don't have that energy, and that's not true. We all have all of the energy. All 12 signs are right here, and everyone's natal chart. They don't look the same, but it's the same wheel. So here's Cancer in the 11th house, but it'll be, you know, in a different place for you. So as we go along, feel free to take notes. And again, I will share this on YouTube after. So Cancer is the 4th sign of the zodiac, ruled by the moon. It's the only sign that's ruled by the moon. It's associated with the 4th house in the natural chart. Seasonally, this would be the beginning of summer. Cancer season often begins near on the summer solstice. So coming right after Gemini, the curious, mentally sharp, yet restless sign energy, we have Cancer. it's kind of where we first come home to ourselves. If you were in last month's class, then you know that Gemini is the place where we explore, we learn about how things and people in our environments are related, though not necessarily related to self. Gemini doesn't really place itself in the center of situations, rather it looks at it from an objective standpoint. And it's the twins, where like one twin is the lower physical self, the other twin is the higher self, like the part of us that's always connected to source. So it's like in Gemini, we're keenly aware of all the voices in our heads. We're sifting and sorting to understand it all, playing out scenarios in our heads, and we're enjoying being stimulated by the outside world. But in Cancer, this is where we fulfill our need to settle down from all of that stimulation. And Cancer is where we begin to develop emotional awareness. How did all that stimulation feel? Sensitivity and emotional intelligence. It's where we put all of that mental stimulation from Gemini into the emotional body to feel how it feels. The energy is moving downward and inward, and like the crab, that draws and kind of curls into itself, into its shell, its home, after it's explored. So the symbol of Cancer is the crab, and really think about the movement of a crab, as it walks along the sand. The blue crab, kind of sidesteps. The hermit crab tucks into itself. They both like move pretty slowly, have claws, but crabs overall, they're pretty skittish and reactionary. At the first hint of danger, they retreat. And this movement, to me, it's kind of a perfect metaphor for how Cancer energy responds to life from this emotionally reactionary place, which is not necessarily like logical. And I don't say that, as if it's a bad thing, or that'll be explained. Where like Gemini is very mental focused, very logical. Cancer is very feeling forward. If we didn't have Cancer in the chart, we would know how to do, think, build, but we would not know how to feel. We would be robots. We wouldn't understand energy or intuition. So Cancer is the I feel sign of the zodiac, ruled by the moon. The moon is changeable. It rules our subconscious and reactionary responses to life. The moon represents, that early childhood programming, those thoughts, those beliefs and patterns that you just absorbed from your environment. You don't usually recognize them and that you're carrying them until you're older. The patterns are harder to change because our awareness of them is really so ingrained in us. Cancer being the only sign that's ruled by the moon and the first water sign in the chart, it's absorbing of the energy that surrounds it. It rules how we were nurtured or not, our needs for privacy, peace, mothering, protection. It also rules the past, traditions, like how we feel connected or not to our roots, our heritage, and our lineage. Cancer moon energy is the womb and our ancestral DNA. Cancer is like tea. I'm sure everyone here has made a cup of tea before, or you know how to make it. You put herbs in a mug, then you pour hot water over the mug, cover it, you let it steep. What happens when you make a tea is that, the medicine from the plants is infused into the water that now surrounds it. When you take the strainer out or the tea bag out, all you have left is liquid. The energies are mixed. They're now one. You really can't separate, what was plant from what was pure water at that point. With Cancer energy, like imagine that you are the herb, and when you go into a new environment, you are engulfed and submerged and like completely taken over by an absorbing of the energy of that environment. You can't distinguish you from what's around you. And that's also the womb, right? When you're growing and developing in the uterus, you don't know the difference between yourself and the parent, the host. When you're a small child in your home environment, you are absorbing of the habits, the beliefs, the patterns that the adults in your early home life demonstrated. It takes time and distance before you realize that you are distinguishable from your parents, your guardians, and it takes even more time for you to give yourself permission to be different from them. So with Cancer energy, we're moving through life like sponges, taking it all in from our environment and the people around us, and we're basically reacting to life from a completely irrational place. And irrational because the why, as in, why is this my response to what's happening around me? It's kind of untraceable. And what I mean by that is like, until we do the work of developing awareness of the patterns that were set forth in our early childhoods, we're essentially responding to life through them, through that early programming, and not necessarily through a place of our true power. Remember, Cancer Only sign ruled by the moon. It governs our unconsciousness. Unconsciousness basically means like lack of awareness and understanding, which shows up automatically in our emotions and our behaviors. So our emotions, before you really understand how emotions are generated, they don't seem logical. You simply feel the way you feel. And with Cancer energy, it is feeling what it feels while simultaneously feeling the energy in the room that they're in, or the people around them. And an added layer of feeling is that what you think, like what they think they feel about the energy they are picking up in the room. And I'll try to say that clearer. Cancer feels its own feelings. Cancer is also feeling the energy of those around it. And now, like, and you know how you like pick up on someone's energy without them saying anything, but then still with words unspoken, you're starting to think about the energy you're picking up from another person. Does that make sense? An example is like, you know, when you feel someone's energy may be low, and then we make up a story in our heads like, oh, I wonder if they're upset about what I said. This is just an example. And then that story that we're thinking starts to make us feel bad. Like those thoughts that we think other people are thinking also produce feelings inside of Cancer. So there's all of these feelings all together that Cancer is feeling at the same time and is like responding to life from. But it's all kind of colored, like the backdrop of that is still colored by your early programming. And so this what makes the reactions like unconscious and automatic and not necessarily logical, because that response is just based on layers of feeling, and there isn't awareness yet of separation between what you feel, what others feel, or what you think other people are feeling. It's a lot. So you know when, you know, maybe you see folks on social media, or maybe you even self-identify or see those quizzes that ask if you're an empath or a highly sensitive person, or you hear folks talk about like drowning in emotions. Cancer energy is like this, but one of the things that I like to do in these workshops is go deeper into the energy of the signs, so that we're not just simply accepting the descriptions and the labels that we hear about the signs without examining them or like trying to understand them. And when we understand the why of the energy, then we, I believe, have greater control over how we express the energy of the signs and the planets. We aren't ruled by these energies, we're conduits of them. And when you understand the fundamental energies of the signs and planets, you also then understand their instructions. So yes, Cancer energy is sensitive, it's absorbing, yes, it's emotional, but when we relate it back to our development in the womb and our early environments, we can really kind of understand a bit more about why. One of the lessons I believe for Cancer energy is to understand is how emotions are generated, so that it can stop responding purely from this like instinctual place that's based on past programming. And this is really work for all of us to do. Emotions only seem irrational and overwhelming when we don't understand them. So let's break it down. Thoughts produce emotions, and then a feeling is a sensation in the body that we have as a result of an emotion. You have to develop like a keen sense of awareness of your thoughts in order to know the emotions they are producing inside of you. You have to understand that there is really space and distance between you and your mind, between you and your emotions, between you and your feelings. You are the being part of human being. The human part is everything else. 99% of who we are is source energy, is defined as consciousness, is godly, is woke as fuck. You know, only 1% is human and physical. Because Cancer is so feeling forward, it's more attuned to emotional than mental activity that's produced in the body. But that doesn't mean that the mental isn't happening. Of course it is. We all think. All feelings can be traced back to emotions. All emotions can be traced back to thoughts. Even in the womb, when you're like a small child, there are thoughts before words. I mean, there's really vibration before thoughts, but we're not going to go that deep here. When we are small, when we are in the womb, when we are absorbing the thoughts that we hear manifested in the conversations that are happening around us. The thoughts that we hear and absorb may not be our thoughts, yet they enter into our sphere and become ours, and thus produce emotions and feelings about them as a result. Like, this is where that unconscious programming comes from. This is how you see families who, you know, have the same mindsets, have the same illnesses, have the same traumas, because thoughts that you think often enough become your beliefs. And until you really begin to pay attention to what you think, what you believe, you know, you react from life from this unconscious and unawakened place. I feel like the work of Cancer is not to create walls or boundaries, not to diminish its sensitivity, like that attunement to feelings of others is a part of its superpowers. Rather, I think the work of Cancer is to speed up the process of like rejecting and ejecting what isn't it, what isn't true for it. And that means like we have to examine and interrogate our beliefs, our programming that we adopted from our childhoods and really absorbed from our childhoods, parents, guardians. The Cancer energy, you know, it can protect itself when it's clear on what it thinks and what it believes. Cancer is going to absorb, it's going to feel, but it can do a better job of knowing when what it has taken in isn't in alignment with who they are. And it's like Cancer energy has to become a better purifier of the energy of that it absorbs, cleaning out the thoughts and thus the emotions and feelings that are not its own. You've got to know what's you and what's not you. When Cancer energy just takes it all in, you know, it can't decipher between itself and someone else's energy. And that's when we start to have that feeling of like, I'm just drowning in emotion. Cancer is home inside of itself, in its own shell, going back to the crab, when it's able to create its own womb of sorts, of its own programming of what you believe. The safest place for Cancer, where it doesn't have to be so sidestepping, skittish, or withdrawn, or super absorbent, is, you know, when it's done the work of sifting and sorting through thoughts and beliefs of its past and has decided what to keep and what to reject. Cancer energy has to like make a new brew for itself, a new tea. Going back to that metaphor, you've got to find a new home, a new womb. Pieces of it can reflect your early environment that you grew up in, but not all of it. There are parts of your home life, your lineage, that you do not want to replicate, recreate as an adult. And it's like all of the scenarios, you know, in which Cancer energy drowns and gets overwhelmed or activated pieces of the past that need to be purified. And that's why it's reactionary. I hope this is making sense, y'all. So when Cancer energy is balanced, it's caring, it's protective, it's intuitive, it's able to go with the flow. It's family oriented, nourishing, mothering, nurturing, values the past and its lineage. When Cancer energy is imbalanced, it's smothering, it's moody, overprotective, absorbing without release, selfish and self-centered, as in like feeling without consideration of others, sympathy seeking, not forthright, can go silent about what it feels when it's drowning, possessive, insecure, attached to the mother past lineage in a way that holds them back from finding their own wombs, homes, and protective spaces. Cancer is gifted in sensing what isn't being said. This is like psychic intuitive ability. You know, it's embracing of those in harm's way. However, while you're taking everyone under your wing to nurture and protect, remember that little birdies must fly. We cannot be so embracing of others that we, one, take their pain in as our own. You don't help anyone by taking on their pain, and two, by like trying to do the work for them. We need to see others as fully able, equipped, and capable of rising to overcome the challenges of their lives. Everyone is equipped for their life, and we empower people by reminding them of their strength, their creativity to find solutions, and their courage to follow through. When someone relies on us to fix their problems, they're disempowered. Cancer energy has to learn how to mother itself, how to protect, care for, sustain, and nurture itself. You know, Cancer's trajectory is like separating from the first womb and creating its own. And that gap in between, like realizing you're not beholden to the energy nor the beliefs that you grew up in and around, and creating your new home base for yourself. And yes, to some degree, that also means like the physical home you create as an adult, but I'm more so referring to like how you feel home inside of yourself. That journey from having left one to creating your own, that's hard work. It's just like, you know, when that hermit crab has outgrown its shell and has to find a larger one. When you're walking the path from shell to shell, you're feeling your most vulnerable, susceptible to drowning in other people's energies, thoughts, and beliefs. And so because Cancer is so absorbing, and that's Cancer's thing, you know, it's not something that it's going to stop doing. It's not a bad thing. I think what really throws Cancer off balance is not releasing not shedding, not purifying the energy, not letting other people's energy go. That emotional fullness leads to Cancer feeling overwhelmed, drowning, but also leads to neediness and being childlike, like wanting to be taken care of by a nurturer. You want to fall into the bosom, you know, instead of like turning into yourself, honoring its needs to cleanse. You want to be mothered by someone else. Also not a bad thing, but depending on the dynamic of the relationships you have with people, it can lead to codependence. You know, when we're kids, like many of us, not all of us, had a parent, a guardian, an adult, or maybe even a sibling that we could turn to for that emotional release and comfort. We're using that person as a tool to help us learn how to release and gather our pieces again. But when we're on the path of evolving as adults consciously, it's not that we can't turn to others for support. That's not what I'm saying. It's more like when we're in those emotionally full and drowning states, we can't turn to someone to save us, in essence. You don't want that instinctual desire to be cared for, which is natural and needs to be honored. Like we want people to take care of us in different ways, and we want to receive that care, but we don't want it to turn into a dependence. Like the best home truly for Cancer is inside of yourself. So we're going to look at Cancer through the 12 houses, and I want you to like keep the things in mind that I said while we're going around the chart. See where Cancer shows up for you in your natal chart. Where you see Cancer in your chart is where you have that nurturing ability, that protection, that mothering, and that also that desire to be mothered. So here are the houses, and I'm going to go around the wheel and talk about what each house represents in terms of the area of life and personality that it represents, and then discuss what it means to have the sign of Cancer in that house, so everyone gets to see how Cancer shows up in them. And keep in mind, this is just the energy of the signs. Everyone's planets are in different places, and that adds a lot of just more, it's much more dynamic when you bring in the planets and specific. So this is the first house. This is the first place of action and our identities. It's the framework of who we are, our outlook on the world, how we naturally demonstrate our identities. Like it also represents our appearance, our disposition, our manner, our body's constitution, our natural forms of initiative, leadership, and how we just naturally express ourselves. So with Cancer placement here, the person's outlook on life is very nurturing and mothering. The person likely has a strong bond with the mother, perhaps to the point of, it could be a strong bond. Whether the relationship is good or not is different. Think of this placement like a soft shell crab, in that there may be long-standing insecurity with this person that needs to be overcome. They may start off, living their life through the lens of the mother, feeling like they don't have what it takes to be independent of the mother. But since Cancer also rules mass consciousness, really think about how social movements, we're living in a really key time right now, how social movements come in waves and ebb and flow according to how the masses feel. This rising sign may find itself being in public positions, hardening that shell being the very reason for it, to learn that it can drift far from the mother and still be at home inside of itself. It's like the mother and the past, though, is its lifeline. And so if this is your placement, you'd have to think about, if that dynamic hinders or helps you, perhaps lengthen in a way that spiritual umbilical cord, so that you can feel as if you're still being self-directed and protected in your own life. Second house is the house of material security. It's how we all feel secure and stable while being in these physical bodies, like living on planet Earth in this lifetime. It's the tangible things that matter with this house that help us to feel secure, like our resources, our money, because that's the currency on Earth. Money, possessions, the things we own and value, our spending and earning capacity, our desire to control the things and people within our reach, because if we can control them, then that helps us to feel secure. It's also, though, your giftedness and how you can draw from your own innate personality and skills to create the things that help you feel materially secure. So feeling safe materially for Cancer here likely it means having a roof over its head, like basics, like having some kind of nest egg. Otherwise, that insecurity of the crab outside of its shell will be prominent. That insecurity could come through no matter how much money is in the bank, though. It can spend from a very generous and feeling-centered place when others are in need, being willing to help. I see the tides like just ebbing and flowing, vacillating between emotional spending and then emotional contracting when insecurity sets in. This is one of the houses that has some influence over how we earn, and Cancer does well in work that takes care of someone or something in some way. Childcare workers, cooks, midwives, it's a helpful sign and feels safest in smaller gatherings. There's less energy to absorb in those. But I also think the type of work that may be done on an intimate scale, but has a larger impact on the masses. Third house, this is our house about how we think based on the people we associated with in our early environment. In this house is how our assumptions and perceptions of our world were first created and formed, and how we exchange and assimilated information in that early environment. It's not so much whether or not someone is intelligent, it's more about how you formed your unique intelligence. This house also signifies your early education, your early learning environment, your siblings, your attitudes towards them, short journeys and trips, memory, perception, speech, how you express yourself through writing, speaking, or other forms of communication. And you're taking for granted skills, because we often take for granted the things that are closest to us. So learning through feeling and sensing is the Cancer placement here. This is the person who's not necessarily thinking in between the lines of what other people are saying, rather feeling in between the words. They put the pen and paper down. It's not studious in like the traditional sense, it's more psychic. The placement has a great memory. In recalling conversations or interactions from childhood, this person can like remember the details, the smell, the clothing, the images on the wall, the music playing in the background, and how they felt in those conversations and in those interactions, and even how they thought others felt. But something that can kind of trip up in this placement is like someone else's perspective and feelings about the same memory could be completely different from this Cancer placement native's perspective. So Cancer here may think that because, we were all in the same room together, we all had the same experience, and that's not the case, because everyone lives in their own world and perceives the world differently. This is the fourth house. This is the house of home and domestic affairs, both the childhood homes we grow up in and the types of home environment we're likely to create as adults. It's our family, upbringing, our needs for privacy and peace, real estate, ancestry, lineage, the subconscious programming, again, that we all learn from our family, that environment, how we feel about what we experienced with our families, and what action do we take to perpetuate or release ourselves from those records. And this is the natural home of Cancer. It rules the fourth house in all matters of the home, both as a child and as an adult. So Cancer here likes to have a dwelling that it can feel safest in. It's like the crab gets to take off its shell of protection and be protected in the home here. This is where it gets nurtured. This is where, whether there was a good relationship with the mother or not, there is sentimentality and attachment there, even if the person doesn't want it to be there. This is where, as an adult, Cancer can gift itself the home environment it perhaps did not get as a child, or it can replicate those lovely parts of home that they did have. The fifth house is the house of creativity. Another way to think of this house is, what do you leave your mark on in the world? It's I was here and here's proof of my existence. This is your self-expression, the things that bear your name and personal stamp. For some, that's children. For others, like Ava DuVernay, that's her films. It also represents love affairs, play, recreation, theater, drama, amusement. And in some ways, there's an underlying quality about our self-worth here, because this house, we tend to associate worth with what we can do, make, create. It's also the house of hidden karma, because what you put out will likely return to you through that which you create. Cancer here nurtures everything it creates. It loves to love what comes from it. That sounds like it could be the case with everyone, but that's not the case with everyone. Some people relate to their creations on a more intellectual level. Cancer is embracing, loyal, devoted here, perhaps smothering of its children or creations, having a hard time letting them have a life of their own. Whatever we create, you know, it comes from us, but it has its own identity. And that's something that we have to remember. And Cancer energy is very creative and artistic. Also, likely enjoys daydreaming ideas in the wee hours of the night when the world is still and starry. Sixth house, this is the house of health, self-care, and our capacity to handle the mundane. Our house of self-adjustment, our day-to-day work. Like even just think about these last 6 months and how between COVID and everything that's happening with Black Lives Matter, and protesting, how have we had to adjust every day? This is the house where all that action is taking place. Do we resist when change arises? Do we become overwhelmed by the demands of daily life? Everything in this house, though, is under your control. It's your work, your health, your food, your clothing, your comforts of life, your pets, your employer, your employees, dependents, working conditions. What happens here basically determines how and if we are able to be of service to others from a place of fullness and not emptiness. Everything in this house contributes to our capacity to work and to serve and to be healthy. So Cancer here is very emotionally involved in the work of the day-to-day, enjoys and actually like needs to feel fulfilled by the work that benefits all of humanity to the degree like that it might abandon honoring its needs of self over others. Cancer is the sign that pays the least attention, sorry guys, to its own health because it's too busy taking care of everybody else. And when this happens, Cancer suffers. You know, dissatisfaction really rests in the stomach. Emotional overeating could be an unhealthy habit that Cancer adopts when it's feeling overwhelmed and full. Cancer can use its intuitive superpower here to like flow through its days in a way where it knows when it's time to embrace and when it's time to release. Cancer here is learning the lessons of like when to be focused on its duties and then like when to nurture itself. This house, seventh house, is all about how we are in one-to-one relationships. It's our closest relationships, those with spouses, business partners, known enemies. It's our marriages, our partnerships, our business relationships, and other close, like not family unless you work with them, not friends or acquaintances unless you also work with them. That's a different level of intimacy here. This house represents our cooperation with others who are close to us or lack thereof. It's our we consciousness as opposed to the I am consciousness of the first house. You are in partnership in this house. It rules the lower courts. Like really think about small claim courts. You're suing because or being sued by someone who's close to you. This house is all about how you learn about yourself through your closest relationships and also to some degree the qualities that you would like to embrace in close relationships and qualities that you desire in close relationships. So intimate relationships for Cancer placement here they need to feel like home, need to feel like the place in which you can rest your cares, be protected, release the sensitivity, and be embraced instead of being the embracer. One-to-one relationships are even more intimate with this placement, almost as if the Cancer person could like dissolve into their partner. I've heard this a couple of times from people who have this placement. They just say like the urge, it feels like they could crawl into their partner. Like that's how close they want to be. They want to be inside their body, kind of like they're trying to go back into the womb. So, choose someone who wants to allow that to some degree, while also recognizing that, your partner has their own requirements and desires. So when they don't want to be dissolved into, it's an opportunity again to give yourself the nurturing that you need. Cancer in the 8th, this house is all about how people save themselves. Think about the Christian expression, Jesus saves, but here you save yourself. It is the house where people seek inner stability and emotional and soul security by spiritual, magical, or material means. So some people turn to religion, some people turn to sex, some people turn to the occult, some people turn to money in the form of like joint finances, loans, or inheritances. Where do you turn to when you need to feel emotionally secure? It's kind of like that where am I going after this lifetime? And how do I make sure I'm going to the right place? there's only one place. And it's also the house of our like deeply felt personal experiences, our rebirths, our inner deaths, because when you realize that maybe the means you've been turning to feel that emotional security, that spiritual security, they aren't serving you, they aren't working for you. And so they have to die off. And pieces of yourself have to die off and then be reborn. So this placement for Cancer, you know, it's more apt to learn how to recognize and master its own emotions. The emotions all come from that personality side, where the soul side of us is really grounded, is unwavering, is sure. You know, expect some dabbling into the occult, magic, sex, sex, magic, materialism, testing its psychic abilities, astral travel. Like Cancer's going to do all that stuff that kind of brings it into another realm. But be careful when you go into these spaces and realms and practices. Be careful on what you absorb and come out with. Cancer here likes to lose itself, but it won't find peace if it's looking to another like person or dimension or a lifetime to save it. Cancer here has to prioritize purifying its energy, its emotions regularly in order to remember to come back to Earth. The 9th house is all about how we choose to learn about ourselves. So it's the superconscious mind. The education that we choose is going beyond our horizons for self-discovery and identification, moving from the 8th house of regeneration, death, rebirth. You know, this is the house where we say, okay, I am reborn. Now, who am I? What's this new identity and how do I embody it? So this house can be associated with our religious and philosophical attitudes and how those change, foreign travel and long journeys, educational experiences that you choose, like higher education in the traditional sense, maybe apprenticeships, into using intuition, spiritual visions. Publication is also ruled by this house. It's the house of self-understanding and those experiences that really take you outside, they broaden your horizon and take you outside of what you think you know. There's not much that looks traditional, like a traditional path to learning with Cancer in this placement. Cancer is looking for experiences that are going to deeply transform its life and most importantly itself. A learning environment like a mentorship, an internship, an apprenticeship, like something intimate where it can feel like it's being taken care of and nurtured through the process of relearning in this identity. You know, there's access to the person that they're learning from. They're seen, they feel heard, they feel valued and embraced, and most importantly, this person needs to feel safe while essentially moving from one smaller shell into a larger cell, just like with that hermit crab. The time where, you know, the crab is in between shells is when it's most vulnerable and raw. So the question, you know, becomes like, can I fill the shoes, so to speak, of this new identity that it's striving to embody? And here's the 10th house. This is all about what you do in the world. It's your house of career and vocation. It's the work you get paid to do. The work that you say, you know, when you introduce yourself to others, say at a networking event and say, hey, I'm so-and-so, fill in the blank. I'm Selima, I'm an herbalist, astrologer, a spiritual teacher. How do you fill in those blanks? The 10th house is our reputation, our position in the world, how the public views you, and your calling to contribute to society. Because it's so forward-facing, it's also the house of approval, and whose approval do you seek? So Cancer rules mass consciousness. So you can think of this placement as having a keen understanding, like intuitively, of where the social tides are shifting to, and this person desiring to play an important role, if not a very public role in that movement. Cancer here wants to be seen as someone who contributes to the change. And they may like waver in learning, like how, and learning to understand like how they can best contribute, but when it knows, you know, it's also charming here and friendly here and very diplomatic. It's got Libra on the rising. And it inspires people to be forces of change. Here's the 11th house. This house is all about who we are in group settings. How do we feel secure and stable when we're around friends, acquaintances, or other group settings? Are we only secure when we're around like-minded people? It's the house of how we learn about who we are when we're in the us collective situation. It's associated with our group involvement, friendships, social relationships, our creative group expression, group projects, humanitarian ideals, our global awareness. It's our hopes, our wishes, our projects and ambitions for the collective, for the world, and where we feel we're most self-satisfied, because it's kind of like that save the world energy where we all innately want to do something good, you know, to change the world. Cancer here uses its superpower to size people up to see if they are safe to befriend. Cancer here, you know, prefers intimate over crowded, so large social settings may make a Cancer placement here uneasy, activate some of that insecurity. And remember that, you know, Cancer is absorbing, so large social gatherings may be emotionally overwhelming. I also like to think of this house as like the gifts that you offer the collective. So when we're thinking about ideas and ways in which that we want to change the world, which is all 11th house work, you know, Cancer here reminds us to be sensitive to people's inner needs too, to think about what people are feeling, especially because this could be like the house of like policy changes, like how will people feel about the changes that we're setting forward, to really listen, to see someone and in their power, and not just in their struggle, but in their humanity and in their dignity. 12th house is everything that's in our subconscious that needs to be awakened so we can journey to the next life, the next soul cycle of our evolution. Remember, okay, so one of the metaphors I like to use for this house is that there's a large body of water. So visualize a large body of water. It's not the ocean. And you just see a ripple. You see a ripple from the water on top, on the surface. And it's kind of like, where did that come from? I don't see a fish, no dolphins. Where did that ripple come from? Like, this is the house of all those ripples that come to the surface, but from an unknown source. So it's these things that are so ingrained in us that we barely notice they're unfolding, but they show up in bothersome ways in our lives, calling for our attention. Just because it's underneath the surface doesn't mean it's unreachable. This house is affiliated with the subconscious mind, our spirituality, our psychic abilities, our unconscious habits, confinement, hospitals, prisons, self-undoing. Its influences are not necessarily under our control, yet they still require our transcendence. This person with Cancer here, and so Leo rising is in the first house here. So it's interesting because this person is like out front and center with that Leo rising, but behind closed doors, the sensitivity is strong, it's unseen, it's really deeply felt. The Cancer placement here, like, it hides how it's really feeling because it doesn't know if it's safe for it to be revealed. This is, of course, it's to its own detriment and decline. Like, that's where the self-undoing happens. It's like, can I honor my feelings? Am I in an environment in which I can honor my feelings? The Cancer has to learn that really everything that happens around them, or even to them, sometimes isn't about them. You know, things happen. It's like that hurt people. Like, things happen in your experience. Everyone's got their own stuff going on in their lives. Everyone is trying to change or evolve and deal and self-adjust. And people are in their own feeling centers. And so sometimes when people engage with us, it's based on what they're feeling and not based on anything that we did. But the Cancer here can take things really personal, and that would make it hide its emotions, hide how it's really feeling. And so the work here is to really be able to have its own emotional recognition that's separate from what it thinks other people are feeling. If that makes sense. Here's how to use Cancer's energy for good is reading into the feelings that people are feeling without taking them on. Cancer intuition, sensitivity, you know, embracing energy. It's refreshing in this world of like, go, 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 do. Cancer allows us to pause, to feel deeply, to release and recenter. Cancer is it's so helpful in that it allows us to melt into it for a moment, then reminds us of our power and encourages us to remember that we are home, we are safe inside of ourselves. When Cancer is evolved in the energy, it feels deeply, it takes on the energy momentarily to connect with others. It shares from its own place of vulnerability for connection. But it's also very clear about not holding on to that which isn't its. It knows how to purify its energy. We don't need mothers that smother and keep us on the teat for too long. We need mothering energy that mends our wounds, comforts us, then tells us to try and fly again. It's like when Oprah spoke of Maya Angelou at her funeral, where she said, she lost her anchor, but that her work now was to live the teachings that Maya taught her. Here's medical astrology. So in medical astrology, all the signs have rulerships over body parts, and the planets, which we're not getting into detail here, the planets rule the physiology and the pathology. So the planets alter the functions of those body parts in different ways, but we're just going to talk about the signs and some of the common physical ailments that could be the case for Cancer. Cancer rules the breast, the stomach, the solar plexus, which is our power center, the pregnant uterus, ovaries and testes, containers of all kinds, like the stomach, the gallbladder, the sinuses, the eyeballs, the protective coverings of the organs, like the pericardium of the heart, the upper liver capsule and the meninges of the brain, mucous membranes, all body fluids, posterior pituitary gland, and the esophagus. Cancer imbalances can manifest as indigestion, gas in the stomach, cough, hiccup, dropsy, gloom, hypochondria, hysteria, gallstones, and jaundice, sinus conditions, water retention, mucous membrane disorders, birth and breastfeeding difficulties, stomach and digestive problems, diseases of the breast, diabetes, insipidus. And Cancer has the least vitality of all signs. It's a weak sign physically and emotionally because they're so susceptible to outside influences. Really got to nourish your immune systems. Some self-care practices. What balances Cancer energy? What does Cancer energy need for balance? Pure foods, well-cooked foods, digestive aids to facilitate movement and avoid fermentation, which is it's called ama in Ayurvedic medicine. That's like when it's not a direct equivalent, but like, when your lungs are congested and have phlegm build up, think of a similar thing happening in along the digestive tract. All worry and anxiety will tax the digestive system for Cancer. Keep a calm mind, meditation, of course, keep the immunity strong to avoid colds. Being by the water is very healing, and so are baths. Control the mind and control the imagination. So you're not choosing thought. It's like actively choosing to nightmare. That's what I think about when I say control the imagination. You know how you daydream actively? You can also actively nightmare. Like, why go down the path of thinking worst case scenario? No drugs. Drink lots of water to purify. And when you're thinking about where Cancer is in your chart, ask yourself the following: where do I feel most at home? Where do I desire and require protection? Because I can get skittish, I can retreat when I feel threatened. And where have I outgrown this shell? Herbal medicine. So unlike in previous workshops where I recommend like an herbal medicine blend to use internally, Spirit just kept saying spiritual bath, spiritual bath, spiritual bath. Super important for Cancer. Cancer needs purification practices for the water element, using the water element. And there's just no better way to invite it in than through spiritual baths and drinking, or living by the ocean if you don't live by the ocean. So with Cancer, North Node is what I have in the 8th house. I take baths regularly, sometimes with herbs, sometimes just with Epsom salt, sometimes with bubbles. It really doesn't matter. What matters most is that time that you're submerged in the water, and think of it as diluting all of the energy you've just absorbed so you can get back to yourself. Showers don't feel the same to me, but if you don't have a tub, then do showers, take longer showers. For me, it's that submersion that feels like clearing is happening. And I've gone so far, a lot of us are like, hair, what about my hair? I've gone so far as to put a swim cap on so I could dunk my head in the bathtub. Some of my go-to herbs that I make as infusions for baths are lavender, chamomile, comfrey, rose, nettle, and oat straw. And basically you'd be taking like a cup of the herb, and if you have a coffee press, put the cup of the herb in your coffee press, pour fresh boiled hot water over it, let it steep for at least 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. And then pour that into your bath water. And you can still add Epsom salt, and you can still add a few drops of essential oils that you like and bubbles. But enjoy that time and really be intentional about it being, I'm purifying my energy. I'm releasing that which I've absorbed. Some transits to pay attention to for the rest of 2020. We're in Mercury retrograde right now in Cancer. Mercury retrograde is always a good time to reflect mentally, to not start new projects that require heavy mental activity, and to think about decisions that were made between this Mercury retrograde and the last Mercury retrograde. We have a new moon in Cancer coming up on July 20th. We have Venus moving into Cancer on August 7th. And then December 29th, we have our last full moon of the year in Cancer. Some Cancer intentions, I can't create intentions for anyone, but here are some that that can help you start your own. I am equipped and able to nurture myself. When I purge and purify my emotions, I will easily refine my center. Oopsie. I can think my own thoughts and feel my own feelings. I really like that last one. That was something that I made up maybe last year, a couple of years ago. Because when we realize, it's going back to that explanation I was saying, like, I think someone is thinking this, but it's not been verified. But because I think they're thinking this, I now feel a certain way. And so I was using this affirmation to really help me be like, wait, what am I thinking? I'm thinking my own thoughts. I'm not thinking what somebody else is thinking. I'm not thinking about what I think they're thinking. And I'm feeling my own feelings. I think that's a really powerful intention. And then herbal medicine for the soul, if you want to learn more about it, I'm going to leave the screen up for a second while I get the charts I pulled. Oh. And if you have anything that you want to share or say, feel free to unmute yourself. Herbal Medicine for the Soul is the 6-month mentorship program where we do herbalism, medical astrology, spiritual alignment, emotional alchemy. And it's really teaching you how to break the cycles of kind of physical pain, mental illness, pills, and side effects through those tools, that you're developing your own healthcare system. All right. Hey guys. Hey everybody. My video back on. Hello. Is, I'll look for the name. Kissa. Did I say it right on the call? Let me see. I'm not sure if it's he or she. This is a chart, the first one. I only point out about 3 things that I find interesting. This is Kissa's chart. I'm not sure of Kissa's pronoun. If Kissa is here, raise your hand or unmute yourself. I don't think so. Okay. So the first thing I saw, I actually tend to go down here. It was no Earth. First thing I saw was no planets in an Earth sign. And anytime we have, like, for lack of a better word, a deficiency in an element, that means we have to bring it in manually. So no planets in an Earth sign, but you still have the Earth signs, right? Like here's Virgo, here's Capricorn, here's Taurus. And you still have the energies. Lots of air. But so think of like, okay, so think of this, all this air, think of it like a leaf blowing through the wind. And it has nothing to cling back onto. Like the earth element is what anchors us into the physical. Earth is about building and doing, working with your hands. and bringing ideas from the mind into the physical. It's kind of like, what good would the idea of building a highway system be if we didn't have that Capricorn energy, that Taurus energy, and that Virgo energy to plan it, to make it beautiful, functional, but also like here. So lack of earth can look like feeling unstable in the physical realm, like maybe having unstable housing, not being good with managing money. And these are still things though to be overcome. So it's not like you're forever going to be this way. That's never really not how this works. But knowing that there's a deficiency in an element, that means you have to be more deliberate and mechanical about bringing it in. And the way we bring in the earth element is through routine, is like eating at regular intervals, waking up and sleeping, going to bed at consistent times, spending time in nature, like literally hugging trees, walking barefoot, sitting on rocks. That's how we feel that grounding. Eating root vegetables, being deliberate about finding a stable home and like staying there for longer periods of time, and learning finances. But it's like, it's gonna be harder work for a person who doesn't have the earth element to do these things, but you really gotta do it, because that activates, there's 3 planets, Sun, Saturn, and Mercury in the second house of material security. So not having the earth, which attunes us to what's happening in the world, like really physically in the world, money, things, values, possessions, what I can touch, taste, see, hold. That's not having that and not bringing it in through routine is going to activate probably the insecurity that's felt here in the second house of material security, of money and possessions. And I mean, Saturn is helpful here. Saturn doesn't always help. Well, it helps in different ways, but Saturn is very helpful here because it's saying that you have the ability of being able to create a system. That's what Saturn does. It creates systems and foundations. It's really good at structure. And it's like, you've got the system, you certainly got the mind for it. But systems, again, come through that earth element. It's like, you give a routine for yourself, the clarity to create the system for finances will come through, and probably not feel as much financial insecurity. And then this is also with Gemini on the rising, and the south node on the rising. It's like you're moving away. It's interesting with all the energy in air, but then to have a south node that's saying you're moving away from being so mentally wavering. And the north node is saying it's kind of like, this is the inhaled breath, Sagittarius is the exhaled breath. So really imagine the archer. And so imagine this pole of Gemini to Sag as the archer going like, wait, like the wavering between, wait, which one am I supposed to shoot at? That's the Gemini energy. Which one? And then Sagittarius is like, that one, boom, take my shot. I hate to use a graphic like that, but it's the symbolism of Sagittarius, which is the centaur, the archer. So this person in this lifetime is moving away from being so wavering and being a little bit more philosophically focused too, which is interesting. Those are a couple of things that I found interesting. Yeah, routine is necessary. System of finances, shoot your shot. Yeah, what was the next one? Who is Yvette here? Oh, it's too late to send the chart. I'm glad you're learning a lot, Roshni. And share. Okay. This one, what I like about this chart. I like everything. North Node in Cancer. I'm always curious about other people who have North Node in Cancers. Is Yvette here? I don't think so. You can unmute yourself if you are. Okay. Big personality in the 11th. We have Leo, Mercury, and Mars. To give some context of like Mars and Leo, that's Beyonce, y'all. Like how big and fiery that is. And then to add, this is amazing, to add, it's fire, fire, and fire, and Mercury, which is air. So really, really big. I'm like, I want to meet that. Really big personality that really comes out and shines in that 11th house of like group involvement, social settings. Like this is Leo is the sun. So in any group, this person, Yvette, is going to be noticed. She's going, I'm not sure if she's a she, if she refers to herself as a she, but I'm using a she. So she is going to be noticed. She's the sunshine in the room. And it's kind of like, you know, when you need someone who's going to be the face of a movement, it's kind of like that, because the Aquarian energy is so much about, well, I'm saying Aquarian because Aquarius in the natural chart is the underlying, think of this as a layer cake, is the underlying energy of the 11th house. So when we're thinking of, put Aquarian energy on the bottom layer of the layer cake, and now we have Leo on top, which is this person. So Aquarian energy is all about understanding how lower structures don't serve us, how to make change and solve problems that are going to serve the larger whole of humanity. And so you know how with movements, you need people to be the face of the movement? That's what I see here. Like this person needs to be the face of the movement. And what's because they're already so bright and vibrant and seen. And then there's something with children, like Leo rules children as well. So I could see, especially with having a North Node in Cancer, which is intimate and caring and taken care of. And then to have all of this big energy in Leo, I wonder if there's some kind of like career interest that involves nurturing children of some sorts or changing conditions for children. And then what we always have to remember with Leo, because it's so big and it is the sun, think of it just like the sun in our solar system. Leo is the sun. You can't help but see it. You just have to remember to share the spotlight. And that's probably the biggest challenge for Leo, is to remember that, yes, there's only one sun in our solar system, but we all have Leo. So we're all suns in our own lives. And we need to remember to just share the space, yeah. And then Leela's chart. Is Leela here? Yes, no, maybe no. In the chat, Junia, I may be remembering wrong, but I think you once mentioned that where we have Chiron is where we are most wounded. I have Chiron and Cancer on the 10th. Ooh, interesting. Is that also your midheaven? I have Cancer as my midheaven. Okay, Leela's chart. Chiron is the wounded healer. Hold on, I'm going to go through this chart. What I like about this one. It's interesting to see Scorpio, so Scorpio rising, but having a north-south node in Scorpio with the nodes. The north node is the energy we're moving toward, and kind of like, yeah, it's like where our souls are moving toward in this lifetime, and the south node are the patterns that we're releasing. But they're easy, right? Like the south node energy is so easy, it's our default, but it doesn't work in this lifetime. it's not going to work out the way you think it will. But it's kind of like, just lean back in that chair and it's like, oh, it would be so good. Like my North Node, South Node, and the last chart was as well, North Node in Cancer, South Node in Capricorn. Capricorn is cold and business and like, let's just get this done. Let's just build this road. Let's make this money and let's keep it moving. It would be so easy and emotionally detached. It would be so easy for me to do that in this lifetime. Just like, yes, let's just focus on business, but it doesn't work. It's really, the challenge is moving toward where that North Node is and being deliberate and intentional about it. Like I have to be mechanical sometimes. It's gotten easier, but deliberate about showing feeling, talking about emotions, connecting with people on an emotional level, allowing myself to be vulnerable, because it would just be so easy to be like, oh yeah, no, I don't want to do that. But it doesn't serve you in this lifetime to continue to perpetuate the pattern of the South Node. So with Scorpio South Node, Scorpio is like it's the transforming energy. It's a powerhouse sign, and there's 3 levels of transformation in here. But I thought this was interesting because South Node in Scorpio with Chiron and Saturn in Pisces, which is the spiritual sign, the universal love, compassion sign. It was almost kind of felt like this chart was saying, take it easy in this lifetime. Almost like, and everything is not that deep. Like you've spent so many lifetimes in these deeply transformative experiences, and that's such an easy place to kind of like go through the fire, come out on the other side, reborn. And it kind of felt like this person, like you're already the phoenix. Just come here and enjoy. That's Taurus. Enjoy the sensuality of this lifetime. Enjoy the food. Enjoy the money. Taurus rules the money too. Enjoy just the sensations of being in a physical body and being here and rest and take it easy and like it's almost like don't go so deep. Because then to have these 2 planets, which Saturn brings restriction and it's retrograde. Chiron is the wounded healer. There's kind of, it almost, what comes to, the visual that comes to mind is like puts a cap. Almost like a cap on going too deep. And like the work, it's just like, it just kept coming up. Enjoy this lifetime. Libra sun. Libra's very friendly, although this sun is in the 12th house. Libra's very friendly, very fair, diplomatic, charismatic. That's what I saw in this chart. It's just like, you don't have to put yourself through the fire in this lifetime. Yeah. All right, guys. Hold on. You can unmute yourselves. That is it.
This was fire. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. If anyone has any questions, I'll stay on for another 5 minutes or so.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Thank
coming.
you.
Oh, I was really trying to explain that, like, the logic from the emotions, from the thoughts to the emotions to the feelings to the manifestation.
Hey, Selima.
Hey, who's talking?
It's Christine. I don't have my video on because I look crazy. I just had a quick question. My chart doesn't have a lot of water in it. I'm a Leo rising. I have Cancer in my 12th. And I have my North Node in Pisces. I think those are the only water elements that I have. What advice do you have to, I guess, tap more into that Cancer side of me? Because I often feel that the only time I do tap into my emotions is when I'm alone. Like I like to do it alone, not around other people, or express those deeper emotions around other people.
Yeah. Where did you say the Cancer was? The Cancer's in the 12th?
Yeah, I'm a Leo rising. Cancer's in my 12th. And then Taurus, I'm a Taurus sun, which is, I think the moon is exalted. So I'm very sensitive, but I just don't really feel like I show that side of myself to people. Or
yeah,
I just need to connect.
That makes sense though, because what's in the 12th is the things that we hide. So I don't know if it's necessarily, like, I think it's fine for it to be hidden from others, but it's also continue to make sure that you honor it is really the word. Like, don't have, like, I can use myself as an example. Like I have my moon in Capricorn, South Node in Capricorn. where it would be very easy for me to just not go to the place of emotional connection, but you have it. And so it's honor it. It's fine that it's behind the scenes. It's fine that it's in the shadows. It's fine that no one else sees you do it. Just do it. Because we don't want that emotional fullness to rise and to take over us. And then you also bring it in, if there's little water, you bring it in through the water element. So more time in bath. It's like, are you mostly earth?
Yeah, I have a lot of earth, air, and then I have my fire in Leo, and I have a midheaven in Aries. So yeah, it's mostly air and earth, a little bit of fire, and like barely any water.
Yeah, you have to bring it in through the earth element. Drink a lot of water, take baths, showers.
I love the beach. I mean, we can't do that right now, but I do love water, like being by the water.
And like think of it, just what water does to the earth, and it softens. That's why we're bringing the element in, because it softens the energy. It softens that hardening that earth and fire can do. I often bring it back to like the visualizations of what we actually see in nature. What's the combination of earth and fire? That's the desert, you know? Air is always the leaves blowing, butterflies.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful.
I have a question. My my sun is Cancer and my moon is Virgo and my ascendant is Libra, but I am very sensitive. Like I feel it in my heart when things hurt me, and I really don't like feeling like that. I definitely take on everybody else's emotions and have those nightmares daydreaming.
Right.
I don't know.
So, well, you said I can't visualize it all, but see, notice like with all the charts, there's more than just those two planets. I know a lot of people just focus on the sun, the rising, and the moon, but that makes me think about, is there more water in your chart?
I have Aquarius, yeah. And my fourth
Aquarius
house.
is a water bearer, but it's an air sign.
And I knew that. I have Scorpio in my first house.
Oh, you're Scorpio rising. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm thinking. What was your sun? Your sun is, say the three again.
My sun is Cancer and Virgo is my moon.
And what was your Scorpio rising?
Libra.
Libra what? We're all over the place. I'm all over the place in my head right now. What's your Libra?
That's my ascendant.
Where does Scorpio come in?
Scorpio is my first house with Pluto. That's what it says. I don't know if I'm reading it right. Yeah.
Okay. And what was your question?
I don't know how to not be all over the place, just like that.
Emotionally?
Yeah.
Yeah, Moon and Virgo. It's a good combination, but it's an interesting combination because Virgo, even though it's an earth sign, it's kind of like an air sign, and the anxiety that it can produce within itself, especially around health and perfection and femininity, our idea of what femininity should be, or whatever the person holds about what femininity should be. So you can kind of consider that another air placement. It's like the energy of air, but within the moon and the water. But my advice is not going to be to not feel, though. So I think I'm not understanding the question. You feel all over the place in what regard?
Just like emotional, like when I take things that people say straight to the heart, and it literally, I feel it in my heart. Like I don't want to take on their feelings, and then I, start thinking their thoughts and thinking that they think like this, and then it just goes down the rabbit hole sometimes. And I'm like, okay, I've been doing a lot of meditating and doing a lot of yoga to try and keep me balanced, which is starting to help ground me, but yeah.
Do you have a writing practice?
I don't.
I would consider a writing practice some kind of journaling where you're intentionally releasing what you've taken in. And of course, like the spiritual baths too, like if you're taking it in, because it's, wow, well, I can't, I'd have to see your whole chart. But some of it is if you're taking it in, then having practices that help you to release the energy. And then the other part is, I mean, you're already mindful, which is really great. Like, you know that you're taking something in. So it's that control of the mind where I like to tell people, like, you are the thinker. So you have control over the thoughts that you think. Now, sometimes our thoughts get away from us in the sense that they have so much momentum. That's like what anxiety is. They have so much momentum that we can't stop it. So we need some kind of healthy distraction to move us away from the momentum of those anxiety producing, absorbing, overwhelming thoughts, to break the momentum of it. So you can pick up a book, you can listen to music, you can have a playlist that you turn to. These are the tools that I use when I'm like, okay, I cannot mechanically stop the momentum. So now I have to choose something else that distracts me from this trajectory of thinking. And that can be a good reset. Take a nap.
Yes, nap is fun.
You can take a nap, you can meditate. Journaling might exacerbate it. So maybe journaling after you've reset. But then I also like to use journaling as a process of, sometimes we use it as ranting, and that's fine. If you're going to rant, get it all out. And on appreciation and gratitude. So think of that journaling as like, okay, I've released all of this. I now have empty space inside of me. I want to make sure I am intentional about filling that space with love. And so don't end on the rant, end on the good, end on the hope, end on the future journaling. What do you see for yourself? You're visioning, you're daydreaming. But it sounds like, practices that help you stop the momentum, and you'll have to figure out what feels right. So maybe that's meditation, maybe that's music, maybe that's doing the dishes, doing something tangible with your hands. Maybe that's listening to a podcast. And really being able to turn to that tool, like as soon as you feel it, as soon as you're like, oh, okay, I'm going down this rabbit hole, I don't want to go there, you gotta pick up the next thing. And then, I'll do that. Break the momentum by picking up the next thing and intentionally incorporate releasing into your daily life, whether that's a writing practice, a spiritual bath practice. Some people do enemas. My wife does enemas as a spiritual practice. And slowly you'll begin to realize that you have more control over your thoughts than you do. And then it's kind of a two-part question. It's also about boundaries.
I like those.
And boundaries. Herbal medicine for boundaries is like comfrey and skullcap. Wood betony is a good one. That is, how much earth did you have?
I have Capricorn in my sign, and I don't know if Leo is Earth. I don't remember, but
so this is one
Capricorn in my third house.
Capricorn's right there. No planets in Earth signs. Capricorn, Taurus, or
no Taurus. Taurus in my seventh house.
Capricorn, Taurus, Virgo. You had a Virgo moon.
And Virgo's in my 12th. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So how's your routine? Go.
Right.
There we go. You got to bring in the earth through routine. Routine is the best way to do it. It's like, I'm going to stick to this schedule. Like I go back to, like, sometimes we use our tech tools, using the calendar reminders and all the reminder apps and notifications. And sometimes we need to go back to the basics. In the bedroom, I have a vision board, and right next to it is just a laminated empty calendar that tracks my workouts. And my commitment is to work out 3 days a week. And I usually wait until Thursday. And then it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, gotta do it all. It's like having that mechanical, like really physical accountability. And if you can commit to something and keep track of it, it's whether it's I'm gonna wake up at the same time and go to sleep at the same time, book in your or it's I'm going to be deliberate about eating 3 meals a day. You've got to figure out I would look at what's the disruption, like where do you typically fall off on your routines, and probably look at it that way. Like this is the practice I need to implement so that it doesn't create, I call them meltdown moments in my day.
Yeah, because that happens. I just got a vision board for my birthday, which is coming up, so I'm getting there. Yeah, so it's coming along. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, Selima. This is Deandra.
Hi, Deandra.
I have a quick question. So I guess just kind of stemming off of the grounding and the grounding techniques that you provided for her. Specifically, like say if you're grounded and you're kind of settled in your energy, you know kind of who you are and you decided your boundaries, how do you deal with other energies that you might be drawn to that are kind of looking for you for that stability, for that shoulder to lean on, and like I guess release their energy? How do you, like, what is the best way that you think that you can, I guess, understand those energies, or move away from energies that may not necessarily be in like the best, like in your favor, I want to say?
Okay, so this says, that's a good question, because this is now bringing like the teachings of the law of attraction, in that the things that happen inside of our experience are for us, right? So it's like, what about me is a magnet for people like this, is one question. And that also the things that we can't push against things, like the universe doesn't hear, I don't want to break my leg. Like nobody wants to break their leg, but if I'm constantly thinking about, I don't want to break my leg, I don't want to break my leg, I don't want to break my leg, the universe is essentially hearing break the leg. Does that make sense? Keep yourself unmuted. And so if you're saying you don't want these people around, you don't want these people around, you don't want these people around, the universe is hearing, bring these type of people around.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like the experiences that I had with people that per se needed me in a specific time in their life, I have definitely gained from the experience, and I was able, it's not that I'm not opposed to helping these energies navigate through life, which is fine. I think the hesitance is the damage that occurs after I've met with these energies. The feeling that I guess that's probably where the like reinforcing of the grounding comes in, because then I start taking on their emotions and their issues, and I don't feel like I am who I am anymore, and I have to completely reset back to whatever, like whoever I was, or seated in who I was. I think that's probably like why I feel so hesitant.
Is this family?
No, it's okay. Honestly, no, it's not. It's people that I can't even explain it. People that I guess were more so friends that have gravitated into my life, that I feel like we both needed each other at that point in time. But then after the relationship dissipated, like definitely different person, definitely felt like a different person, which is understandable, but to the point of not even recognizing who you were, and then feeling like lost and having to like rebuild yourself. So like,
sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it.
You're establishing new boundaries with people you were once friends with. Is that what's happening?
Yes.
Oh, so we got some Issa and Molly going on. Okay, I think I have a better understanding. Yeah, boundaries require reinforcement. When we change, and I like what Oprah says about boundaries, and she doesn't say it about boundaries, but basically about when we change, when we elevate and we grow, our circles change. Everybody's not going to climb to the mountain, whatever that is, to the mountain with you. Some people are going to lose air. And so I think that there's some of it is like being able to let go of those relationships with some more grace, and creating, if these are people that you truly don't want to have any more interaction with, then finding a compassionate way to break up. I think that, honestly, I spent, Jessica on here knows how much I spent just rolling with a relationship that had fallen apart years. It had been years, and it was just on a steady decline. And it was because I didn't have the courage to just say, you know what, we are no longer good for one another. And I eventually, probably took me about 2-3 years, maybe even longer, to have the courage to have that conversation. And it was just 2-3 years too long of a time to be putting mental energy and emotional energy into this relationship that I knew was done. And I felt free from it. It's like you got to allow yourself to free yourself from these from the relationships and release people with compassion. It doesn't mean people aren't good people. It means that you're no longer compatible. Maybe you're no longer safe in friendship together. That was one of the things that I was feeling with a friend. And this was a 20+ year friendship. And it's no longer, and it was such a good decision to have made. And I believe that it was good for both of us. Does that make sense? Some of us, it's like, it's our own holding on, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. I think I'm the type of person where I guess like I may have we may have, I guess, met and attached to each other for whatever like we needed, and then the relationship ends. I usually don't end a relationship because I like to, I don't know, I feel like I should hold on to it even though it's not serving me. And then after, I guess, that person has let go, or I still feel some type of way about it, even though it's like clearly this isn't for you. But I think that like resounding energy that I keep or hold that space for that person, like it tortures me, I want to say, in that aspect.
I understand that. I think the Pisces son of me understands that, because you don't want to make other people feel bad, and like you want to be in a relationship with people. And that's the grieving process too. It's allowing yourself to grieve the loss of the relationship. And I would say that, gosh, that probably, after that friend breakup, I mean, it probably took another year for me to grieve the relationship. So some of it's that too, but it's also like it's kind of like a faith thing too, because we hold on to these relationships that we know no longer serve us. And maybe in the back of our minds in some way, it's like, well, what if I don't meet other people? What if like I don't meet other friends, or get another connection that when it was good, it's good again? And that's kind of like a faith thing. Like, you're supported. There's billions of people on this planet. There will be new people who you'll resonate with in greater and deeper and more expansive ways. And some of that, I do think, like, those people, you got to make space for those new people. What we're learning today, and let's let it all be our intention to really use this info today to uplift us, uplift others, and just help us all in our journeys. I'm going to cover, what Leo energy is all about. Leo through the 12 houses, so everyone can really see how this energy plays out for you. How to use Leo's energy for good, body parts that are ruled by Leo, self-care practices to help channel that Leo energy, herbal medicine, some 2020 transits to pay attention to, and Leo intentions. Leo is in all of us. If you're a Leo sun, happy birthday. I'm gonna send you some birthday love in the chat. I know a lot of the astrology apps really only show, the signs that have planets in them, which makes it seem like if you don't have a planet in that particular sign, like you don't have its energy, and this is not the case at all. You all have, we all have, I all have all 12 signs, all the planets, everything else that's swirling in the sky. So we'll get right to it. Write down your questions. I'll try to answer some as we go. Someone said they can't hear me. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, cool. So then that person has to connect their audio. Janine Pearson, you got to connect your audio. And here we go. I will post a replay on YouTube when we're done. So Leo Energy 101. Leo is the 5th sign of the zodiac, the only sign that's ruled by the sun. Seasonally, for those of us in the Northern Hemisphere, Leo arrives in the blazing heat of midsummer. Leo is fixed fire energy. As a fire sign, Like Aries, this is about identity, self-perception, and as a fixed sign, kind of like Taurus, this is about security. After we've journeyed through all of the modes and the elements that we have gone through since we started the series with Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, we return to fire element and the mode of fixed. In Aries, it was all about learning to exist in like as a distinguishable entity. Taurus was about achieving stability on the physical plane and in this material world. Gemini was about perception, curiosity, objective observation of the environment. And Cancer was about emotional nourishment, intimacy, finding inner peace. Here we turn to the identity. And specifically with Leo on our soul's journey here, we are learning to express the identity front and center. Aries is the I am fire energy. Leo is like the because I am, I will. The symbol for Leo is the lion. At its best, the energy is really epitomized by Mufasa from the Lion King movie. Leo is courageous, generous, playful, proud, creative, vital, really vital, strong energy, honest, direct, dependable, reigns with integrity, with charisma, and with dignity. At its worst, we're looking at Scar. It's self-centered, arrogant, egotistical, bombastic, self-centered in the worst kind of way, and reigns through domination over others. But the journey to the highest ideals and expression of Leo is Simba's journey. Leo innately has all of these like wonderful qualities, but the journey for Leo is learning to be secure and expressing it out loud and in the world. The interesting thing about, being ruled by the sun is like you can't not notice someone with a dominance of Leo energy when they enter the room. There is this magnetic, bright, radiating energy about them that's illuminating to the entire environment, just like the sun in our sky. You cannot ignore the sun. It's the brightest star in our solar system. It gives warmth, it gives life, it gives of its energy. It never skips a day, never says to some that they are undeserving of its brilliance. The sun just expresses itself. It doesn't have any judgment about being the sun, nor does it fear its own blaze. But as with every sign and really every person, when we are born, when we're babies, we exude and express and shine full on. Babies are the closest among us to spirit, I think. Being newly incarnated babies, if you really take note and you really do see the core of who they are, even as they are developing and changing every day. There's a Leo baby in the neighborhood where we live, and we hang out with the family pretty often. Her hair is like a lion's mane. She's bright. There are always people gravitating toward her, noticing her. As the youngest among the kids that hang out, she makes her presence known. She's right there in the mix, will not be left out, incredibly willful. So what happens in everyone's childhood, really, is that we are conditioned to dim our lights. Experiences happen where we forget or diminish who we truly are. And the journey truly in everyone's lifetime is returning to self, returning to the core of who we are. For Leo, this journey is returning to that place where we so freely express ourselves. When you know who you are, which is Aries, when you know your needs for security and you fulfill them, that's Taurus. When you know what you think, that's Gemini, and how you feel, which is Cancer, you can take all of that information about self and create something that represents you, which is Leo. An expression of self is the first creation. Leo loves drama, loves theater, loves children, loves recreation, loves to play, loves love, is a natural leader and often attracts all of the attention. But Leo's got to know how to use that attention, not just for the benefit of self, but for the benefit of everyone. It's the center of the sun that is the hottest, but it doesn't keep all of the heat to itself. The heat radiates outward far and wide, warms the entire planet and all of the beings here. The sun sets, yes, the clouds may roll in and give us some respite, but the sun doesn't have a dimmer switch or an off switch. Leos, when right with themselves and their true power, which is not power over others, right with who they are, and like it really what they create affects many in the best of ways. When Leos are insecure, they're withholding of their star power and that internal heat, it eventually combusts, and the expression and creations are damaging and harmful towards self and others. Either way, when Leos create, it has a big ripple effect in their world. Leo gets a bad rep for having big egos, Give me a hashtag yes if you noticed that in the chat, if that's been your experience as a Leo. Really taking up too much space, being arrogant, always needing to be paid attention to, and when not having tantrums about it. Yes, those things can be Leo, but I really always like to challenge these negative assumptions about signs and try to understand the underlying reasons as to why a person falls on one end of the spectrum versus another. I think it's critical, that we remember that embodying and exuding the highest ideals and expressions of any sign is the work of a lifetime. This is where we can extend compassion to ourselves and to others. These energies are inside of us, yes, but it's through the lived experience that we learn to express them. And as we are living and getting feedback about our living through life and those around us, it's then that we realize, where we are falling on the spectrum of these energies, and we can decide for ourselves if we'd like to evolve. Remember also that change, growth, evolution is a choice. We can exercise our free will by evolving, or we can choose to stay the same, and that's true for everyone. When Leo is kind of like doing the most, overperforming, the extreme tardiness, like to make a grand entrance, being bombastic, arrogant, egotistical, remember that's coming from a place of insecurity in its self-expression. The sun in the sky, is a show, but it's not showy about it. Because Leo loves drama and theater and performance, you can almost liken Leo's journey to discovering its authentic expression as trying on different characters. When Leo is acting in real life, not as a professional on stage, that's when it's in trouble. I've seen Leos get stuck in the traps of performance in their daily lives where they think they have to be a certain way in order to gain the respect and the love of the crowd, fearful that if they take the character off, they'll lose their dominion, their position, their power. And it's far more courageous to be oneself than it is to try to be another. Leo has to honor the urges of its heart. Leo rules the heart. Leo has to listen to its heart and follow its instructions. When Leo is in sync with its heart, it doesn't have to fear being too much. It will find that because it's honoring who it is, the kingdom that Leo loves will come. Leo's greatest desire is to feel significant, but it has to earn the throne, just like Simba did when he decided to be authentic in who he really is. And remember that with great power comes great responsibility. While Leo is a natural leader, effective leadership doesn't come naturally. Leo has the charisma to inspire, but has to develop the discipline to lead. Leo is balancing self-centeredness, as in honoring self with generosity of how you serve from self to others. And when it's coming from the heart, it will radiate outward and affect others in the best of ways. Leo needs to learn to radiate its warmth from the heart. Who on here remembers the Care Bears? Wave if you do. We're aging ourselves. Yay, I'm not the only one. The Care Bears, there was a cartoon from the 80s in which there were these multicolored bears, later turned into real teddy bears, whose superpowers essentially were to radiate this ray of light from their tummies that would heal or disarm the enemy, in these super loving ways. It's not like the cartoons of today. Care Bears, like their name implies, are really about beaming love outward. This is Leo expressing itself from the heart. And when it does, it has the power, like the sun, to warm and give life. And it gets all of the attention and the dominion and the respect that Leo craves. It will be freely returned to it, and it'll be well deserved. But when Leo is not ruling itself from the heart, nothing good comes of it. It rules from insecurity. It scorches, it burns, it destroys itself. Care Bear stare. It destroys itself first and leaves ashes in its wake. When Leo energy is balanced, it's confident and enthusiastic, charismatic, proud, generous, playful, creative, courageous, has a tremendous amount of energy, one of the most vital signs. It rules from its inner heart and true center. It exudes dignity, self-respect, integrity, honesty, and is dependable. When Leo energy is imbalanced, it's self-centered, highly opinionated, arrogant, egotistical, bombastic, insecure, ruling from fear, domination, and anger, and throws tantrums when not in the limelight. Leo is super gifted in theater, acting, management, business, entrepreneurship, leadership, oration, and bringing people together. So now we're going to go through Leo, through the 12 houses, and keep these things in mind as we're going around the chart to see where Leo shows up for you in your chart. Where you see, you know, Leo in your chart is where you have this innate ability to be a leader, where you have this radiance and brilliance about you, where people are drawn to you. And it's like, I'll talk more about this, but it's like your platform. And it's a good launching point for you to be of service to the world in really the best of ways. We'll also mention some of the one particular person who has had a dominant Leo energy that we all know from history, and it didn't work out well for humanity. So here we go, Leo in the first house. So here's the first house. The first house is the first place of action in our identities. It's the framework of who we are, our outlook on the world, how we naturally demonstrate our identities. It also represents our appearance, our disposition and manner, the body's constitution, and our natural forms of initiative, leadership, and how we naturally express ourselves. Leo is the rising sign, would be the placement here. And I believe it's the most generous of heart. There's an openness and willingness to be of service that really just comes naturally. That's the outlook on the world. This is the placement that understands that it's a channel of the solar power and not the power in and of itself. The heat and radiance of the sun comes through this person and shines and gives life onto others. Whereas a Leo sun person, even though we're not going into planetary placements here, which affect everything in a lot of different ways, but just to give contrast, you know, I think that the Leo sun thinks it is the sun and it is the source of that power, but Leo rising kind of understands that the power is borrowed. I can also see this placement having a playful and youthful nature, and like viewing the world from this place of how can I shine the spotlight versus being the one in the spotlight. Second house, this is the house of material security. It's how, you know, like we all feel secure and stable while being in these physical bodies and living on planet Earth in this lifetime. It's the tangible things that matter with this house that really helps us to feel secure. Our resources, like our money, our possessions, the things that we own and value, our spending and earning capacity, and our desire to control the things and people within our reach, because if we can control them, then that helps us feel secure. It's also, though, you know, your giftedness and how you can draw from your own like innate personality and skills to create the things that help you feel materially secure on the planet. You know, largely, you know, it is about money. That's the currency on Earth. So here, Leo, I just see big money, at least the desire for it. I can see Leo here believing that it needs larger sums of money to feel secure than it actually does need. Not that abundance is finite or like that there's a dollar figure associated with it. Like I think we all have the ability to be abundant and overflowing in that abundance. But I think that in Leo, this sense of security will be fulfilled by the flow of very large exchanges. I see generous giving. Cancer is on the rising here. So Leo has an emotional and like an intuitive understanding of what people need. Cancer rules mass consciousness. So entrepreneurship will be a good fit for this placement because by definition, you know, entrepreneurs create solutions that solve people's problems. And Cancer on the rising, even though we're talking about Leo in a second, you know, allows Leo on the second to create something that's really heart-centered. And I think that's where there could be some big money. The third house, this is all about how we think based on the people we associate with in our early environment, early education. In this house is how our assumptions and perceptions of our world were first created and how we exchanged and assimilated information in that early environment. It's not so much whether or not, you know, someone is intelligent. It's more about how you formed your unique intelligence. This house also signifies your early education and early learning environment, siblings, your attitudes toward them, short journeys and trips, memory, perception, speech, how you express yourself through writing, speaking, and other forms of communication. And it's also a place of your taken for granted skills because we often really take for granted the things that are closest to us. So here, Leo on the third, gifted storyteller, you know, that person who starts speaking and like just everyone is suddenly wrapped in. Like that's Leo here. In the center of communication, Leo here forms opinions from his early life that may become rigid beliefs in later life that may need to be dismantled. I can also see, you know, this Leo placement having like some cognitive dissonance when as adult it has to share the stage because so many of the early learning environment, so much of the early learning environment was centered around this person. Like this placement kind of lends for a bit of self-importance when it comes to intelligence, because so much was learned by it being the center of attention and observing how others related to one being in the center. I hope that makes sense. Its early perceptions of the world were based on how people interacted with them. So the individual, like this can lend itself to a person thinking that they're always going to be the most intellectual person in the room. That's one of the ways I've seen it expressed. And as this person gets older and sees otherwise, there might be some damage to the ego. Fourth house is all about home and domestic affairs, both in childhood home, like where you grew up, and also the type of home environment you're likely to create as an adult. It's our family, our upbringing, our needs for privacy and peace, real estate, ancestry, lineage, and the subconscious programming that we learn from our families. How do we feel about what we experienced with our families, and what action do we take to kind of either perpetuate it or release ourselves from those records or some of the things that are ruled here too. And Leo, home is the stage for Leo on the 4th. This is where Leo can rule and just have full dominion and power over the experience in the home. I think you'd see a lavish home, like colorfully decorated with items that the person wants to show off and tell the story about. Someone who wants to entertain in the home and like bring the audience to their home to cook, to drink, be merry. Like, have you seen those people who really like come alive when they have company? That's what I see here in my mind's eye. And I think of this placement, and then like when the company leaves, it's almost like the lights go out at the end of the play and the show's over. And ownership of home would be actually very important for Leo in the 4th too. 5th house is a house of creativity. Another way to think of this house is, what do you leave your mark on the world? It's your, I was here, here's proof of my existence. It's your self-expression, the things that bear your name and personal stamp. For some, that's children. For others, like Ava DuVernay, that's her films. It also represents love affairs, play, recreation, theater, drama, amusement. And in some ways, there's this underlying quality about our self-worth with this house, because we tend to associate worth with what we can do, make, create. It's also the house of hidden karma, because what you put out will likely return to you through the things that you create. And this is the natural home of Leo. In the house of creative expression, Leo here loves, you know, all the things I mentioned in the description: children, theater, arts, drama, spectator sports like gambling, love affairs, any and everything that's fun and allows the playfulness of Leo to shine through. This is probably the most lighthearted expression of Leo. Of course, that can also depend on planetary placements. But in our play, we have to remember that while in the moment it feels so good, there could be longer lasting results from those moments. And I'm referring to children coming out of said love affairs. And even just like the things that you create, they have, be it children or other things, they have a life beyond you. And that's where that hidden karma comes into play. We don't always get to control, even if it's a book, it has a life past you birthing it. Yeah. 6th house is the house of health, self-care, our capacity to handle the mundane, our day-to-day work. How do we adjust, resist, or become overwhelmed by the demands of daily life? Everything in this house is under our control. You know, it's our work, our health, our food, our clothing, comforts in life, pets, your employer, employees. You can always quit or fire. Dependents, our working conditions. What happens here basically determines how and if we're able to be of service to others from a place of fullness and not emptiness. Everything in this house contributes to our capacity to work and to serve and to be healthy. Leo's heart must be in their work. They must be in service to others, not to the detriment of self, though. That's always the balance with this house. This house placement is all about how you balance service to self and service to others. I feel like Pisces is on the rising here with Leo in the 6th. And the key to balancing service with self-care is to remember, like, to do the things for self that you are likely doing for others. This is an outwardly like service-based placement. So I think it would be easy for the person to not prioritize self in terms of like honoring when you're on empty. So the ways that you can do both, you know, help others, help yourself, is to remember to be present with yourself in the same way that you're so strongly pulled to be present for others. 7th house, this is all about how we behave in one-to-one relationships. It's our closest relationships, those with spouses, business partners, known enemies. It's our marriages, partnerships, business relationships, other close relationships that are not family unless you work with them, not friends or acquaintances unless you also work with them. This house represents our cooperation with others who are close to us, or our lack thereof, cooperation. It's our we consciousness, as opposed to the I am consciousness of the 1st house. You are in partnership in this house. It also rules the lower courts. Like, think about small claims courts. You're suing or being sued by someone who's close to you. This house is all about how you learn about yourself through your closest relationships. Leo on the 7th, not about to be like in the subordinate, subservient, I don't know, position, or the least dominant person in the relationship. The interesting thing about the 7th house is that the sign energy you find it's simultaneously like the energy you're working to bring forth in a relationship, as it is the energy of the person you'll likely attract. So with here, Leo on the 7th, we're looking at a person who, you know, is trying to be more courageous and more heart forward in love, in one-to-one relationships, more generous of heart. This person does not like to be told how to be. And Aquarius is on the rising. So this person has like strong individualistic tendencies, likely attracting people who are similar in nature. This person is likely very social and friendly. And I think that the person receives love in relationships and from many different people, so that when it comes to the most intimate relationships, I think this person can learn from the partner how to, you know, as openly and generously be loving in the one-to-one as this person can so easily be within the crowd. 8th house, this is the house about how people save themselves. You know, the Christian expression, Jesus saves, but here you save yourself. It is the house where people seek inner stability and emotional and soul security by spiritual, magical, material means. So some people turn to religion. This is like, how do you know you're going to be safe in the next lifetime kind of energy. Some people turn to sex, some people turn to the occult, some people turn to money in the form of like joint finances, loans, inheritances. Like, where do you turn when you need to feel emotionally and spiritually secure? And it's also the house of our deeply felt personal experiences, our rebirths, and our inner deaths, because when you really realize that the means that you've been turning to or that you've been taught to turn to, and you don't feel emotionally secure in those areas anymore, you're really working to die of that old self and to be reborn. This, for Leo, this is the house that holds, you know, deep personal transformative experiences. And here Leo is learning to tame the ego. Leo puts itself through the inner fire to learn humility, to learn how to release itself from systems it once thought it had to be loyal to. Leo is breaking away from an old pack, an old pride, that doesn't serve it to like establish itself in a new territory. But the breakaway, of course, that's hard. It's hard for everyone. It's in this house where the battleground, the underlying energy of this house is the battleground between the soul and the personality and the ego, and that's where that takes place. Leo here wants the significance, the credit, the power, the respect, without having earned it through authentic showing of self or of the heart. And so this energy is like, follow me, listen to me, do as I say, simply because I said so. But the evolution that needs to take place here in order for the Leo to get all of the significance it desires is for Leo to earn it by being courageous to show your true heart, which is a breaking away of those old beliefs, right? You have to earn it by being authentically you, by letting go, and also by letting go of the need to have the significance. That's kind of like an automatic with Leo. It's just like, how do you want to use that platform? The 9th house, this is now how we choose to learn about ourselves. You know, it's the super conscious mind, the education that we choose. It's going beyond our horizons for self-discovery and identification, like moving from the 8th house of that regeneration, death, rebirth. This is the house where we say, okay, I'm reborn. Now what? Now, what does this new me have to do? You need to learn about this new self, this new identity. So this house is associated with our religious and philosophical attitudes, foreign travel, long journeys, educational experiences that you choose, like higher education, apprenticeships, also rules intuition, spiritual visions, and publication. It's the house of self-understanding and those experiences that really take you out of what you think you once knew about yourself. So after Leo has abandoned the old pride, it goes on a journey to find itself and learn about who it is now. Leo here is the star of the learning environment. With Sag on the rising, there's a love of foreign travel, a deep appreciation for all of the philosophies that help one discover, analyze, and access truth. Leo is imaginative. Learning is an adventure, and the desire to learn and understand more, it's an insatiable need and urge. And the beautiful thing about this placement is that Leo wants to share it. The hiccup is being so arrogant about what one has learned or discovered, which is likely not a new discovery, it's just a new discovery for self. And then the hiccup is thinking that these truths or discoveries are going to resonate with everyone that it shares it with, that it's going to be true for everyone that it shares it with. And it's like truths, the same truths don't have to apply to everyone. It can apply to you and be your philosophy without you needing it to be everyone else's. 10th house. This is now this house is about what we do in the world. It's the house of career and vocation. It's our calling. It's the work you get paid to do, the work that you say, like when you introduce yourself to others at a networking event, hey, I'm Selima, I'm an herbalist, astrologer, spiritual teacher. Like, how do you fill in those blanks? The 10th house is our reputation, our position in the world, how the public views you. It's your calling to contribute to society. And because it's so forward facing, it's also the house of approval and whose approval you seek. So again, some more underlying energy of worth here, lessons around worth. And Leo can get in trouble in this house of career and reputation and calling and success. Leo, again, there's that desperate urge for significance, control, dominion, power, and it has to learn that in order to get to the throne, it has to learn how to be an aide. In order to lead and be regarded as one, Leo has to learn how to be led. So Leo here has an arduous rise to the top of the mountain. It can be achieved. They can go far and be so inspirational, but not without training. Starting from the bottom, serving others with openness and generosity, and really paying attention to what it takes to inspire others to follow you, and really for the highest good of everyone, where everyone receives the warmth of your spotlight. Because the alternative is you can rise to the top, you can get all the significance, the praise that you desire, but at what cost? At what cost to yourself and humanity? Hitler has this placement, so chew on that. You can be the sun that scorches, your choice. It's much more fulfilling and powerful to be the sun that gives life and helps everyone rise. There is incredible power in this placement. If you have it, use it to be a gift in the world. A few of my students in Herbal Medicine for the Souls, this is Scorpio rising, have this placement, and they're so powerful. I think one of them is on here. Yep. Hi. And don't even know the power yet, but just remember that this house is about calling. It takes way more courage to do the work of your calling. That's the work of your heart, than to choose a career that, it might give you the power and the recognition, but not the meaning. 11th house. This house is all about who we are in group settings. Do we feel secure and stable when we're around friends, acquaintances, and other group settings? Are we only secure when we're around like-minded people? It's the house of how we learn about who we are when we're in the us and the collective situation. It's associated with our group involvement, friendships, social relationships, creative group expression, and our humanitarian ideals and global awareness. It's our hopes and wishes and projects and ambitions for the collective, and where we feel we're most self-satisfied, because it's kind of like that save the world energy where we all innately want to do something good that will change the world. Leo here, friendly, outgoing, like life of the party in social settings, like everyone's eyes are going to be on the Leo in the room because of your just innate radiance. How do you use it is always the question with Leo. Leo, you know, you don't have to, you don't have the spotlight just for you or just for the hell of it. Like you have a built-in platform of attention and you're meant to share it for the good of all and not keep it to yourself. This house has implications around how we come together as a collective to make the world a better place. So if you are center stage and you're only thinking about your own agenda, that's expressing the lower energy of the sign. The alternative would be to help others like activate their inner Leo, because we all have it, to be courageous in their own lives, to do the work they feel called to do, or to charge the community you're in with like doing the, you know, we come together and we think about ideas in social settings like, oh, we should do this, we should do this. Like the Leo in the room can be the one that helps everyone overcome the fear and like really let's do this collective issue that we're talking about. Let's take action on it. And lastly, the 12th house. This is the house about what lies in our subconscious that needs to be awakened so that we can journey to the next life, the next soul cycle in our evolution. And I always like to envision like a large body of water when it comes to this house, not the ocean, but a big pond or a lake. And you see those ripples on the surface of the water, but you don't know where it came from. It's like, I don't see a fish. I don't see anything moving. And it's that energy of this house where the things are, there's so much movement below the surface and the source isn't known. It's the things that they're so ingrained in us. We barely notice they're unfolding, but they show up in bothersome ways in our lives, really calling for our attention. And just because it's underneath the surface, it doesn't mean, you know, it's unreachable. A lot of dream work can happen here, and we find resolution in our dreams. This house is also affiliated with the subconscious mind, our spirituality and psychic abilities, our unconscious habits, confinement, hospitals, prisons. It's the house of self-undoing. Where do we unravel? And it's our own, basically our own habits that imprison us. Its influences are out of our control, yet they still require our transcendence. And here, Virgo's on the rising, Leo's on the 12th. The sun is behind the clouds in this placement with a deep longing to be of service on the individual level. On the individual level, like Virgo's on the rising, that's the sign of health, capacity, service. Here, Leo has to shine from the background. This is definitely that Care Bear energy. Like Leo's not front and center, and rather Leo learns to lift others up, to strengthen them, to illuminate them. Leo, I kind of see if anyone works in theater, that's actually a good metaphor. If anyone works in theater and works in lighting, like this, I see this energy as being the person who is working the lights, who is saying, okay, now the spotlight needs to be there. Like you're physically manipulating the light and saying, this is where we need to move the light. That's the Leo energy here. Leo's big heart has to be projected onto the lives of others with deep sincerity. Leo learns to be honest about its capacity to be of service and help others. You can be empathetic without putting yourself inside of the pain of others. That's one way that Leo, unfortunately, can steal the spotlight because of Virgo on the rising, like by being the one who's ailing and has fallen victim to chronic illness. Virgo's hypochondriac tendencies can really put itself on the illness end of the spectrum as opposed to the wellness end of the spectrum. So that's kind of the hiccup here, is like, be careful not to have that undoing that's happening in the 12th house be that you're taking on so much that you have become ill, and now you are in the spotlight because you are ill. I hope that makes sense. So here's how we use Leo's energy for good. Share the stage, you know, use your radiance, your magnetism to lift others up. Show others what it means to be courageous by being your most authentic self. You know, people are out here struggling, really just trying to be themselves. That's the hardest work. How can I just be myself? Leos have that innate ability to do so and to show others the pathway of being able to do so. Express yourself from the heart, not the head, and certainly not the ego. Don't settle for attention just for attention's sake. You have a built-in platform. All of the recognition, the significance you desire will come in positive ways and in the best of ways when you use your platform to lift others up. It's like, I love Ava DuVernay, so here's another reference. It's like that quote from Ava DuVernay that regarding why she champions the work of other Black creatives and filmmakers, and it's because it's no fun being at the party alone. And because of her work and her dedication to sharing the spotlight that she's seen as the leader. See how that works? Like, you serve, you receive. Medical astrology. So in medical astrology, you know, all of the signs have rulerships over body parts, and the planets, which we're not really going into detail, rule the physiology and the pathology. So they affect the body parts and the body systems in different ways. So I'm just going to talk about the sign and what are some of the common physical ailments that are present for this sign of Leo. Leo rules the heart and the spinal cord, spinal cord and column, eyes, cell, nucleus, aorta. Its energy is inflammatory, heating, dry, very vital, fiery. The sun that rules Leo rules circulation of the blood, one's vitality, and the spleen. Leo imbalances can manifest as heart conditions, disorders of the spine or spinal cord, eye and vision problems, genetic or cell reproduction dysfunction, regurgitations, palpitations, inflammations, excess heat in the body, sunstroke, hemorrhages, swelling with redness, fevers, fainting spells, aneurysm, spinal meningitis, and curvature of the spine. Also arteriosclerosis, angina pectoris, hyperanemia, anemia, hydremia. And some self-care practices for Leo: balanced living, like really keeping an orderly environment, calm, quiet, slow-paced surroundings, heating and stimulating foods and herbs and drinks are to be avoided. Needs nutritious blood-building foods and herbs. Stay hydrated. Again, the energy is heating and drying. It's fire. How do you quell fire? You have to add water. Hydration is super, super important. And the lack of hydration, that's one of the many ways that inflammation builds up in the body. We need to drink and if you don't live by the water, if you can move by the water, awesome. But if you don't live by the water, can't move by the water, take baths, cool baths, and a lot of dominant fire people who don't take hot showers, it's really good for them. Water therapy. And then also think about, here's what you think about with Leo in your chart. Ask yourself, where do I desire to shine and feel significant? Where do I want to leave my mark on the world? And how can I use my will, my light, and my courage to lift others up too? Herbal medicine. So in thinking about the herbal medicine, like I wanted to create a blend that would help Leo listen to the heart. Like with so much like busyness in the world, so many distractions, so many like bright and shiny objects, so many ideas, and really like so much visibility around like what other people are doing, especially on social media. I think it can be difficult for Leo to figure out what's in its heart. Like, what is my heart saying? Because there's a lot of noise. And then like, especially adding that element of comparison, which social media just drums up inside, I think all of us, if we're on there a lot. I wanted to support Leo in moving toward that courageous leap to listen in and to follow its own path. And I also have to consider lots of people coming on and watching this at different points and like wanting to create herbal medicine that's largely safe for most people and doesn't have too many contraindications. So here's what I came up with. Hibiscus for the blood, cleansing it, improving the blood pressure and circulation. It's really good for the heart, really cooling energy to quell the fire. So this will feel refreshing to Leo energy. Chamomile, it aids the digestion. Who doesn't need that? But overall, it calms the nerves. But the main reason why I include chamomile is for peace. Chamomile is a sun herb, and it is my absolute favorite. It's the first memory of consuming plants that I have in my life, and it is the plant of peace for me. You see how it feels for you. It really brings your energy down so you can hear what's inside. And a pinch of slippery elm, and I say a pinch because if you've ever worked with like flaxseed or chia seeds, it gets gelatinous, and that's the mucilage. That's the constituent that's in all of those, like flaxseed, slippery elm. and chia seeds. And so not too much of it, like a pinch of it, just enough to provide some of that. Mucilage is also cooling energy, but mucilage is also moistening. So that internal moisture of the cells is really good and necessary. We need moistening and cooling for Leo's fire. And it's moistening and cooling energy, particularly for the kidneys. Slippery elm has an affinity for the kidneys, and I'm targeting the kidney energy here because the kidneys hold our fears and our anxieties, and, you know, embodying the royal, dignified, proud lion who reigns with generosity is a big task. And there's going to be lots of fear as we're moving through those fears, and like taking those steps to really actualize who we see ourselves being. This would be a long infusion, an hour or more, but preferably overnight. And then you can just reheat it in the morning. The overnight infusions will give the opportunity. It'll be like it's a hot infusion and a cold infusion, so it'll bring out the mucilage from the slippery elm, which comes out better through cold. And I think it'll be refreshing. I hope some of you guys make it. And there's no medication contraindications. Yeah, and you can intuitively choose your own like proportions when it comes to the hibiscus and the chamomile. Yeah. Planetary placements and dates to note in 2020. We're in Leo season now, so shine. August 4th, Mercury enters Leo. So that's where the mind's energy is going to be concentrated on that self-expression. That could be a good time to make the tea blend, and also like maybe to do like a ritual or something around with water around it. I think that can be a good time to listen in, because Mercury is the messenger of the gods. It's the messenger between you, lowercase q, and you, uppercase you lowercase y, and you, uppercase y. So that's a really good time to tune in to see what messages are being channeled from your higher self, from the greater energies, to see how can you follow the heart. What's your heart saying? August 18th, new moon in Leo. Good place after you've received those messages, set intention toward taking action and manifesting them. And remember that, intention's not enough. Intention is not enough. We have to follow up our intentions with our action, with our integrity, and then with our interrogation. Like I like the three of those together: intention, integrity, and interrogation. You think about your intention and what you do. Your integrity is you're being in alignment with it, and your interrogation of that is like at the end of that cycle, whether it's the day's intention. Did you do what you said you were going to do? And then September 6th, Venus enters Leo. Venus is harmony. Venus is love. Venus is reciprocity and sweetness. Depending on where it is, that could be interesting. If it's like Venus in Leo's 6th house, maybe there'll be some action there. I mean, your 5th house of creativity and love affairs, maybe there'll be some action there. But that brings some sweetness to the Leo energy, so that can help calm the fire. Venus's energy is cooling and moistening as well. And then intentions, of course, I can't set intentions for you, but I do like to give like a starting point. These are things that came up for me. I listen to my heart before my head. I use my light to give life to others. I'll lead when I learn how to serve. I give myself permission to be my authentic self. And this is just a slide about the mentorship program, where, again, it's herbal medicine, medical astrology, spiritual alignment, emotional alchemy, and it's really like helping adults break the cycles of chronic physical pain, mental illness, bills, and side effects through these tools. And you can send me an email. There's not really a lot of info on the website. There's info on Facebook if you want to learn more. And I'll turn my camera back on. Here we go. Hey. I'm gonna pull up the charts. Feel free, if you have a question or anything, to pop it in the chat. How is everyone doing so far today? Thank you. Thank you for coming. All right, I'm pulling up Kim. And I'm gonna unmute you, but I have to find you. There we go. Hey, Kim.
Hey.
How
Thank
are
you
you?
so much. I'm well. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's so good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right. We've known each other for how long? Even though we don't connect often.
I know, almost 20 years.
Shut up.
Isn't that crazy?
I'm not that old. Okay. Okay, so here's your chart. I don't know if you've ever seen your chart. One of the things that stood out, I don't necessarily just focus on the Leo energy. I just kind of see what stands out. And what popped out was all of this like healer energy. 3 planets in Virgo in the 10th house of career and reputation, and like here's how the world knows you, and Virgo being the sign of health. And Jupiter being the planet of expansion and growth, and like how do we express our largeness is Jupiter. Mars being so action-oriented, warrior-like in its pursuit of energy of Virgo, which is health and healing and service. And then Saturn bringing the energy of structure, that it's like although it's at the end, so it's like here are boundaries. It's like there's this learning of like, I want to serve and I need a structure for it. But I saw that Neptune and Sag. Neptune's like the dissolver. The image that always comes to mind when Neptune shows up is, you know, when your windows are foggy in the car when you're driving, like your vision's blurry. It's like that. And Sag being the truth seeker and also the adventurer. But it's I see it as piercing through the truth. So that was another, like, this is what you bring to the quality of your healing work. And then Chiron in the 6th, that's usually, Chiron's the wounded healer. Sometimes we can just focus on the fact that there's a wound. There's a wound in this area of life, be it in health or your capacity of service, but it's a wound that you learn to overcome. So that's the hope of Chiron, that it's like, I am overcoming this and I'm therefore teaching others. It doesn't have to be a formal, like, here's my classroom teaching, but through my example and my lived experience of overcoming this, I am teaching others to do the same. And then Mercury in Pisces, which is like mind focused on spirituality. So I was like, oh, Kim's a healer, which I know some things about, like what you do, but yeah, you're a yogi. How does any of that sound?
Oh, it really resonates. The Chiron resonates with the trauma that has been a big part of my life and my journey. You know, finding my lover dead 10 years ago.
That's right.
And you know, I'm more curious about the Sagittarius, I guess the Neptune and Sagittarius, the piercing through the fog.
Yeah.
So what does that? Does that mean that that's my work, to pierce through the fog, or things are foggy, or?
I think it's something that's innate. So I have the same placement. I don't know if Neptune is, no, I have Uranus in my Sag. But I think it's an innate thing that you do. It's almost like simplifying spirituality for people, or simplifying what it means for there to be truth, being able to see the little bit of clarity through that fogginess and be like, this is the thing that we're supposed to focus on. Does that make sense?
It does. It does a lot. I think that the yoga and ministry, you know, condensing into these little Dharma talks is at work. Thank you. Where's my Leo?
Your Leo's in the ninth, but right on the right at the end. Your Leo North Node. So the North Node is the North and South Node. I did pull it. North and South Node. They're always in opposition, and the South Node is like, it's like, you know, you've incarnated so many times, and this energy of the South Node is so familiar that in this lifetime, that's not going to work. You are trying to express the highest ideals of the sign that is in its opposite, which is Leo for you. And that's like being called to be the center stage, you know, exercising your willpower, playfulness, practicing courage, you know, all the things that we talked about and embodying the highest expression of Leo. And then leaving behind some of the lower qualities of Aquarius, which is like detachment, aloofness, avoiding confrontation, those kind of things. But it's again, it's the work of the lifetime. I always like to say that, like this is not, you're gonna wake up tomorrow and be like, yes, roar. Like, no, it's gonna be like, roar, roar. Like you're it's gonna get louder. Like, so yeah. And then yeah, those are the two things that I pointed out about yours.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's nice. I'm looking for it. Is Brittany Mayfield here? Might not be on, but I'll pull it up. There we go. Can you guys see Brittany's chart? I don't think she's here, but here's what I saw. Low fire. I always tend to go here first to look at the elements and the modes. The elements: fire, air, earth, water. The modes are cardinal, fixed, and mutable. And you can learn so much about a person just by looking at their dominant elements and their least dominant elements, especially if there's such an imbalance. And low fire, only the moon and fire, and so much earth. And then I pulled this up too because this person is coming out of their Saturn return. Saturn was transiting. I mean, it's still in Capricorn and retrograde right now. I pulled up the transits, but it was transiting in the last 2.5 years. And Saturn return is a big, it happens between, you know, like 26, 28, 29, 30. And that's a big place in your life where you're restructuring your identity, you're restructuring your life. Excuse me. And this person has so many planets in Capricorn as it is, that it's just like, oh my gosh, I wanted to know what happened. That was really why I pulled the chart. It's like, I want to know what happened. How did that go? It's in the 9th house of higher learning. So maybe educational shifts and like, how am I choosing to learn in this realm? Capricorn certainly has implications for business and authority. And it's like that sign of like you're learning to be the authority of your own life, with Uranus, which is, it's not chaotic, but it usually there's swift changes that happen. Saturn is the structure. This is a good placement for Saturn because this is one of Saturn's home. Neptune, the dissolver, and then Mars, kind of the action, the warrior. But I wanted to know, how this person was doing in the last couple of years. Dominance and earth energy. What did I say in Taurus? It's like it's like very grounded, very like in the body, materially focused, like material, like tangible. Yes, it can be money, but also like just very rooted in the physical. Capricorn energy is not like trailblazing energy. It's the goat going up the mountain, but it's like the goat has seen that there is a path to climb this mountain. Capricorn is not going to be the first to do anything. It's going to be the one who sees like, oh, you did it, I can do it too. It's very practical in that regard, and it might see that one has done it and will do it too and then do it better, but it's not going to be, or do it more efficiently, but it's not going to do it first. And then it's very fixed in the assimilation of new ideas. Yeah, so much earth. Yeah, is slow to adopt new ideas. Think of like what it's physically like to, the metaphor I used was like trying to push a couch through the dirt. And it's like there's all of this friction because it's so rooted in the materials. Like, what does it take to move the earth? It takes an earthquake. Like, that's the mentality of the person. And then low fire, you have to bring in the fire, through like vigorous exercise, through stimulating herbs and like, stimulating inner like digestion, like stimulating that digestive fire. Brainstorming is a really good mental activity for someone who has low fire, because it this is the spark. Fire is the element that's the spark of life, that's the vitality, that's the imagination, that's joy. So I would kind of want to hear about that too from this person. They're not here, so that's okay. And who's the last one? Is Amy here? Amy, I have Amy Lee Brownell. Bono? Hold on. Let's see if this is your chart. Is this your chart? Amy Lee? The name says Amy.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you? Is it you?
This is me.
Okay. Yay, welcome. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. It's been so insightful so far.
Oh, good. I'm glad. And then, pull down here. And here we have all the air. All the air, all the fire, little earth, little water. So little water. Oh, that's interesting that that's your south node too. I'm thinking, hold on. Like our water element is our subconscious, it's our emotional attunement, our sensitivity to others. And so with some Cancer and Saturn in your house of money. Do you budget?
Yes. I mean, I'm a teacher, so I have to budget. I don't know that I'm really very good at it.
Yeah, I think that would be a good, like Saturn builds structure, is about structure, teaches us through, Saturn teaches us through pain when we choose to ignore the foundational work, right? So it's kind of like, and I'm not necessarily calling you out, just using this as an example now, like we hear so many uber wealthy people talk about how they know where their dollars are going. And then for those of us who want to build wealth and we choose not to budget, it's kind of like, but so like to have this placement of like Saturn in Cancer, which can like have this, Cancer's skittish and kind of like insecure. So to have that insecure from a place of like, it's just absorbing of so much energy that it's like, please, not another, no one else, please, not another thing to absorb. But this gives you good boundaries around it. And Saturn is saying to build a structure around your security. Does that make sense? Almost like build a home, but it's that financial home. That's why I asked if you budget. It's like, oh, that would be a good exercise if you did for your personal finances.
Yeah,
it's your work.
Yeah, it would be a good exercise because I'm making money disappear. Like I can make lots of money just disappear. So.
Yeah, lots of air. So very perceptive, swift, very quick thinking is what I see. Oh yeah, you have Gemini rising, like very quick. But also, and yeah, and friendly. Look at all this in these friendly signs. Do you have a large social network? Or just a large network? Like
Yeah.
can fit in?
Yeah, I can fit in a lot of different places.
What I have seen with lots of air is that sometimes it's hard to perceive self and be self-reflective of like, there's so much perception of what's happening outside of you that it's like, well, wait a minute. Where's that centeredness and groundedness in me? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that
And
resonates.
like, how am I participating in these interactions? Like it can be very attached because it's so observing. And with little water, that's interesting. It's like you have to work to like put yourself, although your south node is kind of like saying, don't do that, like you're good. I don't know. It's interesting. This is a great chart. Because your south node is like also saying like, no, don't put yourself too much into the emotional realm and sensitivity of others. But there still needs to be the development of how to perceive oneself while in relationship with others. And then it's all this fire. Yeah. And then earth. So the north node is like, you need grounding. Yeah. And you bring it in, and you bring in earth through routine, through building structures, just like the Saturn is saying. That's really supportive. Saturn in Cancer saying build structure. North node in Capricorn saying build structure and systems around your beliefs, maybe. The most deeply felt experiences are the ones that are kind of going to make you go lean into creating a system, whatever that system is. System around your identity, a system around your beliefs.
I'm in the middle right now of building a farm school, so that seems pretty relevant.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, this is a fun chart. Let's see more. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
What does my sign base say about me? I'm a Gemini. You're everything, though. Sorry, Rosa. I pulled them beforehand to look at them for a little bit. And so the sun, on the sun sign, 29th degree. Hold on. I think I need to scroll up. All right. I think that's it, guys. Folks, I'm trying to get away from saying guys. I apologize. Thank you for coming. Feel free to email me questions. I'll type my email in the chat. Because I do love looking at the charts. But it's always more fun when we can have a conversation about it and see what's happening in their life. Because your life is where, that's the playground. That's where everything is taking place. So like anybody, the spectrum of energies is that the combinations, that's infinite. It's really about the lived experience and the story that you're creating through the planets and the signs. But now we are here to learn about Virgo, and let it be our intention, to use this info to uplift ourselves on our journeys, be of greater service to humanity, and just live more out loud. So we're going to talk about how, Virgo energy, just 101. What is it all about? Go through the 12 houses so everyone can really see how this energy plays out in your life based on your chart placement, how to use Virgo energy for good, body parts that are ruled by Virgo, body systems, the medical astrology, self-care practices that help channel Virgo energy, herbal medicine to encourage balance, some planetary transits to pay attention to in 2020, and Virgo season intentions. Virgo is in all of us. Happy birthday to all the Virgo sun people. Let's send you some love. And even if it's not your sun sign, it's still in you. Sorry, I'm gonna mute all. All right, keep yourself muted. Yes, even if it's not your sun sign, it's still in all of us. And because we have all the planets, we are affected by all of the energy that's happening in the cosmos. So it's showing up, Virgo energy is showing up for you somewhere. We're going to talk about that. Let's get in it. Virgo is the 6th sign of the zodiac, coming right after Leo, the lion, the sun, the brave-hearted one. In tropical astrology, Virgo arrives at the end of summer, leads us into the fall. It's a mutable sign, along with Gemini, Sagittarius, and Pisces, which are also mutable. The energy of which, desires nothing more than change, thrives in the in-between, the transitions. Mutable sign energy, because of its flexibility, it needs to channel its energy into things that are meaningful and purposeful. Here with Virgo, the energy is channeled into personal growth, health, and service. Virgo wants to be better, feel better, and do better. Virgo's symbol is the Virgin. Y'all know this is some patriarchal something. So one could think of, the Virgin as representing the ideal, divine feminine energy, pure, chaste, innocent, perfect. Those are some of the commonly talked about qualities of Virgo Virgin energy. If you've been with me in this series for a couple of months now, then I kind of like to turn those traditional and somewhat limiting sign descriptions on their head. Think of them more broadly and in ways that universally apply to all. Virgo, to me, the Virgin represents the ideal for self, for you. I believe that everyone has a vision for who they desire to be. What's that 2.0 version, 3.0 version, 4.0 version of who you are and who you're becoming. We all have that ideal. We all desire growth. The Virgin symbol represents that ideal and that vision. This is the journey of purification that Virgo embarks on in this lifetime, the purification of self from whatever stage in life you are in and where you are on your spiritual path. Virgo has the power and the intrinsic motivation to assess, analyze, organize, create, and follow through on a step-by-step plan for its own self-improvement. One of the challenges with this energy is that no matter how much progress has been made, there's this insatiable urge to strive for more. The goalpost always gets pushed back. It can be hypercritical, too caught up in the details, and this is where those perfectionistic tendencies come out. Perfectionism is a breeding ground for an inferiority complex, and it's the mother of shame. Hyper-detailed analysis and the desire for personal development just gets warped. Judgment has two ends: discernment and criticism. Virgo has to understand that perfection is not the ideal. Virgo, for all of its love and talent for organization, observation, practical problem solving, it's learning to define perfection as acceptance. Perfection is acceptance of the who, the what, the when, the where, the how, the why of literally right now in this moment. Acceptance does not mean that you abandon your desire for more. In fact, chastity is one of the negative aspects of Virgin energy because it's a repression of a natural desire for sexual intimacy. Purity does not mean withholding or abstaining for the sake of avoiding what you perceive will be negative consequences if you indulge. Fear of punishment underscores that chastity ideal when it comes to the Virgin. Virgo has high standards. It's invested in service to others at such an extreme degree that it can overserve. This is when service turns into saving, and Virgo can easily lose sight of itself, not take care of itself, not honor its capacity. Capacity meaning, do we have the energy, the time, the resources to give to another right now? Do we have the energy input to justify the output? This is one of the ways that Virgo's health, has the potential to be negatively affected. The other way is also related to the sign's high standards and desire for personal growth. Naturally, as it pertains to personal development, health is a key component. Virgo is the sign of health, rules the house of health. The desire to feel well, our birthright, absolutely. To pursue and to discover the health practices that are most suitable for feeling truly well according to the individual's constitution and needs, that's natural. To fear illness is not. Attention that progresses to concern, that progresses to fear, that progresses to these hypochondriac tendencies can trap the Virgo in the claws of illness without it fully understanding like how it got here. For the sign that has an incredible ability to become its ideal, I have seen Virgos on all ends of the spectrum when it comes to health. The one who's super fit, eats well, does all the things to maintain good health, and the one who lives on the illness end of the spectrum, the one who swings back and forth like a pendulum between illness and wellness. The causes for illness are many and varied. In some regards, the Virgo can choose a path of learning through illness. Virgo can become a victim to its health by adopting rigid standards for health. Like a to-do list, the Virgo can have a very defined idea of what health means. And if there are 10 markers that signify good health on that list and one box that didn't get checked, it can overshadow the 9 that were checked and negate all of the process, all of the progress. Virgo loves to get results, enjoys the sense of accomplishment that comes with making progress. Virgo just has to be willing to admit to itself that in some form or another, like there's satisfaction, it's gonna be a hard one to swallow, in being ill and working its way back toward wellness. Sometimes that desire for personal growth as it relates to health means that Virgo gets to a certain place with its wellness where it feels good, then slides back into illness to be able to work its way back to health again. Still admitting people, okay. And we all do this in different areas of our lives. It's staying inside of these worthiness zones. Imagine that your worthiness zone is like the shape of a hula hoop that's as large as the room you're in. This is your comfort zone. When you get to the edges, you've reached your idea of what you're worthy of how good you can feel. If you don't step across that threshold, understand that even in well-being and health, you can feel better and better and better. It doesn't have to be what modern medicine teaches us, that it's better than worse, or that your health declines as you age. You can do something. If you're not recognizing that you're at the edges of your worthiness zone, you can end up doing something that causes you to walk yourself back to the center and to stay in the zone instead of really choosing to widen it. Virgo has to check in, with itself, its belief system about health, and sift and sort through the ideas that are either helping or hurting your health. Virgo in service to others is mentally creative, conservative in its approach, which is really ideal for people. If you're helping people who are slow to accept new ideas, just slow to change. Virgo is patient, gifted in writing, speaking, expression, and also really assesses situations well and comes up with detailed plans. A hiccup in interpersonal relationships is that, because Virgo desires self-improvement, self being the operative word, it's invested in helping others reach their ideals too, which is great, but it can reflect or project the perfectionistic tendencies onto others, which can make others feel like they're being judged and criticized. That not good enough energy that Virgo just feels so deeply within, until it learns acceptance, can get projected onto others. And because that internal record of negative judgment is so strong within, Virgo may perceive in their relationships that they're being criticized when they're not. Wherever you are, there you will be. And that's the expression. If Virgo feels not good enough inside of itself, it will create stories in its head about interactions that validate that feeling and that experience. But it's a story. Virgo is ruled by Mercury, This is the second sign that's ruled by this planet, which is the messenger of the gods. Mercury to me represents communication between you and you, between you and source. With Gemini ruled by Mercury, the communication is understanding perception and perspective. With Mercury ruling Virgo, an earth sign, the communication like has to come through the material, through movement and actions in the physical body, through the mundane daily work that we do. This is where the service orientation comes from with Virgo. Communication is verbal expression. You know, Virgos are often chatty, but it broadly means messages and signals. It's just they're being transported. And with Virgo, the messages and ideas come in and are expressed in work and then integrated into self, like through action. That's what the earth signs are all about. They're about, you know, orientation to the material, physical world, like these bodies, the tangible things that we can touch. Where like Gemini energy can really stay in the head and see how decisions will play out in its head. Virgo needs to anchor the mental energy into work done just in the day-to-day, in routine, in service, in the hands. In Gemini, rationalization can go on forever. For those of you who were on that workshop, you remember I described it as like ping pong competition inside of infinity mirrors. That's what's happening in the head of a Gemini. Here with Virgo, you have that same like rapid mental energy, but it comes out through the work. And then like the individual learns by seeing the outcome. So it's like then based on what Virgo observes, it analyzes again, then takes new action. The mental energy is expressed in the physical material realm through tangible results. And then upon seeing how it plays out, Virgo mentally reassesses. Like Gemini can see cause and effect in head. Virgo needs to see cause and effect in service. When Virgo energy is balanced, it's discerning, carefully observant, modest, pragmatic, alert, organized, communicative, a great listener, strives for personal growth while, you know, being accepting of the now. And when Virgo energy is imbalanced, is judgmental of self and others, can be unsympathetic to people's struggles, views perfection as a goal instead of alignment and acceptance, represses desires, ignores needs. We're gonna go through Virgo and all the houses. So, you know, keep these larger themes in mind as we go around the chart and where Virgo shows up for you in your natal chart, where you see, you know, your Virgo energy will, you know, you have that tendency for organization, like the gifts of organization and order and, I won't use that word, and service to others. And so we'll go around the wheel and I'll talk about which each house represents in terms of the area of life and the personality it shows up in, and just say a little bit more about it. First house, this is the place of action in our identities. Like it's the framework of who we are, our outlook on the world, how we naturally demonstrate our identities. It also represents our appearance, our disposition, our manner, our body's constitution, and our natural form of initiative and leadership and how we naturally express ourselves. Virgo as the rising sign, you know, views the world as a place from which it can lend a hand and be of service. Virgo here, you know, humbly, quietly gives of itself to whatever its chosen cause is. To give an example of this energy that's kind of relevant to what's happening in the time that we're living in, like Virgo's not on the front lines of the protests, neither, you know, those that are happening literally on the ground or those movements that are happening in media. Virgo here is the one who's chopping the onions for meals, packing the kits for protesters, delivering meals, you know, bandaging the wounded, compiling lists of organizations, ones to either support or ones to hold accountable. Virgo is in the details that keep the movements alive and sustainable. Virgo here is also keenly aware of its health, probably more so than Virgo sun placements. Second house, this is the house of our material security. It's how we feel secure and stable while being in these physical bodies, living on planet Earth, like in this lifetime. It's the tangible things that matter with this house that help us to feel more secure. Our resources, our money, possessions, the things we own and value, our spending and earning capacity, our desire to control the things and people within our reach. You know, if we can control, so we think, if we can control them, the people who are around us, then we feel more secure. It's also, you know, though, it's your giftedness and how can you draw upon your own just innate personality, who you are, your skills to create the things that help you feel materially secure. So I'm also going to talk about Virgo as it relates to what's on the rising as we go through. And so we have Leo rising here, but any earth in the earth sign in general, Virgo is here in the second, but Leo is here on the first. Any earth sign in the second house, which is ruled by Taurus, will be harmonious. And there's really no exception here for Virgo, which is meticulous about finances. There's a natural understanding here of what it takes to be secure. As the house of values, Virgo feels most secure in its money-making endeavors when it has enough for itself and enough to be able to help others in need. I could see this type of person being really intentional about charity and choosing people and causes that it supports on a regular basis. Third house, this is about how we think based on the people we associated with in our early environment, how that shaped our perceptions of the world. This is the house and how our assumptions and perceptions of our world were first created and how we exchanged and assimilated information in that early environment. It's not so much whether or not, you know, someone is intelligent, we all are. It's more like how you formed your unique intelligence. This house also signifies early education, your early learning environment, your siblings, your attitudes towards your siblings, short journeys and trips, memory, perception, speech, how you express yourself through writing, speaking, and other forms of communication. And it's your taken for granted skills, you know, because the things that we take for granted are often the things that are closest to us. With Cancer's on the rising here, first house, Virgo's in the third. This Cancer is the sign that's most absorbent of the energy in the room. It might be this person's saving grace with Virgo on the third in the house of reasoning in the mind, because at least this person can communicate what's going on to the very minute details of the situation of like why the Cancer is feeling, the Cancer rising person is feeling overwhelmed. The Virgo energy here helps it express that. This is also the home sign of Gemini, which is the nervous system. So the nervous system, now we have like, you can think of this as a layer cake. So the home sign is the bottom layer, and then what the placement is of the individual is this top layer. So you have, you know, Mercury ruling Gemini in the bottom layer. Now you have another layer of Mercury ruling Virgo, and you can think of this as it's two nervous system rulerships. And so the nervous system is really heightened and stimulated in this placement. And it likely goes straight to the abdominals, which is what Virgo rules. I've seen people with this placement, you know, talk about their health a lot. Like the topic gets woven into almost every conversation somehow. Health is on the person's mind. Fourth house, this is the house of home and all domestic affairs, both, you know, childhood home as we grew up and the types of home environment we're likely to create as adults. It's our family, our upbringing, our needs for privacy and peace, real estate, ancestry, lineage, the subconscious programming too that we learn from our families. How do we feel about what we experienced with our families, and what action do we take to either perpetuate or release ourselves from those records? Virgo in the house of home is meticulous, nitpicky, enjoys a tidy environment. But with Gemini in the rising, you know, the twins, it can vacillate between times of extreme tidiness and times of like utter chaos. Again, Virgo likes to have a good checklist to go through, and here the attention is on the home. When it's operating on the more chaotic end of the spectrum, I think that's reflective of overwhelmment within. It's not good for the Virgo disposition. It adds anxiety. When it's messy though, it's like an organized mess. The Virgo here knows where the things are, just needs to go through that checklist of putting things back in their rightful spot. Fifth house is our house of creativity. Another way to think of this house is like, what do you leave your mark on in the world? How do you leave your mark on the world? I was here, here's proof of my existence. It's your self-expression and the things that bear your name, your personal stamp. For some, that's children. For others, like Ava DuVernay, one of my heroes. It's her films. It also represents love affairs, play, recreation, theater, drama, amusement. In some ways, there's an underlying quality about our self-worth in this house because we tend to associate our worth with what we can do, make, create. It's also the house of hidden karma because what you put out will likely return to you through that which you create. This isn't a placement that leaps or like that when feels inspired, jumps right into action. Taurus on the rising is the sign that's most concerned with stability and it's slow to change. Virgo in the house of creativity and self-expression, like carefully ponders maybe love affairs before jumping in bed. Wants everything that comes from it, be it children, creative endeavors, projects, to be perfect. This, of course, will not be the case. So I think good lessons that will happen for Virgo placement here will be through its creations, like being very different from itself, to teach it about like choosing acceptance over perfection. Sixth house, this is the house of health, self-care, our capacity to handle the mundane, day-to-day work. How do we adjust, resist, or become overwhelmed by the demands of daily life? Everything in this house is under our control because it's your work, it's your health, it's your food, it's your clothing, your comforts in life, your pets, even your employer. You can choose to change employers. Your employees, you can fire them or hire different ones. Your dependents and your working conditions. You can control everything in this house. What happens here basically determines how and if we're able to be of service to others from a place of fullness and not emptiness. Everything in this house contributes to our capacity to work, serve, and be healthy. And this is the home of Virgo. The natural servant who readily steps up to the plate, says yes to work, Aries is on the rising, has the energy to carry it through. This is where the impulse to say yes comes from Aries on the rising, and the boundary of knowing when it needs to say no is learned in the Virgo placement. The person may experience some burnout as a lesson, but it will be able to quickly understand why and make adjustments should it desire to do so. Earth signs, naturally understand limitation, boundaries, capacity, but the willingness to comply is another story, especially when it comes to fire signs. Seventh house, this is about our one-to-one relationships and how we behave in one-to-one relationships. It's our closest relationships, those with spouses and business partners and known enemies. It's our marriages, partnerships, business relationships, like other close relationships. It's not family unless you also work with them, not friends or acquaintances unless you also work with them. This house represents our cooperation with others who are close to us or the lack of cooperation. It's our we consciousness as opposed to the I am consciousness of the first house. You are in partnership in this house. It rules lower courts. Like think about small claims courts. You're suing or being sued by someone who's close to you. This house is all about how you learn about yourself through your closest relationships. Pisces is on the rising. So criticism here is a theme that I see coming up with this Virgo placement, and it's either heightened in the native, like the individual with this chart, or it's heightened in the partner. Either way, it's a reflection, of how the person feels about itself and when they're with, where they are with their own self-acceptance. The older and wiser the person gets, the more harmony they'll feel in intimate relationships. There's also service within partnerships, like the desire to please, to offer itself to others is strong. Pisces is on the rising, which is another sign of service. Sometimes to the degree of martyrdom. We don't have to forget self to be in loving and cooperative relationships with others. But I could see this sign, feeling as that's as if that is what it needs to do, as if that is what it needs to do. Eighth house is how people save themselves. This is about the Christian expression, Jesus saves, but here you say you're saving you. In this house where people seek inner stability, emotional and soul security by spiritual, magical, material means. So some people turn to religion, some people turn to sex, some people turn to the occult, some people turn to money, other people's money, joint finances, loans, inheritances. Where do you turn when you need to feel emotionally and spiritually secure? And it's also the house of our deeply felt personal experiences, our initiations into like new versions of ourselves, our rebirths, our inner deaths, because when you realize that the means you've been turning to to feel emotionally secure aren't serving you or working for you, you have to die to that old self and be reborn. Aquarius is on the rising. If only salvation were as easy, as participating in communion on Sundays. Virgo here saves itself when it learns to get out of the tiniest of details. In the body, with Virgo ruling the digestive process, it breaks down food, it uses it as energy, spiritually and in the personality. Virgo does the same thing. It breaks down and it builds from that which is useful. Virgo can always find itself, too much in the breaking down process and the breaking down phase here. And a point of surrender happens when it realizes it's not going to find that true soul security in the mind's ability to analyze and discriminate. Virgo is learning to let go of beliefs it holds around salvation, where they come from. Some of this stuff in this house is beliefs around obligation. And it's learning to how do you accept yourself now in this lifetime, and create your heaven on earth. Ninth house, this is how we choose to learn about ourselves. It's the super conscious mind, education we choose. It's going beyond our horizons for self-discovery and identification, moving from the 8th house of regeneration, death, rebirth. This is the house where we say, okay, I'm reborn. I've released this old belief system that was once so closely tied to my identity. And now, what does this new me have to do? Who am I? You need to learn about this new self. So this house is associated, with our religious and philosophical attitudes, because we're going forth and we're saying, oh, I need new experiences to teach me about my new self. So it also represents foreign travel, long journeys, educational experiences that you choose, higher education, apprenticeships. It also rules intuition and our spiritual visions, publication. It's the house of self-understanding and those experiences that take you outside of what you think you knew. Capricorn is on the rising. This person wants to understand how religion and philosophy apply to everyday life. Otherwise, it remains a skeptic. Unless there's a strong Sagittarius planetary placements, this person with Cap on the rising, travels for work and not necessarily for the joy of adventure. This placement learns a great deal about itself through understanding its own history, the traditions from where it came. The Capricorn on the rising, Cap is very much a see it to believe it type of energy. So higher learning on the 9th for Virgo does come from following the proven path to understanding, and not necessarily from leaping into the unknown. 10th house, this is the house about what you do in the world. It's your house of career and vocation. It's the work you get paid to do and the work that when you say and you introduce yourself to others, like at a networking event, hey, I'm Selima, I'm an herbalist, astrologer, spiritual teacher. How do you fill in those blanks? The 10th house is our reputation, our position in the world. How does the public view you? And it's your calling to contribute to society. Because it's so forward facing, it's also the house of approval and whose approval you seek. Sag is on the rising here. Virgo on the 10th earns, a reputation for being of service to others, possibly in health industries, definitely in the realms of things that broaden people's horizons, because that's the Sag coming through. Virgo loves to serve and to help. The trap here is to remember to do it for the love of the work and not for the prestige that may or may not come. Trust that the energy you put out, when it's done in integrity, you'll receive the reward, the recognition that will be returned. Be the humble servant. 11th house, this is how we are in group settings. Do we feel secure and stable when we're around friends, acquaintances, in other group settings? Are we only secure when we're around like-minded people? It's the house of how we learn about who we are when we're in the us and collective situation. It's associated with our group involvement, our friendships, our social relationships, creative group expression, and humanitarian ideals and global awareness. It's our hopes and our wishes and the projects and ambitions for the collective, and where we feel most self-satisfied, because it's, it's kind of like that save the world energy. and where we all want to innately, you know, do something that will help to change the world. Scorpio's on the rising. Scorpio's a power sign. Virgo in the house of friendships, it might find itself most comfortable in situations in which it feels, because it can mentally justify it, better than everyone else, and very uncomfortable if it feels less than. Of course, you know, the lesson is to learn acceptance, and that, you know, every interaction isn't a battle. Like Scorpio is the stormiest of all the signs. So here on the rising, there's always this like underlining, like what doom is coming with Scorpio, some kind of pending danger. And so that's certainly not always the case, but Scorpio has its mind has a tendency to do that. It's ruled by the warrior, Mars. Virgo offers a great deal, though, to the group dynamic, wants to see people heal and transform themselves, has that really strong desire to be able to encourage people to do that in this placement when it's in the group setting. And it, like, that's the value it brings to the collective, is that encouragement to heal. And it's also really good with the details and the organization of service. So we're thinking about, you know, community service. Virgo, again, is able to be in the details of helping that movement be sustained. Like, it's good, like, committee organizing energy. And the 12th house, this is about what lies in our subconscious that needs to be awakened so we can journey on to the next life, the next soul cycle in our evolution. You know, I think of this house as a large body of water. It's not the ocean. And that there's a mysterious ripple in the water, and you don't know the source. You don't see a fish, you don't see anything, you don't see a turtle. It's just like, whoa, where did that ripple come from? This is the things that are so ingrained in us. We barely kind of notice they're unfolding, but they show up. They show up as those ripples in bothersome ways, likely calling for our attention. Just because it's underneath the surface doesn't mean it's unreachable. So this house, you know, is affiliated with the subconscious mind, our spirituality, our psychic abilities. How can we go to the depths to retrieve the gifts that are in the ripple? It's like that scene from Harry Potter, the ocean scene, or like that was a part of the games. You guys remember that? I don't know, maybe I'm the only Harry Potter fan. Only Harry Potter fan. Where you're going down into the depths of the water to get the gifts. The pensive. Anyway, this house is affiliate, yes, the superconscious mind, our spirituality, our psychic abilities, our unconscious, yay, Harry Potter fans, unconscious habits, our confinement, hospitals, prisons. It's also the house of self-undoing. Like, if we can't figure out what's causing that ripple, it can literally like drive us crazy and imprison us in ways that we don't intend, but it's like, it's really the call to action here is to go within. Health, Libra's on the rising. Health is always in the back of the mind for this Virgo on the 12th. This is the sound of I serve or I suffer. And where the Virgo is on its journey of service, you know, will show up in health. With Libra, you know, that's the we sign on the rising. This person's outlook on the world is very oriented around its relationships. It almost like can't do anything without someone else. But the lessons in learning, you know, the both and dynamic and like graduating beyond this, like either or. Like Virgo's health suffers when it believes that service is done at its expense, and service isn't obligatory. You know, you don't help because you don't think anybody else will do it or step up to the plate or just because you can. You do it for the love of it and because it's aligned with you and your gifts and your talents and your dreams. I've seen Libra rising Virgo 12th energy people like really overextend themselves, put their needs and their goals and desires on the back burner for years, causing delays in their own fulfillment for years because someone else asks them to do something. And that becomes a pattern. They keep asking and these people will keep saying yes until that scale, you know, flips. It's on the other end. They feel obligated to say yes. And the natural consequence of that pattern is health that suffers. So how do we use Virgo energy for good? I'm glad. Is it Shermnay? How do we say your name? How to use Virgo's energy for good? Use, show, share your gifts with others. Like understand what service really means. It's being in the center of what you love to do and allowing others to benefit from it. When you do what you love and you don't just keep it all to yourself, like keeping it all to yourself is really like hoarding your God energy. When you share it and you don't get caught up in like making up stories about it not being good enough, you are in service and others will benefit and be so grateful. Sometimes, you know, we get caught up in feeling like the work isn't good enough. We don't know enough. It's not perfect enough. And those records around that not enoughness hold us back. Whatever work, you know, we're in, whatever we love to do, like some of that's really going to be oriented around where your planets are. A lot of that is, you know, we are vessels for it. We took on the assignment, we said yes, and we are incarnated into like, yes, this is how I want to serve. And so it's for you. And every stage in which that of your learning in it, you can share. I think in our society, we have this whole like, I can't do it until I'm an expert idea. And that's not like growing is perpetual. You're never really going to be an expert. You're going to keep learning and keep growing. And at every stage of that, you can share what you know and a person will benefit from it because they're in this particular arena. They might just be a few steps behind you, but they need the medicine that you have. You know, this is, you know, your service. It's about acceptance of where you are right now, what you know and understand right now is already perfect. and in the current state and stage of your journey, you know, what you have to offer and share with another is also already perfect. To give an example just from personal life, you know, I was in the Peace Corps in 2004 to 2006. That's how I know Geraldine from all the way across the world in Samoa, serving as a music teacher. And I brought an acoustic guitar with me to learn how to play while I was gone. Like, I did not know how to play the guitar. And it was my goal, like, okay, over the next, hey, Sky's a Peace Corps friend as well. Well, I ended up teaching the guitar, not because I was any good at it. I was not by any means, but because the school asked and it was in alignment with my personal goals. So I was very clear with them, I do not know how to play the guitar that well, but I taught what I knew. I shared what I could. And, you know, just a few months ago, I heard from one of my students' parents, and she talked about how Shaka loved the music lessons. Sky was one of my guitar students. I was really not good at it. Thanks, Sky. You know, I wasn't good at it. But I taught from the place that I knew. And you really you never know how someone's life will change. Sometimes it's in really just small ways in your presence. Sometimes it's in very big ways, just when you do the thing that you love and you share it. That's service. Medical astrology. Here's what it looks like for Virgo. In medical astrology, you know, all the signs have rulerships over body parts, and the planets, which we're not going into detail here, they rule the physiology and the pathology. The planets alter the function of those body parts in different ways. But we're just going to talk about the sign and what are some of the common, you know, physical ailments for the sign of Virgo. Virgo rules the assimilative system, the abdominal region, intestines, especially like small digestive enzymes, the small intestine, sorry, the splitting and purifying functions of the liver, the lower lobes of the liver, enteric nervous system, diaphragm, the spleen, which breaks down worn blood cells. Virgo imbalances can manifest in some of the following ways, and none of this is guaranteed. None of this is fate. It's just something to be mindful of. And you can, like with medical astrology, it's awesome because you can like reverse engineer what the source, if someone has symptoms or experiencing illness and pain, you can reverse engineer it and figure out where that's rooted in emotionally, psychologically, spiritually. You can see all that in the chart. But here are some of the things that can show up. Peritonitis, that's inflammation of the membrane lining in the abdominal wall, the covering of the abdominal organs. Tapeworms, malnutrition, interference with the absorption of chyme. Chyme is the semi-fluid mass of like partially digested food that's expelled by a person's stomach. Typhoid fever, cholera, appendicitis, Anxiety and nervous tension. This is probably like, this is where it all starts, is that anxiety. Virgo heard the anxiety in the abdominal region. Nervous tension, digestive problems, including duodenal ulcers, irritable bowel, chronic diarrhea, flatulence, constipation, colic, ulcerative colitis, liver function problems, breathing difficulties, hernias of the diaphragm. But again, none of this is guaranteed. We're not planting seeds. Self-care practices for Virgo. What balances Virgo energy? You know, here the mind controls health with this sign. I have definitely seen the hypochondriac tendencies play out in people who have lots of Virgo energy, like not just sun, but like multiple planets in Virgo. So you really got to be mindful of your mind. Learning mindfulness for Virgo is incredibly important. Like, you are the thinker. You have the power to change your thoughts at any given point, especially when you feel you have this direct tie to your gut. You can feel it go from thought to gut to not feeling great. So it's learning mindfulness is incredibly important. Worry, anxiety, changing weather tend to throw off the bowels and elimination. Routine eating habits and no drugs. That's like pharmaceuticals, if you can avoid it. Really sensitive digestive system. No other types of drugs. I'm actually not categorizing cannabis here as a drug. I think that could be very supportive for Virgo's mind. Natural lifestyle with whole foods, practices that align with the seasons, quiet, because the mind, if the mind is, you know, even though Virgo is an earth sign, it is ruled by Mercury. So it can feel earthy, but it can feel very airy as well. And so all of that rapid fire mental energy going on in the head, let's have calm and quiet surroundings, like enjoy silence. Needs material security. That's going to be for any earth sign. When you feel out of sorts in the finances, that tends to have a negative impact on health. I used to have a Virgo friend who had a very strict ideal of what financial security meant, and she would not enjoy life until she had this particular number in the bank account. And that's kind of, and then it creates a different type of imbalance. It's like, it's great for us to have goals, but that rigidity that then leads to repression of desires, that's where, you know, that chastity and that abstention becomes a negative aspect of Virgo, because like, we're still here to experience and enjoy life. I hope that makes sense. All right, where Virgo is in your chart, you know, you can ask yourself, where can I quiet my inner critic? Where do I feel most organized? How can I share what I love with somebody else? Herbal medicine, it's a blend I thought would be yummy. Maybe I actually have an interesting flavor. I didn't try it, but plantain is really soothing and cooling and moistening to the tissues. And I choose herbs that I think are safe for most people. And so that's where some of the plant selection comes from. But plantain provides that, that soothing energy to the abdominal system, and also the clearing of toxins. Chamomile, I love chamomile. It is actually in a lot of my blends. It's my first plant that I fell in love with as a child. It brings peace and it brings sunshine. And it also helps to calm the mental energy that goes into the gut for Virgo. Peppermint, a lot of these are digestive aids. A pinch of peppermint can help with mental clarity, help with the respiratory system. Breathing deeply, we know that we can relax ourselves when we're intentional about our breathing. A pinch of anise, I don't particularly, you can play with this. I don't care for the flavor of anise. I don't like that licoricey constituent, but anise is also a really good digestive. A lot of these are geared to the digestive system. And then lavender, which has many benefits. All of these have many, many benefits on the body, but I brought in the lavender for the visioning, the sixth chakra, the crown chakra, for being able to align with that, you know, progress and acceptance is perfection, and not this like static place of doing and being everything right. Play with the proportions. I didn't give proportions intentionally. I think it's good for all of our Virgo sun people to be intuitive about what, how these plants, and you can try them singly, you can try them in a blend. Keep your proportion at like, of the whole blend at like a tablespoon per 3 cups. So like a teaspoon of herb per 8 ounces. Steep it overnight for at least 20-30 minutes. I steep most of my blends overnight and then consume and see how you feel. Yeah. 2020 transit, September 17th, we have a new moon in Virgo. And October 7th, we have Venus in Virgo. Venus in Virgo, Venus is at its detriment, I believe, in Virgo. And so it's not awesome, but I also think it's a really good place to soften the mental energy, to soften into like the to-do list, the I've got to get this done now energy. I think that Venus can provide, help us with harmony, providing more harmony. And harmony is exchange and flow. That's between people. That's, you know, between us and source. And I think it can just soften some of the mental energy of Virgo here when we come up to that. And then new moon is always a really good time to set intentions for yourself. It's a time of refreshment to me. Like, yeah, the energy is new, it's refreshing. How can I be in tune with what my ideal is, and that ideal not being perfect? Really good time to set intentions around acceptance. Some Virgo intentions, obviously I can't make intentions for you. You really have to figure out what resonates with you, but these are starting places. I choose acceptance as perfection. There's nothing serious going on here. I actually love that as an affirmation just for life, especially where we're in the details of projects and work and goals, and we feel the pressure and the responsibility to just be like, oh, right, there's nothing serious going on here. It's a lifetime to enjoy, but our lifetimes are really like grains of sand. And if you can put that into perspective, like you're always incarnating into something, be it on earth or in some other realm. And so what happens in the moment feels very serious, but when we broaden our view, we get the space view, we're like, wait a minute, there's nothing serious going on here. I love it, so I share it. I am well. There's always more right going on with my health than wrong. It's not perfect, yay, it's progress. And like saying that with enthusiasm. It's not perfect, yay, it's progress. All right, this is just a little snapshot about herbal medicine for the soul. The primary intention around the mentorship program is to really help adults break the cycles of chronic physical pain, mental illness, pills, and side effects through herbal medicine, through emotional alchemy, through spiritual alignments, mind, body, spirit program. And it's good for the person who, it's a good fit for the person who has their own deep health transformation that they desire, spiritual transformation that they desire, as it is for the person who wants the skill set and the practices to be able to serve others. And that's it. Turn my video back on. Hey. Hello. I'm gonna pull up the charts. Is Johnny Suzette here? Looking around. Well, these were the charts that I pulled up. Hold on. Let me share my screen again so we can see Johnny's chart. Here's what I saw. It's always nice when the person's on and have a little bit of a conversation about it. But here's what I noticed. This is like, just pull out three things that I find interesting. All the energy in Sag. It made me think of someone who, I lost my screen. Hold on. Okay. Made me think of someone who wanted to escape, especially in the ninth house, like almost questioning, like, why did I incarnate here in the first place? There's just a lot of activity in that house of, not in the house of deeply felt experiences, but also in the sign of the traveler and of, like, you know, everyone knows Sag or their freedom, don't want to be boxed in. Definitely nourish the nervous system with all of this energy in Gemini, which rules the nervous system. Sag has rulership over the nervous system as well. And Virgo, all of this, like, yeah, nourish the nervous system. And then that Gemini North Node, like almost like learning to think here before you act, here before you spend, because the second house rules our money, our spending, and our earning capacity. But not to overthink, but just to think and pause a little bit before taking that kind of action. All of it balanced with faith, which is Sag. Let me see, who else is here? I pulled up, is Lisa Dirk here? Yes. Yay. You should be able to unmute yourself. Now pull up your chart. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, did I unmute myself?
You did, we can hear you. Welcome. Look, have you seen your chart before?
I have. I don't understand a whole lot about it. I'm learning.
This is incredible. 2 stelliums. It's like 3 or more planets in a particular sign. Stellium in Virgo, stellium in Libra. Like Libra, in addition to being the sign of like we consciousness, you know, it's about justice, it's about fairness, that's the scales. It also has a strong affinity for the arts. And people who are personally like transformed through the arts. This sign symbolizes the scales, and the balance could be tipped in the consciousness of the person, like through art, through design, through music, like makeovers and health maybe is what I came up with or just thought about. Are you creative in that regard?
Yes.
Good. What are your mediums?
I am exploring mixed media at the moment. But anything creative I love to do. Wire working. I mean, I kind of want to do everything.
That's amazing. Yeah, definitely like this cluster, big cluster of planets. Like it being the ways in which you receive material security, but also the ways in which you serve and help people. Is like do you, I'm curious to know, like, do you trust that? Do you trust that what you're creating is benefiting those who see it?
I am learning to do that.
Yeah.
And this little class has been so validating. I feel seen.
Good. I'm glad. Couple of other things. This was kind of, I was like, whoa, look at this chart. This is amazing. No water. So anytime we don't, I do always look here. I don't know how, I think so much of the core energy we can learn from just the elements. You can really understand all of it when you understand the essence of the elements. And no water. Anytime we don't have an emphasis or we have an overemphasis, but we don't have an emphasis on an element, that means we have to bring it in mechanically. We have to bring it into our lives. We have to invite water in. No water typically makes like sensitivity difficult between others. Learning to feel into what other people feel, lean into and connect like in a really heart-centered way. Bring water element into your life deliberately, like try to cry, soak in tubs, live near the water, drink lots and lots of water, even put images of water in your space, on your computer screen, like, and research and study emotions, like seriously, like you could take acting classes, because the best actors are the ones who are really able to get into the body, the character, the feeling, the consciousness of the person. Does that make sense for you, Lisa?
It does. I feel like I'm an empath, so emotions are big for me.
Okay. Okay, good.
The water thing, yeah. I am water all the time. I need it.
Good, good. Where do you live? Oh, what did you say?
I never really understood what that was all about, but learning this is making things make so much more sense.
Good. Good. I'm glad. Astrology is really, it's validating is the word. It's so empowering. It like we feel validated in our experiences and who we are. When you understand the signs, like the energy of the planets, you understand their instructions. So it's like it's a map, and it's such a beautiful guide to be like, you know, people have so many questions around what should I be doing? Who am I? All this. It's like, ooh, study astrology. You'll get all of the answers and all of the instructions too. Thank you for submitting your info and sharing.
So thank you for your teaching. This is wonderful.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. This is an example of just serving. Like, I don't at all consider myself a seasoned astrologer. I was shunned by a member of the church when I was a teenager for having tarot cards and an astrology book. And I abandoned it for decades and finally brought it back into my life. And so this is truly just a sharing from service. These help me study and stay in it. And I'm sharing my interpretation based on what I know and just hoping that it helps. That's all you can do.
And I need that I don't need to be an expert to do something.
Yeah, we've got to let that, we've all got to work on that and let that go. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then who else? Avery? Oh, Avery's not here. Avery. Is this Avery's chart? And even just like for everyone who's on it, just keep studying charts. The people who really want to keep diving into this and learning more, keep studying charts. Pull up celebrity charts. They're fascinating to see how the energy is expressed in big ways. Avery, what did I see? Lots of earth. This is another one, just looking at the elements. Lots of earth and lots of fixed. There's a point system that I use to determine like what really has an emphasis, but just because not all the planets get the same, like the sun gets 4 points, the moon gets 4 points, but like Saturn and Jupiter get 2 points. To really see where the emphasis is, but just at a glance. Lots of earth, lots of fixed, very rooted. Probably slow to act, thinks about action a lot though, but probably slow to do is what I thought of. Would be great if, I don't know if he or she is here. I was looking at the Leo in the 12th house and Jupiter in Leo and Venus in Leo, and like seeing bravery just behind closed doors, but seeing wanting, like it's bursting and bubbling and it wants to erupt. But I see someone with like strong urges also towards achievement and power, service, like a deep love for people, but being held back by the Capricorn is a sign. It has an achievement, but it also has that similar not good enough record. So seeing like these records of like not good enough, not ready yet, and somewhat storminess of Scorpio, of that, like, well, what if it all turns to crap records? And just courage, especially behind the shadows in the 12th. Courage is a muscle. We can all remember that. I had a Virgo client ask about bravery and courage, and it only, with this placement, is not this person's chart though. And it's about, like, we have to practice, again, stepping outside of those comfort zones. We have to practice doing and seeing the results. And then it's iteration. It's iteration. We can't practice that courage in silence and when we keep our gifts to ourselves. That was it. Look at the chat. Thank you, Sky. Yes, if you have fire, should you also use water to cool? Absolutely. Absolutely. But if it's interesting when people have charts that have lots of fire and lots of water, and you know, too much of both, it's like you extinguish, either power gets extinguished. It's an interesting life path. But yeah, people with lots of fire, you should hydrate a lot. Like there's so much internal heat. Internal heat, yeah, you have to hydrate a lot. Thank you, Crescent. Thank you, thank you. Anyone have any questions? I will give access to, you can unmute yourself. You should be able to unmute yourself if you have a question.
So I'm new to this. Do you do this every single month?
I do. I've been doing it every month since Aries. So it will end with Pisces.
That's dope. That's dope. Thank you.
And then we'll see what is next after that.
What's your sign?
Guess. No, I don't like when people, I hate when people tell me to do that.
I might offend you.
Oh, no, not at all. I am a Pisces sun. That's at first degree, though. So I walk into the doors with a lot of Aquarian quirks. And I have 2 planets at Capricorn in the 2nd house, the moon at the defiant, and I have a stellium in Libra.
That's an interesting mix. Wow.
It is. I like it. And my Mars and Saturn are conjunct. They're right on top of each other. I've seen that not play out well for people and just like these power struggles, because Saturn is about restriction and boundaries and order and structure. And Mars is like, yo, we got to go. We got to get on the battlefield.
Yep.
And I've seen that play out when I'm in group settings of like this, like, when do I initiate? When do I fall back? But I like it. The more you can embrace, you know, where you are and all of these, it's a spectrum of energy where you can understand where you're falling on the spectrum and when, and then how, like, what do I need to do in this moment to move your needle forward wherever you are.
Absolutely.
And then the moon in Capricorn, everybody talks about it so badly, but I love it. It gives me boundaries around emotions.
And that makes you work hard too. At least you climb always, never stops. If I may ask, what's your wife's placements?
She is a Sag sun. Venus is also in Sag in the 12th house. Capricorn rising, Mercury rising is on her ascendant. Moon in Aries. So it's like a match with like, can you chill out? Like, it's
seriously.
It's
wow.
A good balance. It's a good balance.
Yeah, that's
and
awesome.
I have, like, 7th house stuff with like your partnerships. That 7th house energy tends to be also what you need for yourself. So it's that, yes, it's that compatibility and that harmony with each other, but it's the quality of your partner, and like in the 7th house is like, oh, like she has Gemini in the 7th house. I'm like, I do need to think a little bit more.
Man.
But I give her the Sag, and so it's like, let's go. Like, now is the time to take action.
Man.
So it's a good. But I think most compatibility, I don't do compatibility readings. I think most of it is about communication.
Absolutely, 100%. That's so true.
Look
It's
at
real.
the house. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having. I didn't even know this was.
Oh, you got muted.
Oh, I apologize. I actually got an email and I was like, I really need to join this. I have to see this because I'm starting to learn about astrology. I'm actually on the cusp of Libra and Virgo, and my girlfriend is a Virgo. So I'm trying to figure out how our actual our personalities kind of match and just kind of figure out, because we're so similar, but we're so different. And this plays a lot into who we are and stuff like that. Like, we've been looking at the pattern app that tells a lot about, who we are and how we grow as individuals, and especially like childhood and stuff like that. But it shows so much without using the planets. But I think the planets are very important to learn in this process of learning who you are, because it tells us a lot. It told us about 2020 for the most part. So it's like, it's very, very interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting. So thank you for this.
Thank you. Yes, I would recommend studying the energy of the planets in depth and detail, not just the signs. And the pattern app, I don't use it because it gives a chart, and you need to see the whole wheel. You need to see because then people will be like, I don't understand. Like, the pattern app didn't tell me that I had Taurus. You know what I mean? And it's like, what do you mean?
Yep.
So what planets you have, what signs you have planets in, but you have all of them.
What did you call it when you say you have 3 or more planets in one sign?
A stellium.
A stellium
is really concentrated energy.
Oh, I can't wait till the next one. I'm gonna send the email on time this time. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate this, Selima, for real.
Thank you.
So, Selima, this is Monica. I heard Iman say that she's a Virgo Libra cusp. I am as well, and I was wondering if you could talk just a couple of moments about signs, people who are either Leo Virgo cusps or Virgo Libra cusp. What does that
That's
really
for beauty.
mean? Yes.
Wait, say it again. Which one? Virgo Libra?
Virgo Libra cusp. I think Iman and myself are both Virgo Libra. That's the cusp of beauty. So I'm wondering about that.
So that was kind of like the person's chart who had the 2 stelliums. Yeah. So I need a visual. I like the wheel. Like, I keep the wheel right there. Well, with any cusp, it doesn't really matter which one. Any cusp, when you're within it, people use orbs differently, but within, I don't know. You can just say an orb of 3 degrees. Sometimes people widen it to 6 of where your planets are, where your sun is. You can think of it like, you know how you come home from work and you still have all of the energy of work on you, and now you're interacting with your family, whatever. This is just an example. The cusp is kind of like that, where the energy of that previous sign, you're still covered in it, but you're entering the door into the new sign. So that's why I emphasize, like, yeah, I'm a 1 degree Pisces. Like, I come into this energy of universal love and compassion from the Aquarian mastery structure, which is the lower wave of Aquarius, to radical, which is the higher wave of Aquarius. Okay, I'm meeting people still. And so Virgo, coming out of Virgo into that perfectionistic, it is the beauty stuff if we want to use the perfect version as a symbol, but I don't really care for that. And into this art, like into like Libra transforms. I was really thinking about Libra energy the other day, because if you look at the charts, I think it's Tyler Perry, Alicia Keys, and I think Beyonce's chart. They all have I think they all have 5, a bunch of planets in Libra, and just seeing the artistic creation and then being able to see how through art people get to be transformed. Like, it changes the consciousness, and that's where I start to visualize the scales going from oh, here's one level of consciousness to boom, and how art has the power to do that. Let me think. Do you have a more specific question? because it like the planets really matter too.
Right. I just wonder because I think when I've done some reading and I have had someone read my chart before, they didn't really put a lot of emphasis on that cusp, but it seems as though, like when I look at the chart, I see what I think is like all those planets. It's very similar to the woman that had the birthday of 9/9 or something, just all that energy in the first and second house. And sometimes for me as a newbie, I can't even tell the difference whether or not it's really on the cusp of the first and second house, some of the things. And so I just wondered, it just has to have some type of significance. I just wanted to kind of understand what's happening if you had all of that energy on the edge of the first and the second house, but really even more so in the second house. Like I'm a Virgo, my birthday is 9/22, but I just see a lot of energy in the Libra house, even though I'm a Virgo. So I just wondered if that cusp action, what that actually meant. I probably need to get a more detailed reading to do that, but I just wondered.
Yeah, because you said your Virgo's on the second house, so your Libra's on the third.
No, my Virgo's on the first house, but yeah, but it's right on the sun sign is right on the edge. I'm Virgo and Virgo rising. So it's right on that edge. And so I was just wondering what that meant. Not to get a personal chart reading here, but just like what that meant just generally if you're on in between two. Because sometimes if you read, I've read that sometimes I'm actually a Libra depending on the year or things of that nature. So just wondered what that meant.
Progressions play a big part of this as well, which is a whole other, like, remember that if it's a layer cake, the bottom level is the natural charts that starts at Aries, ends at Pisces, and has all of the planets in their house of rulership. That second layer is your chart. And then you have this third layer that's the transits too. And so I think and you have progression. So it shifts. I think it's really about like tuning into who are you showing up as in this particular circumstance, in this moment, in this situation, and like what side of you do you want to be forward? You know, like you can feel yourself. I can feel myself vacillating between like, oh yeah, really Piscean, to being like, nah, the Aquarian is coming out right now. If that makes sense.
That I was just say that makes perfect sense because for so much of my life, when I told people I was a Virgo, they were like, "Oh, you don't seem like a Virgo." I was very much more like a Libra, but then as I've gotten older, I see more of the Virgo energy in myself. So I definitely have noticed that, you know, throughout the course of my life.
Yeah, and like Virgo, you know, Virgo's very exacting. So it could be that people don't necessarily see that with the arts, but that's not knowing how much discipline it takes to be an artist. And it is incredible. Like we have to be exacting. I'm not sure if this is, I'm just using this as an example. I'm not necessarily saying this is you. This is one way that I'm able to like, just put it in a bucket to context to talk about. That is like when you look at the improvisation necessary, like of music and jazz musicians, the only way they're able to be great is because they study scales and they play scales for 5 hours a day. Like, does that make sense? So it's like coming out of this exacting energy to be creative. But
yeah.
I'm gonna send my birthday in next week. Monica, you should too.
Yeah.
We gotta do it. Thank you, Selima. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Can I ask what?
Who's next? This will have to be the last one.
What did you use for our charts? Like when the chart that you pulled up?
Oh, like the website?
Yes.
Astro.com.
Thank you.
Selima, can I ask you a question about Virgo as the South Node placement?
Ooh.
I have a Virgo South Node in the 12th house and also a Virgo rising. And I see those two kind of going back and forth between me really wanting to embody the Virgo, but then like this urge to shift away from it at the same time. So it can be a bit confusing to try and balance the two and then also step into that Pisces North Node energy.
Pisces North Node, yes. Virgo, you said Virgo South Node in the 12th.
Mm-hmm.
And Virgo rising.
Mm-hmm.
And it's remembering, like, with the South Node and the North Node, it's like you're in the South, you're trying to abandon basically the lower qualities of the South Node and adopt the highest ideals of the North Node. But it's the work of a lifetime. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
32.
Oh, okay. We still got some time. It's the work of a lifetime. So I guess I would be thinking about kind of the lower energy of Virgo, which would be the perfectionistic tendencies, the getting too much in the muck of the details, that we don't have movement, we don't have flow, we don't have faith. Pisces is, you know, it's the end of the cycle. It's the most spiritual sign, and in understanding, like, the universal qualities of life, like that everything is acceptable, all experiences are acceptable and valid. That oneness, how we're all unified, and how we all come from the same source energy. And like Virgo can think that there's one way. And Pisces kind of blows that out the water, that it's like, no, there's not one way. There's, what's I like the way? And that everyone's path towards, it's all, yeah, Pisces is about unconditional love. Anyone's path is valid. And I think that Virgo energy could think of like only their path being valid. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, thank you.
You hit that right on the nose.
My Virgo partner saying that she feels seen. Yeah, I have, with my North Node being in the 6th house, when it comes to my health, I can be a little bit perfectionist, but when it comes to others, I encourage everyone to just walk their own path. Like, I don't believe there's a one size fits all. Mm-hmm. But with me having a Virgo rising, I can be very strict about how I take care of my body, and I don't extend that same compassion to myself that I extend to others. And I feel like that Virgo South Node kind of encourages me to be a little bit harsh with myself. But then when I just allow myself to just breathe and relax and just nourish myself in the ways that feel natural, it's not as big of a deal.
Right. And like, because Virgo does love order and like systems, kind of like Capricorn does too. If a more flexible way of thinking about health is like a pie, kind of like the chart pie, where here are all the things you do, but also within that pie, this would be, I'm not going to do a percentage. The 10% would be, there's 10 slices. The 10% would be allowing yourself to cheat, allowing yourself to indulge and to splurge, so that you don't fall into like that rigidity can then turn to repression. And then that turns into like, it's not allowing you to enjoy life. That it's like, it feels very good to be fit and to be strong and to be healthy and to like feel good in body inside and out. And like, think about this, just the sensations of whatever your favorite food is. Like, I wouldn't say indulge, but I will have a Snickers. For as much as that I am in wellness, I'm like, Snickers has always been my favorite candy bar. I will allow myself that because I enjoy it so much. And then when I allow that 10%, I can be strict with everything else. It doesn't bother me. I don't need to have the cake. I don't need to have the cupcake. I can go to a party. I cannot have a drink. It's all good. It's like, just a lot. If you can create this system that allows you to keep track and stay on top of, you know, all the things, like the order that Virgo likes and the purification that Virgo likes, and remember to enjoy life. Gives you a little bit of flexibility.